arrangements along with his popular...
The surviving member of the group at Rancho Santa Fe tells Primetime details of life in the compound. Everything from the strange and strictly regimented diet,
lemonade, cayenne pepper, and maple syrup,
to their fear of the U.S. government.
It was my understanding that the FBI was after the group.
You'll hear what he says about his mother, who called in to Primetime. Would you go to see a cult
Brown's organization practices and promotes a
tonight,
technique
the
to cause
final
remote
messenger
viewing. He claims his group members detected the spaceship by psychic reception.
The data
as a way of getting to heaven?
Anomaly, that there was some type of a vehicle, some type
A
of
medical
ship, some type
mystery.
of extraterrestrial
Something was
origin.
making infants
That
very
was
sick,
following the comet.
even killing babies just a few weeks
Our
old.
data does suggest that it was following the comet precisely in order to get attention for itself.
While it's unclear whether or not the Rancho Santa Fe group paid attention to the UFO controversy on the internet, they did run a business creating computer websites. One of their sites suggests a link between Hale-Bopp and a spacecraft, one that would take them off this planet. However, an astronomer who co-discovered the Hale-Bopp comet says the so-called UFO is a bunch of bunk. He says it's simply a bright star.
What is this, a bunch of nonsense?
You really think so?
I know so.
You know so?
Yeah.
Diego Mayor Susan Golding, who is at the scene of the mass suicide in Rancho Santa Fe. Mayor Golding, thanks for waiting and talking to us this morning. I know that we had to put you on hold. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine.
Can you tell us the latest that you know about the investigation and what investigators know at this point that we haven't heard?
Well, I don't know that you haven't heard. I think most of the facts that have come out so far are well known to everyone. The sheriff, the county sheriff, is in charge of the investigation. I think one of the most interesting things that I believe you know is that the sister of Marshall Applegate saying that they were forbidden to contact family members. And I think in the discussions that we've had here and that you've had on the show, that any cult or religion that doesn't allow you to contact your family should be a warning to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Is it confirmed that this happened methodically over several days, that the group passed away in people at a time?
It does appear to be that way, but as you know, in something like this, information comes to light sometimes slowly, but it does appear, yes, that it was well-planned, methodical, and took place over several days.
Latest I saw this morning was from around, the last comment I saw was around 6 o'clock Eastern time this morning, that about half of the victims had been identified and that the families had been notified. Has that progressed further?
No, it's about there right now, and they're being very careful, as they should be, not to let the names or anyone be known publicly until a family member is contacted. They have had a number of calls from people thinking that one of their family members might have been involved, someone they haven't seen for a long time or someone they had some concerns about. And as you said, about half have turned out to be related to the family members here, but we don't know much more than that right now.
Have you had a chance to talk to any of the residents and the folks who live around there? Of course, we've seen the reports that say that they were certainly in shock, as anybody would be in any community, but they were not a threat to the neighborhood or other folks. Have you heard?
No, I know several of the individuals who actually live very close to here are our neighbors, but this is a community where people move. People move here for privacy. The estates are large. Some people are retired, but often it's because people want really not to have intrusion and privacy. They don't have mailboxes at their houses. They go to a P.O. box. And it's a country estate kind of community. So even though their neighbors may know who their neighbors are, frequently they really don't have a lot to do with them, not out of unfriendliness, but simply because it's a long distance between homes and estates here, and they are looking for privacy.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mayor Susan Golding, San Diego, California, thanks for the update with us, and perhaps we'll talk to you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, coming up on 10 minutes now before the top of the hour, and just ahead, we'll look at other issues of the day, namely sports. Darren Kagan with the Sports Report coming up. Cults went to one of the recruitment sessions. Today, Robert McCowan is a grad student in the same field, and he joins us right here at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
I got to ask you about this, first of all. Why did you go to the meeting?
I was doing research on my BA in political science over at Emory University, and I was doing a lot of work on radical groups and I guess quote-unquote cults and other movements. And this was one of the groups that had propped up, came up in the literature that I was reading, and I went to one of their meetings to see what they were all about, get some literature, so I could use the literature for my case studies. And I did some other research about where they had traveled around the country. And they actually met here when I was in Atlanta, and I saw them and listened to their lecture for about an hour and took their materials home with me and subsequently wrote my work on it. Kind of didn't think much of it at the time. Thought they were going to kind of disappear.
Yeah, kind of funny how things turned out.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
You brought with you some, are these things they handed out at the meetings, or were these posted around campus?
These were several of the flyers that were originally, I'm not sure if you can see that, some of the original flyers that they had posted. I believe you have several other ones.
Just give folks a chance to see some of these headlines.
Yeah, these are the headlines. Again, the beyond human and your last chance to advance to the level beyond human. Again, the emphasis is always on advancing to a new, higher level. Again, you can see these right here, the level beyond human. Those things are important as well. And UFOs and space aliens are also part of the things that they like to talk about. That's how they get people into the group, because they people who are interested in UFOs and whatnot go to their meetings.
So what kind of people were at this meeting that you went to?
When I went to the meeting, there were only it was a very small group. It was about 60 people, the majority of them from all different kind of areas, all different kind of nationalities, different socioeconomic backgrounds. A lot of the people really weren't buying into the discussion at the time. In fact, I don't think anyone followed them or went with them. They were kind of doing a traveling tour, trying to pick up new people along the way. They drove through in a VW bus, believe it or not, trying to say, get on the bus tonight, we'll leave, and we'll go meet Bo and Peep out in California. So
you didn't see, Bo and Peep, incidentally, were Marshall Applewhite,
and Miss Nettles.
Miss Nettles, his wife at the time, right?
I'm not sure if they were married, but they were obviously partners in the situation. They were called the Two at the time of the founding of the group, when it was called the Human Individual Metamorphosis Society, which was back in 1975. At the time, though, they didn't come back in 1993, 1994, when I saw them. They didn't come out to the groups themselves. They had kind of a group of, I guess I would compare them to elders of the church, or kind of a group of liaisons who would come out and do their pitches.
Well, what they did do, though, is they sent out videotapes, and we actually have a clip from one of the videotapes that they used to recruit.
It's up to you whether you believe that or not. That's not important to me, even though I wish that you could believe it for your sake. For those who do believe it, stand a possibility of a future beyond its recycling time.
Now, did they run a videotape like that in the presentation that you happened to see?
No, they didn't. They had a lot of literature which said almost the exact same types of things that was in the videotape. All of the rhetoric was the same, advancing beyond our shell, advancing beyond our vessel. It was very odd. The people who were giving the presentation seemed like they had been trained very well in what to say. They had kind of a common line that they were giving, very disciplined in how to answer questions. They knew what tricks to use when people couldn't ask them a tough question. They would avert it some way. They were very skilled at what they were doing.
Did they talk at all about suicide?
No. The closest they get is in their literature. They talk about needing to escape the human vessel and the life that we have now materially. At the time, though, I never really thought that they would actually do it, Jonestown type of suicide, group suicide. At best, I thought it was just a process that they were trying to undergo to try to, transcend their mortality.
Did they say anything or show you anything that they did to use the internet or the computers that they had to recruit or whatever?
No, at the time it was kind of odd. There has, and as far as I can understand, and going back to the original research on the group, there was never that interest in the internet or computers up until recently. And now, obviously, that may be a way for them to make money. They do have a well-disciplined group of people who are very focused in what they do. So it would be obvious that that type of work would be very, very easy for them to do as a group.
Tell me the truth. You were there in a clinical purpose, of course. But did they freak you out any?
They were very strange, I would have to admit. I've seen Stranger. I definitely have been doing my work. I've seen Stranger. But again, at the time, I thought they were almost kind of harmless because their pitch really was so odd that a lot of people weren't buying into it. And at best, I just thought they were just another small niche group that had no real relevance to
compound in Rancho Santa Fe, California. We also have some intriguing details emerging this morning about the cult's leader, Marshall Applewhite. Investigators say that Applewhite was among the 39 cult members who committed suicide by drinking a mixture of phenobarbital and vodka. Applewhite may have convinced cult members that their deaths would lead to a rendezvous with a UFO that was trailing the Hale-Bopp comet. Applewhite suffered a near-death experience in the 70s, and that's when a nurse convinced him he was meant to serve a purpose in the cult.
In 1975, there were two individuals who came public, held some meetings around the country, and said that they were from the kingdom of heaven. And those two individuals were T and O. T, my partner, who has returned to the kingdom of heaven, and left me here with the responsibility of whatever is remaining of this task, for it was mine to fulfill.
Earlier on CNN Morning News, we talked with Applewhite's sister, who says that her brother was a gifted musician and singer. She'd not talked to him in 20 years because cult beliefs would not allow him to have contact with his family.
If you could have gotten a chance to talk to Marshall before this happened, would you have tried to talk him out of doing this?
I'm sure I couldn't have. No, I'm sure that he was very sincere in believing what he did, and I don't think anyone could have changed his mind.
Investigators say the suicides took place over at least 3 days and that cult members had IDs, $5 bills, and quarters in their pockets when their bodies were found.
One by one, people knowledgeable about the Heaven's Gate cult are stepping forward, telling what they know, helping reveal the group's mysterious inner workings. And CNN has obtained a tape of 1994 recruiting trips to Montana by the sect. And on this tape, shot by TV station KECI, followers describe their belief in cosmic salvation.
I was immediately became aware that this was something that I had to do, that this was why I was here, and that I had to pursue this information.
What was your existence like then before that? What did you do before you came to that? Were you...
Well, this vehicle was involved in a business, a computer business that it had, and just a typical human life. It had, families and participated in pretty much everything that everybody else does.
And did have children and stuff, or how do you break that connection yourself then when for so many years you were building up a connection and feeling that you had a connection with these other vehicles who were, your family at that time? Is that a difficult thing to turn off then, or to move on from, or how do you...
It's recognizing there's a difference between this vehicle and the soul that is moving into it, and that there were things that the vehicle was attached to that it had to sever, and certainly it was painful for the vehicle at times, but as a soul moving into it, there was still that recognition that my family is really the ones that are from the next level, and these here who are part of the crew who are doing this at this time.
The group's computer website does not espouse suicide. Instead, it promotes the, quote, willful exit as the road to entering the kingdom of heaven.
About 4.5 minutes after the hour. Jury selection is expected to begin.
Internet, and what do you think about the internet being used for purposes like this?
Well, I think we're heading toward a world where 500 million computers will be interconnected in a decade. Now we have about 40 million people on the internet, so it's a pretty high chance that anything that happens to anybody, they may be connected to the internet just like they drink orange juice in the morning. Mm-hmm. The question I really am asking is, was the internet used to bind their community together? From what I've heard in the news, they were a physically bound community. They lived in the same house, and it was a traditional community that gave rise to them. Also, I'm not sure, and I don't know, whether they used the internet to proselytize or whether it was just out there stating their beliefs. But these things are common. If they were not common here, they could happen elsewhere.
All right, well, explain to us now, as we're getting to your book about what will be. What else is going to be common in the years to come through all the technology being just spawned every 15 seconds, it seems, these days?
Well, the 500 million computers within a decade and the people behind them will really be buying, selling, and freely exchanging information.
A little bit of film off, and it turns out she's got to spend a year fighting off abuse charges, neglect charges. We'll talk about that story.
Can't make those kind of stories up. Yeah. All right, thanks, man. We'll see you in about
I can give you the good news of the kingdom of heaven.
New insights into the California computer cult suicide. Who were they, and why did they do it?
We kind of feel that this is the end times for this planet.
Those who recognize this is the truth, and it rings a bell, it strikes a chord, it puts all the pieces together. Those are the kind of thoughts that come into them, and they say, this is something I have to act on.
And guess who else is working on a website that could carry his message into your home? A labor watchdog group calls on Nike to just do right by some women who helped make those $180 sneakers. And O.J. Simpson is ordered to give up something very...
A recruiting tape offers insight into the cult leader who joined 38 of his followers in suicide. A judge orders O.J. Simpson to hand over some of his most prized possessions. And First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton and daughter Chelsea take some...
Imagine at least the exterior of it, because it is being cleaned out by state workers. It is being emptied of its contents, including what could be hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of computer equipment, furniture, and presumably the beds in which these 39 people laid down and died. It is certainly a palatial property. There is a very long, steep, winding driveway to the top. The property is like a gigantic garden, and there is a 300 their loved ones' deaths, that no bodies have been released to any mortuaries, so the bodies remain in the custody of the San Diego County Coroner's Office. That this 800 line was set up by San Diego and the Coroner's Office for people to call if they believe that their loved ones may have been some way or another involved with this cult. They have received 1,056 phone calls. They say they're getting about 10 an hour. The FBI, as we understand it, is sending in some help to help the Coroner's Office track down the families that have not been called, the remaining 10. And as we understand it at this news conference, some of the names of the victims will be released, and that's the latest information that I have.
Greg Lamont, thank you so much for your insights and expertise. We have got to take a break, but coming up next, do comets invite doom? Could Holy Week have anything to do with this mass suicide? Our next guest says, yes, it may. You can talk back to him right after this break. Stay with us.
The Mutual Funds magazine, tough guys finish first. The fund industry's toughest portfolio managers, Lawrence Oriana and Hans Utsch, have made the Kaufman Fund the #1 fund since the market low of December 4th, 1987. The fund invests in small companies with substantial growth prospects. The Kaufman Fund was awarded Morningstar's highest 5-star rating. Call now for your prospectus, 800-824-0600. The Kaufman Fund, 800-824-0600.
Don't get that, Frank.
Hello? Baxter!
Meow, 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 meow.
4 delicious flavors make Meow Mix taste so good. Cats ask for it by name.
Meow, meow, meow.
It's Baxter!
At America Online, we've been working day and night to serve you better. And we're pleased to tell you we're making progress. America Online, America's #1 internet online service, is in the middle of a $350 million expansion to increase our network capacity by 75% to make America Online work better for you. And you may have noticed it's getting better. At America Online, we're working hard to meet your needs.
Today, Microsoft makes the internet easy. Today, it's the Microsoft Network, and it's free for a month. Today, it's easier to do what you want, keep in touch, and have some fun. Today, life just got a whole lot easier. It was the best of times. Today, it's different. The Microsoft Network is free for a month when you call 1-800-942-5700. MSN brings the internet to life right on your Windows 95-based PC with sound, motion, and more. Send and receive email. Get the news as it happens. Plan and book a trip. Manage your investments. And about a million other things. Call 1-800-942-5700 for your free month today. You'll get a free CD-ROM with an MSN preview video to get you started. It's just really extraordinary to see what you can do. And unlimited hours on MSN and the internet. Free for a month. So call today, and you're on your way.
about Heaven's Gate, a cult-like group that committed mass suicide this week in California. Joining us here in Atlanta, UFO researcher Robin Quayle, and in New York, investigative journalist Peter Klebnikoff. He wrote an article for the May issue of Penthouse magazine titled Apocalypse Now, Militia Gangs and New Age Disciples Cash In on the End of the World. Now, after the suicides, Peter realized that he had collected a folder on Heaven's Gate. And Robin has also met some of the members of Heaven's Gate. This was several years ago. I'm going to go to Paul in our audience. Gentleman with the first question to Robin. Go ahead, Paul.
Yes, Robin. You had a meeting, I understand, with the leader of the cult that committed suicide. Did he say in his meeting with you how he made contact with the UFOs originally, or did they make contact with him?
Okay, what I did was I attended a meeting, a talk that they gave at a little metaphysical center in Sandy Springs called Inner Space about in 1994, I think. And so I really didn't know what it was about, except that I knew it had something to do with UFOs when I went. No one was designated as a leader. And there were 4 women and 2 men, I believe. And they talked very quietly and very calmly about their beliefs and their mission, and they passed out a flyer that told what their beliefs were, and they said that they were offering people this window of opportunity to advance to another stage above human.
Tina has a follow-up question.
They did not talk about suicide at all, or leaving their bodies.
Tina would like a little bit of clarification about that. Go ahead, Tina.
Well, if to advance to be a higher being, in other words, if you had to commit suicide, what was some of the other stages that you had to go through, with the journey, in other words, to try to, to get to the very end?
Well, they never really went into a lot of detail about that. What they said that if you wanted to join their group, you had to sort of give up everything materialistic. You had to give up your lives, your friends, They did not try to talk about giving them your assets, but it was like you just had to leave all that behind. Leave your businesses, your friends. You had to be celibate, and you had to be just totally committed to what they were going to do and come with them and evidently live in their groups.
Mm-hmm. And Sonita has a follow-up question to that I'm going to send to Peter. Go ahead.
If the body is called the temple, how did these people get confused about it being a container and dying was the way of dying? If suicide is sacrilegious, how they managed to believe that was the way they were going to go? That was good.
Well, these people didn't really think that they were dying. They didn't think they were committing suicide. They thought they were graduating. That was the word that they used. And they'd undergone 20 years of classroom training, and they thought that the body was simply an empty shell, like an empty packet in a meat wrapper or something, and that the soul would travel. They used the analogy of caterpillars. They believed that they were like caterpillars that would be transformed into butterflies. They used that language a lot.
Jody has a follow-up question. Go ahead, Jody.
If they felt like they were dying to join the UFO, did they know where the UFO was going, or where they would be joining, or what kind of a state they would be in?
Peter?
Well, they believed that they used the language of being elevated in a cloud, and they thought that they would go to the next evolutionary level, which they also called the kingdom of God. And they felt that they would be joining Jesus there. They felt that he was one of the older members, one of the elevated spirits, that by dying, by transforming themselves, as they did earlier this week, they were doing what Jesus did 2,000 years ago.
Question for Robin from Byron. Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering, with 39 people working in a business, I take it, they were in a computer business, you would have thought there was some type of leak saying, I'm not coming to work on Monday or something because I'm not going to be here. Well, shouldn't have been something or someone picking up on this?
Well, they were operating the business right in the house where they died, is what I understand. That's my understanding about that.
Okay, Peter, to you, the whole issue of secrecy and why didn't somebody know beforehand that Byron wanted to know about?
Well, a lot of people in the cult research community were concerned about this group because of the level of, the intense level of control that Mr. Applewhite had over his followers. And a lot of people were worried something like that would happen with this group. But unfortunately, as these groups are spreading around the country, as they're growing stronger, as the millennium approaches, we're being able to do less and less about them.
We're going to talk more about the millennialists. First, I want to get in a question from Jackie McDonald, who is joining us on CompuServe, and she wants to know, why did they pack the bags that we've heard about placed at the ends of the beds? Peter, any insight?
I believe that refers to what I was saying earlier, that they were not dying. You don't pack your bag when you die. It's more like in the Native American cultures and other ancient cultures, they would pack their most precious belongings for the journey, for protection to the journey to the next spiritual world. So that was analogous to what these people did. They didn't think they were dying. They thought that their bodies were useless at this point. And I'm convinced none of them were murdered. I'm convinced that they really thought that. And that's what makes this particular incident so tragic.
We've got to take a break. Coming up next, the strange world of cults, the occult, and computers. We'll be back after this.
Why are AT&T, MCI, and Sprint charging you when you're answering the door or having coffee? Why are they still charging you for one call when you're making another? Whatever you do after you hang up, they keep charging you.
AT&T, MCI, and Sprint still round up to the next minute for calls you make from home. LCI won't do that. Call LCI and start saving right away.
Because why should you be charged when you're walking your dog?
You'd better hurry. No time to waste. It'll be over before you know it. During March Madness sale days at Carpet One, every color and style of DuPont Stainmaster carpet is on sale at dramatic reductions. But hurry, the time to save is now. You'll pay no interest for nearly 2 years when you buy DuPont Stainmaster at Carpet One before March 30th. No interest till $19.99. Call 1-800-CARPET-1 and visit one of the 750 stores near you. Carpet One, where you always get more and always pay less. But time is running out. March Madness ends March 30th.
Now, the #1 ranked real estate fund over 1 and 2 years is CGM Realty Fund. Managed by Ken Hebner, the fund offers potential for high current income and long-term appreciation, returning 44% over that past year and more than 72% over the past 2 years. CGM Realty Fund has outperformed the Lipper Real Estate Fund average for 1 and 2 year performance. For a prospectus, call toll-free 1-800-CGM-INFO. CGM Realty Fund, America's #1 real estate fund for 1 and 2 year performance.
Unleash the power of Java with Corel WordPerfect Suite 7. Corel's award-winning Office suite offers revolutionary Java technology. Technology that lets you harness the future of computing now. Publish documents, spreadsheets, and more to the internet exactly how you want them every time. Java power for today and tomorrow. Corel WordPerfect Suite 7. Choose Java. Choose Corel.
Jerry and his friends sure love the big picture and sound on Zenith's 60-inch TV. In fact, they love it so much, they're actually considering getting one of their own. Zenith. Big enough to share, but who wants to?
$20 Swan gets up. You're on.
Enter to win a $10,000 video library, a 60-inch Zenith TV, or other great prizes at participating dealers.
The issues that define our times, the people who touch our lives, the questions that go unanswered, the problems that won't go away.
If you think nothing can be changed, see for yourself what can be done.
Investigating, exposing, revealing stories that must be told. From CNN and Time comes the evolution of the television news magazine, Impact. Sunday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
By the specific individual in that room.
Okay, the gentleman in a green shirt. In a green shirt, yeah. Last question, go ahead. So, no, sir, right behind you. Excuse me. Question was again about the 911 call in Beverly Hills.
The original call did not get to the patrol deputies. They responded about an hour and a half, 2 hours later after Beverly Hills contacted the communication center directly. The communication center then dispatched that call and took about 4 to 6 minutes for the deputies to get there and make their discovery.
What other states have been before arriving in California?
Okay, folks, thank you very much. Those are all the questions.
What we do have...
Just a moment. The list will be passed out to you. Please don't come this way. We're not handing them out unless you stay back this way.
All right, San Diego authorities in another closely knit news conference at which we learned basically the authorities are still baffled over certain ritual aspects of the mass suicide, but they're not confused at all over whether or not this was a mass suicide. In fact, the medical examiner, Dr. Blackburn, said that he saw no need at all for a coroner's inquest. One of the new developments is that some of the men in the group had been castrated, another one to add to the list of things that investigators are going to have trouble figuring out. There was a notebook explaining the plan for the suicides. The computers now have been confiscated from the house. They will be next looked at by investigators to see if they yield any clues as to why 39 people committed suicide at that Rancho Santa Fe mansion. The names are being released. You saw the lists about to be handed out there in San Diego. 30 families have been notified. 8 of the victims have had their families have not yet been notified. The authorities still in the process of that. 21 autopsies completed. The rest are still uncompleted. Phenobarbital alcohol still seems to be the cause of many of the deaths out there. And CNN will tie all this together. We'll present a complete story on what has happened out there in Rancho Santa Fe at 10 p.m. this evening on the World Today. At 11:30 p.m., in case you just came in on the tail end of this news conference from San Diego, we will replay the highlights for you 11:30 p.m. This evening here on CNN for that. I'm Lou Waters at CNN Center. We'll take a break.
Centrum is always up to date on nutritional news.
More reason than ever to take Centrum.
Centrum gives me the best science has to offer. As nutritional science advances, so does the Centrum formula. Because Centrum scientists are committed to giving you the right nutrients in the amounts you need. Centrum, always more complete than any leading brand.
I've gotten smarter about what I put in my body. That's why I take Centrum.
Centrum, more complete from A to Z.
My mom gets the Centrum made just for me. Centrum Junior, it's more complete for kids.
Well, it's finally happened. I've become my mother, a bargain hunter. You're wondering then why Advil? I could have saved on a store brand, but we're talking medicine. Something I put in my body to get rid of pain. No frills pills are not Advil. They don't look like Advil, and they don't have that special Advil coating. To me, Advil is quality.
Nothing is proven to work better or last longer than Advil.
There's only one Advil.
There was a time I wouldn't even think about eating dinner at this hour. I'd get heartburn and couldn't get to sleep.
If heartburn keeps you up, try Axid AR. The only medicine that says right on its labeling, it can prevent heartburn completely. That's something Tagamet HB 200, Zantac 75, and Pepsid AC just don't claim. Axid AR. Proven it can prevent heartburn completely.
Axid AR. I can sleep on that.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Some other stories making news this afternoon, also in Southern California. Mikhail Markosov, the man accused in the shooting death of Ennis Cosby, the son of Bill Cosby, had his first appearance in court. Jim Hill was there and has some details for us. Jim?
That's right. Mikhail Markosov, otherwise known as Michael Markosov, appeared in court today for his arraignment. He was formally charged at that time with the first-degree murder with special circumstances of Ennis Cosby. The first-degree murder, prosecutors say, happened during the commission of an attempted robbery. That makes the special circumstance, and that means that Mr. Markosov, 18 years old, faces a possible death penalty if he were to be convicted. Now, in court today, he stood behind a glass partition. The camera in the courtroom was not allowed to photograph him on the judge's order. Markosov was handcuffed, wearing a blue jumpsuit. He only said 3 words that we could see. When the judge asked him about a scheduling matter, he nodded his head and said he understood and said, "Yes, Your Honor." Other than that, his attorney entered the plea of not guilty to the charges on behalf of Markusev, and he was sent back to jail. He is now being held without bail, which we're told is the usual circumstance for someone who faces this kind of a charge.
All right, thanks very much. That's CNN's Jim Hill in Los Angeles, who is at the arraignment of Mikhail Markusev, the man accused in the shooting death of Ennis Cosby. Another story we're following today from Denver, Colorado. A federal appeals court has denied a motion by the attorney for Timothy McVeigh to delay the trial for McVeigh, which is slated to start Monday. McVeigh, you'll recall, is charged in the April 1995 bombing of the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. McVeigh's attorney, Stephen Jones, had asked for a delay of the start of that trial, saying that he needed time to investigate the possibility that there was some sort of international conspiracy at work and that the federal government should have turned over certain documents for the defense to consider in that light. Also, he was challenging the constitutionality of a law which will allow the victims to view the trial proceedings and yet still make victim impact statements. There's a separate motion indicating that the trial should be delayed for pretrial publicity concerns. Judge Mates, the judge in this case, has denied that ruling. The federal appeals court has yet to rule on that. So far, however, the trial will begin on Monday. And I guess we'll go to Lou from here. We're going to go to Worldview, which is coming up next right here on CNN.
Any ideas? Yeah, my new mini dish.
Hey, kids, you want to see a movie? What movie do you want to see? What else? Anything else?
You don't have DirecTV. You bought a mini dish and it can't get DirecTV.
No one delivers more family movies, first-run films, more hits every half hour than DirecTV. If you don't have it, you're going to get it.
Lock it.
DirecTV. Satellite TV at its best.
I know a place.
What is America?
Ain't nobody crying.
It's a can-do country. We invented the knuckleball, the astronaut, and the Dr. J. Duncan. And when we put our minds to it, we can even make a Malibu. A car so carefully crafted, the only bugs you're going to see are the ones on your windshield. The car you knew America could build. The brand new Chevy Malibu.
To the people of the Philippines, electricity was always a fact of life. It just wasn't a very reliable one. Sometimes the electricity worked just fine. And sometimes it didn't. Until the Filipinos said, "We're tired of this." So they invited Enron in, and for more than a few Filipinos, the power is on in the Philippines. Enron.
When planning your next vacation, let the team of car rental experts at Hertz and AAA Travel Services put you in the right rental car. Hertz, AAA's preferred car rental partner. Hertz offers exclusive savings and added benefits just for AAA members. For details, call the Hertz AAA desk at 1-800-654-3080.
Travel with someone you trust.
AAA Travel Services.
Mom, Dad, you were always there for me when I was growing up. And I'd like to always be there for you, but I won't.
What's the problem?
Well, I just never got around to investing any money.
Oh, dear.
Hey, older people are getting more active all the time. To be honest, I think that's what's wrong with this country. It just doesn't realize how valuable you old folks are. Plenty of good jobs out there for hardworking people like yourselves. Now you two get out there and make me proud.
Don't let this happen to you. Plan with Alliance today. You, your financial advisor, and Alliance Capital, one of the largest investment managers in the world.
Tonight, on a special edition of CNN's The World Today, bizarre and strange events apparently led to a mass suicide of 39 people in Southern California. More on how and why it happened. Tonight, 10 Eastern, on CNN.
Welcome to Worldview. It has been 2 days now since a mass suicide involving dozens of cult members was discovered at a mansion near San Diego, California. At first, information about this cult and its leader was hard to come by. But now, a clearer picture of what happened in Rancho Santa Fe is beginning to emerge. 39 people killed themselves, and most of their names have now been made public. 21 women, 18 men. Among them, Marshall Applewhite, the cult's leader, a proponent of the cosmos, who claimed he and his followers would fly a spaceship to a better place. There was one catch. They could not make the trip without leaving their bodies behind. Authorities in San Diego have just wrapped up a news conference on this case. CNN's Jim Murray fills us in with the very latest. Jim?
Bernie, the news conference and question and answer session completed. It was approximately 1 hour as San Diego County officials continued to give what little information they were able to come up with. So far, 30 families have been notified. They've been able to identify and locate 30 family members of the 39 people who took their lives here. 21 autopsies have been completed so far, and of the first toxicology results released on the first 5, it has confirmed what the coroner's office believed to be the result of death, a mixture of phenobarbital and alcohol and suffocation. As we know, they took a lethal mixture of phenobarbital and alcohol and then put a plastic bag over their head, and that is the manner of death. The officials expect to be talking with families over the weekend and expect that by the end of the weekend, possibly by Monday, the first of the bodies will be released to local mortuaries. In addition, San Diego County officials removed computer equipment from this house. As we have heard over the past 24 hours, this group had 2 web pages on the internet, and the various computer equipment was removed. The FBI has offered to lend the assistance and examine exactly what was on the computers. San Diego County Medical Examiner Brian Blackburn also filled us in with additional details on how these suicides took place.
Well, we have a little note in a little blue spiral binder that was recovered, and it says the routine. It says 15 classmates, 8 assistants, then 15 more and 8 assistants, and then help each other. I guess that's the last day they had to help each other. And they have a comment here, 3.5-day delay on the mail. So apparently they had tested the time it would take for this note, which they wanted to send off, tested how many days would be till it got there. And if they sent it on Saturday, of course, Monday would be the first mail day, and it did get there on Wednesday, so it's actually 2 days.
Now, an 800 number was established roughly a day and a half ago so that family members or potential friends of the victims could contact county officials here. Officials here say that so far they've received some 1,500 calls. There are still, of course, many questions yet to be answered. For example, why did many of these individuals who took their own lives have on their persons $5 bills and rolls of quarters? These are, frankly, among the many questions that are still yet to be answered. One of the 2 deputies who was first on the scene, Sheriff's Deputy Laura Gasick, did feel it necessary to talk with reporters in order, in her words, to set the record straight.
Yeah, it was a disturbing scene, but it was nothing traumatic. It was nothing, you know, that would shock you. It was very disturbing. It was one of the most bizarre things you'd ever expect to see. You never expect that you would encounter something like this. We see so many different things in our line of work, but this was just completely unpredictable. You never think you're going to show up for work and encounter something as major as this.
Now, in addition to releasing this list of the names of the decedents, along with a description of those 9 individuals for whom family members have not yet been notified, officials here are going to release to us what they call a schematic, identifying the various rooms in this mansion and where the individuals were when they passed away. Again, they expect that it will be days before the bodies can be released. The autopsies are expected to continue through the weekend. Reporting live from San Diego County, I'm Jim Moray. Bernie, back to you.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Jim Moray. There was one additional note out of the news conference. The medical examiner reported that the cult's leader, Applewhite, along with other males, had been castrated. Now to Vanula in London.
Thanks, Bernie. Well, as it turns out, the cult's deceased leader is known to those who observe cult behavior. Marshall Applewhite, found Thursday among the dead, has been involved in cults since the mid-70s, when this police mugshot was taken in a Texas jail. His female partner, since deceased, was Bonnie Lou Truesdale Nettles, known as T. In 1975, they established what newspapers called the UFO cult by persuading hundreds of people to surrender their jobs and belongings. In a recent videotape message, Applewhite portraying the impending mass suicide as the realization of a long set go.
In 1975, there were two individuals who came public, held some meetings around the country, and said that they were from the kingdom of heaven. And those two individuals were T and O. T, my partner, who has returned to the kingdom of heaven and left me here with the responsibility of whatever is remaining of this task, for it was mine to fulfill.
Before he got involved in cults, Applewhite had studied theology and was once a teacher and a professional singer. We continue to learn more about people who belong to the cult. As CNN's Dan Ronan reports, the group left behind a trail of paper, video, and former members that goes back years.
For the past 2 decades, members of the Heaven's Gate cult periodically toured the U.S. looking for new members. Flyers like these were distributed in 1994 in Las Vegas, announcing a recruitment drive. Members spent much of their time on college campuses. Listen to this tape from a 1994 recruiting visit to the University of New Hampshire in Durham.
As we're about to leave our task, it can sound even more and more hard to believe. More and more science fiction. More and more like Looney Tunes. And we recognize that, and we know that that's how a lot of people can respond to it. But the truth is that we are about to leave.
The cult had apparently been around in one form or another since the early or mid-1970s. Dick Joslin of Tampa, Florida, is a former member who quit in 1990.
They always believed that the body was nothing more than a vehicle, like a car that you drive around.
Joslin says suicide was not discussed in the early years when he joined in the mid-1970s. He says things changed.
Like in 88 and 90, was there any discussion that we might have to leave spiritually, in our spirit? So, and I sort of made my own decision that if it ever came to that, I was out of the group. It never did come to that while I was in there, and of course, I'm glad I left before it did.
In 1994, members began to talk more openly about leaving the earth for what they called the kingdom level above humans.
We realized that the kingdom level above humans, the level above human, an evolutionary level above human, is a real, physical, many-membered place.
Dick Joslin spent some 15 years in the cult. He says members of Heaven's Gate isolated themselves from the rest of society once they joined. He says they did not fear death.
We all committed suicide when we destroyed our old lives. I left my job, we left homes, families, everything, just like Jesus commanded some to do, to go join this thing. So we all made the major step even back then. It wasn't that big a step in their minds.
Dan Ronan, CNN reporting.
And briefly to restate, as we've mentioned, the families of 30 of the dead have been notified. Those names have been released, and we plan to show you all of them very shortly. For now, we've compiled this list of 4 names, including Marshall Applewhite. Now, one of the victims who is not listed here is Thomas Nichols. He is the brother of actress Nichelle Nichols. Nichelle Nichols playfully takes a look at how the internet has become a tool for some and a weapon for others. And later, anywhere in the world, they say it appears the cult in Rancho Santa Fe was an isolated group, not a splinter faction of any other organization. CNN's Ann McDermott has filed this late report.
The bodies have been removed. The autopsies are underway. And the families were being notified, even as investigators were removing files and computers. Any kind of evidence they think will help them figure out why 39 people killed themselves here. Robert Brunk was the first deputy on the scene and knew immediately it would be bad.
When I opened up the door, I noticed an odor that, in my past experience, has been associated with death.
Later, he was joined by his partner, Laura Gasick.
One of the most bizarre things you'd ever expect to see.
The dead were all members of a cult called Heaven's Gate, and this was the leader of Heaven's Gate.
I'm Doe.
Doe, born Marshall Applewhite, co-founded the Heaven's Gate cult back in the 70s. He made this informational tape in 1992. In it, he said members were forbidden alcohol, tobacco, sex. In fact, according to the medical examiner, some of the dead men, including Applewhite, had been castrated, and there were other restrictions placed on them.
We have not had contact with him in over 20 years because part of their belief was to cut off ties with family and friends.
But Applewhite, or Doe, said Heaven's Gate was not necessarily boring.
If we hadn't had a lot of fun, we would have lost our marbles even more than we thought we had already lost our marbles.
Their goal was clear, to shed their human containers, their bodies, to go to heaven on a spaceship. In an odd footnote, one of the dead has been identified as the brother of actress Nichelle Nichols, the actress who played Lieutenant Uhura in the Star Trek television series, much of it set on a spaceship. Meanwhile, a man who belonged to Heaven's Gate in 1994 talked about the upcoming transformation in a television interview.
We just have no way of knowing when it's going to happen, but we do feel that it's going to be soon, whether it's in, months or a couple of years.
It would be 3 years.
And kind and loving and sweet and thoughtful.
But the choir boy image and Applewhite changed in the early 70s when a heart ailment nearly killed the divorced father of two, and he came under the influence of nurse Bonnie Lou Nettles, a mystic who believed in reincarnation. Shunning their families, they spent the decade moving, soliciting food, shelter, and disciples. Despite mocking headlines, even Applewhite's arrest and conviction for car theft in 1974, believers like Dick Joslin stayed for years.
I left my job, we left homes, families, everything.
I saw people just go numb, listening to him in awe.
Now, at the end of the age, I'm afraid I feel is right upon us.
Followers agree Applewhite never raised his voice and never acted superior.
This was a man who came along with a message who provided some answers to some of those questions for a lot of people.
Applewhite was castrated to renounce sex and told followers they'd have to renounce this world to enter the next one.
The only way to enter the kingdom of heaven is in a flying saucer, in a UFO. And in order to do that, you had to, as they would put it, walk out the door of your life.
The beliefs were bizarre, but the devotion was so intense, in 1982, Hollywood turned Applewhite into a made-for-TV movie.
That is what we offer, our tomorrow. A tomorrow more wonderful than anything you have ever dreamed.
Now it's hard to tell the difference between the fantasy version and Applewhite's so-called farewell address.
Only because we're on the threshold of the end of this civilization, because it's about to be recycled.
His suitcase packed for intergalactic travel, Marshall Applewhite then lay down quietly and died. Bob Fall, NBC News, New York.
For the families of the victims, news of these suicides, in many cases, that was the first they'd heard of their relatives in years. It was part of the Heaven's Gate credo, no contact with outside family members. As NBC's Kelly O'Donnell tells us now, it doesn't lessen the shock and the grief.
For 7 months, the Cincinnati family of 39-year-old Yvonne McCurdy heard nothing from her until a coroner's call yesterday.
This is from the family. She had 5 children from the ages of 19 to 7 months old, 3 boys and 2 girls.
For Louise Wyant, cult leader Marshall Applewhite's sister, 20 years had passed since
nearly $500,000.
And efforts to track him through the Social Security office failed.
I think I would have wanted to keep the contact open more than it was because he was still family.
Knowing their families would not understand, Heaven's Gate believers left this video farewell, an attempt to explain.
From our perspective, from my perspective, this is Hudson. I mean, this is the answer to everything.
We're very happy and proud to have been members of Tito's class, and couldn't be happier about what we're about to do.
Before committing themselves to Heaven's Gate, by all accounts, the 39 followers had seemingly normal, productive lives across the country. They came from nearly a dozen states. The family of Star Trek actress Nichelle Nichols received word her younger brother Thomas is among the victims. Mother Nancy Brown had not seen her oldest son, David Jeffrey Moore, in 10 years.
It's the end of hoping. It's the end of hope that, we will have another visit, or maybe he'll decide to leave the group.
Notifying these families has been different than in other kinds of tragedies. Most have been out of touch for months or years because followers were required to cut themselves off from their everyday lives and loved ones. Author Hayden Hughes says they believe family contact would weaken their faith.
From time to time, they would write home a postcard, "Mom, I'm all right," to relieve the tension, but no way to get back a hold of you.
For victims' families, Heaven's Gate had already taken their loved ones from them. This news is a second, much more final loss. Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News, Los Angeles.
We'll have more on this cult and the comet later, our in-depth report. It's not the first time that people have thought comets carried a message.
The fascination with comets goes back to the very beginning of recorded history.
Why the obsession with comets? What can we
read? Cultists as an omen of doom.
Going all the way back to the Egyptians and the Greeks, they always thought it portended something like a plague, a pestilence, the death of an emperor or a pharaoh.
The Romans believed a comet to be the departing soul of the assassinated Julius Caesar. The English blamed their defeat by William the Conqueror on an appearance of Halley's Comet. In America in 1843, a comet signaled the end of the Earth to followers of a man called William Miller.
His followers put on white robes, climbed up onto the roofs of their houses so they'd be easily spotted by either the alien spacecrafts that were coming over or the angels who were going to lift them up. They weren't sure what. Of course, the night passed. Nothing happened. Many of them fell off the roofs. Some of them actually, though, committed suicide.
In 1910, a reappearance of Halley's brought widespread predictions the Earth would be gassed by the comet's tail. There were at least 7 suicides.
And yet comets have so much to teach us, not about endings, but about beginnings of our solar system, and perhaps even beginnings of life on Earth.
Comets preserve in frozen form the gas and dust left 4.5 billion years ago after the birth of the sun. Now, scientists studying Hale-Bopp find not only water spewing off, but organic chemicals, the building blocks of life itself. NASA's Donald Yeomans.
Comets are thought to have brought to the early Earth a veneer of water and carbon-based molecules that was necessary for life to begin in the first place.
But ironically, scientists do believe a comet did wipe out one species here on Earth, the dinosaurs, 65 million years ago. And now, as we get closer to the year 2000 and the end of the millennium, more and more fringe groups are spreading doomsday predictions of the end of the human species. The co-discoverer of Hale-Bopp, Alan Hale.
How many more Rancho Santa Fe's are we going to have to listen to before we as a society finally say enough to ignorance and superstition?
Hale says we should all go out tonight and enjoy the comet, an awesome natural phenomenon. Robert Hager, NBC News, Washington.
When we come back, where cults turn these days to get the word out, we'll show you the brave new universe for groups seeking converts. Later, Bill and Hillary Clinton's best-kept secret
was identified as 66-year-old Marshall Applewhite. His body was among those removed yesterday from the house north of San Diego. Investigators believe the deaths were caused by a lethal mixture of phenobarbital and vodka. Applewhite formerly led a UFO cult in the 1970s with a woman named Bonnie Nettles, who later died of cancer. In an afternoon news conference, Jack Brown of the San Diego County Sheriff's Office said how the follow-up will proceed.
Again, our major task during the last week and well into next week will be to once again look at what happened, to look at how it happened, and of course to look at those involved. Out of that may come some information as to why.
And his marriage ended. The failures changed him. During a stay in a Texas hospital, he was convinced he would die.
He met this nurse who said that she was sure God brought him back for a reason, and that she knew what the reason was.
The nurse was Bonnie Lou Tersdale Nettles.
Something happened to completely change him from a normal person to what he became.
As a cult leader, his message was a mix of astrology, UFOs, and the Bible.
We're so excited we don't know what to do because we're about to re-enter the level above human.
The couple found early followers in Oregon, swayed by the minister's son.
He obviously knew a lot of emotional buzzwords and catchwords that he had essentially been reared with, that he saw worked with people who were seeking, people who were frustrated with their life.
Brad Steiger wrote this book 10 years before Nettles died. He wasn't surprised Applewhite died with his followers.
I was not surprised at the suicide because at the time when we interacted with them most, they were talking about starving themselves to death.
The death wasn't starvation, but this time they did more than just talk about it. Deborah Amos, ABC News, New York.
This week, so much of the country is fascinated about this cult. When we come back, we'll have more about the Heaven's Gate connection to the Internet. And later in this broadcast, on this Good Friday, the American view of religion.
Hiding rules and suicide notes going back years. And this, a link to the website of Art Bell, a popular late-night radio show host who often deals with the paranormal. On November 14th, the day this photo of Hale-Bopp appeared on the Internet, Bell spotlighted guests like college professor Courtney Brown, a self-described psychic who brought Bell a similar picture and claimed the spot trailing the comet was a UFO.
I think he contributed to an atmosphere of hysteria about the comet that was tremendously unprofessional and tremendously uncritical.
There will no doubt be some people who will say, gee, Art Bell, you caused those people to commit suicide. To them, I would say, read their suicide note. No, I didn't.
Though the website said the object behind the comet was the marker they'd been waiting for, companion or not, they said the end had arrived. In January, the photo was exposed as a hoax, but not before it caused a major online stir, with thousands of people posting opinions on
ritual. I don't necessarily think that you have to go to church to be religious.
Americans have always described themselves as religious to some degree. In our poll, more than 80% of those we asked described themselves that way.
I think I'm a spiritual person and a religious person, but I don't necessarily feel that there's only one way to get to heaven.
The feeling I have about Americans is that people are starting to make their own definitions and carve their own way.
With so much renewed interest in the Bible and Bible studies, we asked about the Bible's relevance to Americans in the 1990s.
I think the Bible's the inspired word of God. And that doesn't mean I have to take it word for word, but I do believe that all of it is useful.
In our poll, 43% agreed.
I think that the Bible is inspired, but I don't think that God sat in a dictaphone and said, write this.
And with Good Friday in mind, we asked these questions. Do you believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God? 89% said yes. Did Christ really die on the cross? 91% believe he did. Did Christ rise from the dead? 84% in our poll said yes. The Christian belief is that when Christ rose from the dead, he was providing eternal life for anyone who put their faith in him. The idea that you can transcend this life for another life is a common theme in many of the world's religions, and sometimes an important theme in cult theology. Here's ABC's religion correspondent, Peggy Waymeyer.
Heaven's Gate, like most religious cults, tapped into a very basic human longing for a connection to God, which may lead to eternal life, the very issues that most major religions attempt to address. Hank Hanegraaff, a researcher of religious cults, says Heaven's Gate offered members a shortcut to God.
They are telling people that they have found the way to have a relationship with God. They found a way to fill the vacuum, the God-shaped vacuum that is in the lives of every single person.
Doe, the leader of Heaven's Gate, wove bits of Christianity into his science fiction fantasy, presenting himself as a savior who had come to rescue his people.
Well, that Savior came, that Messiah came, and he said, you know, I'll come again. And his Father sent him again.
The search for transcendence and eternal life
is what drives many cult members to charismatic and authoritarian leaders who promise a way to God.
And our soul or our inner man longs to have a relationship with God. I think that is the way that we have been created.
Herman DeLorme was a member of the Order of the Solar Temple, a group that also believed suicide provided a way to peace on a higher plane.
The aspect that touched me closer than anything else was not the rituals or the ceremonies. It was the possibility of, over a period of time, being actually put in touch with answers to the mysteries of life.
In a world filled with unexplainable trauma and human suffering, it's a search that's likely to occupy humanity for thousands of years. Peggy Waymeyer, ABC News.
We'll be back in just a moment.
Say to do, if you believe that I have the information that you need and you apply it to your lives and in your behavior and you overcome the world, then you can go from the human kingdom into the heavenly kingdom and not need to return again.
Applewhite taught that death was necessary in order to ascend to a better place aboard a UFO. He reportedly demanded total devotion from his followers. A former member of the cult described the isolation.
You have to understand, this was like a monastic order in a very real sense. We were celibate. We were totally devoted to the process of changeover. And I was starting to experience wanting to be back in the world, wanting to reconnect with old friends.
When the comet Hale-Bopp appeared over North America, Applewhite believed it was shrouding the long-awaited UFO that would take the group to the better place. It was then that he reportedly ordered his followers to begin their journey. Their bodies now lie at a local morgue as the autopsies continue one by one. During the course of the autopsies, officials learned that at least some of the male cult members had been castrated. But officials say that seems to have happened some time ago and doesn't appear to have been part of any suicide ritual. Mark Bernheimer, CNN, Rancho Santa Fe, California.
An Air National Guard pilot is dead after his plane...
We just flipped.
68-year-old Louise Winnett is Doe's long-lost older sister. She hadn't seen her brother in 20 years and was unemotional when she told us about the hold her brother always had over others.
He has so much charisma. He can convince others of almost anything.
To commit suicide?
Mm-hmm.
Applewhite's high school classmate Clifford Burke recalls his old friend Herf as a scholastic leader.
He was involved in a lot of school activities, the science club and, of course, music. He was a spring president of the Honor Society.
Applewhite graduated from the University of Colorado with a music degree. In the late 60s, he'd married and fathered 2 children, but later divorced when, according to UFO magazine, he'd been having secret homosexual affairs. Newly divorced, he returned to Houston, where for more than a decade he taught music at various colleges like University of St. Thomas. Failing physical health led him to a hospital in Houston. It was there that Applewhite's bizarre message mixing scripture and UFOs first took shape. In 1972, he met a woman who became a Bonnie to his Clyde, Bonnie Lou Nettle, a 44-year-old nurse at the hospital. In a 1992 cult recruiting tape, Near Tears, Applewhite spoke about meeting Bonnie, whom he called T, to represent the last note in the music scale.
From that moment, my life changed. Changed very significantly.
Together, Applewhite and Bonnie formed a traveling unity. They later renamed themselves Bo and Peep to symbolize their roles as space-age shepherds.
Total change of focus. Just dropping of everything of the past and being absolutely compelled to go with this new thing that was happening, not even knowing what it was.
It always had all the earmarks of a cult.
Don Ecker is news editor of UFO magazine, which charted the lineage of Bo and Peep's so-called cult through the 70s and 80s.
The message that they were able to use to appeal to these people that became a part of the cult basically appealed to people that were missing a spiritual center. They were seeking something, a higher message.
Spreading that message began here, the first leg of a cross-country odyssey, Houston, where, according to UFO magazine, out of the first Unitarian church, Applewhite and Bonnie created the Christian Art Center, where they preached their beliefs in a celestial heaven. Then, reportedly driven out of town by fearful church members, in 1973, the duo took to the road, where they racked up believers and racked up a criminal record, including car theft and credit card fraud. From California to New Mexico, Colorado to Oregon, one by one, membership grew to a high of 88 by 1975.
In my opinion, what he was teaching these people was just absolute lunacy.
And much like today's Heaven's Gate, the commune-like scene of the dead, in 1976, Bo and Peep set up camp in the mountains of Wyoming, where no one was permitted to speak.
They had to give away all their possessions. They had to renounce everything, including sex. They dressed in unisex clothing. They had nothing that they could truly call their own except each other.
According to UFO magazine, Bo and Peep always told their followers that one day their leaders would be assassinated and 3 days later would rise from the dead. But that's not quite how things turned out. Bonnie died in 1985 of cancer. But Brad, that didn't mark the end for Doe, but rather a new beginning.
That's right, Libby, because from that moment on, following Bonnie into the heavens of outer space became the ultimate quest for Doe and his followers.
I can put my trust in T. I mean, that's my whole stake is in my relationship with my shepherd.
With T gone, Doe's doomsday message got even stronger. In 1993, he placed an ad in USA Today with the UFO cult's so-called final offer. It includes the prediction that Earth's present-day civilization is about to be, quote, recycled. But it also had a warning that joining his group could mean death.
I don't think anyone who read the ad really paid attention to it. It seemed too exaggerated, too much hype. But at least there was a warning there that was a very serious warning.
Priscilla Coates is the one-time director of a counter-cult organization. She believes the mass suicide was triggered not by the cosmic event of the comet, but something much more earthly.
I think he may have used the comet as an excuse, but really was concerned about his own mortality.
UFO chronicler Hayden Hughes worked with both Doe and T in the 70s.
What was your impression of them?
They were very sincere, very interesting, very convincing.
In fact, Hughes says Doe was so convincing, he's still waiting to see what happens next.
And the kicker to the story is if he rises in 3.5 days to prove what he said. He said that would be the ultimate proof of what he was teaching.
That would make tomorrow the day of resurrection for this self-styled Latter-day Christ, ironically, the day before Easter Sunday.
We are returning to life from a visitation with death.
Let's tell you some more about Bo and Pete. They struck it rich back in 1976. Two of their members came into a huge inheritance of about $300,000 and reportedly gave it all to their cult leaders. Libby?
Well, Brad, other cult members also gave up a lot to Bo and Peep. When we come back, we'll hear from a former member on what life was like inside the suicide cult.
You had to walk out of the door of your life, give up your relationship. You didn't have to give it to them, but you had to leave behind any earthly attachment.
Fox News, Michigan's Most Wanted, does it again.
Scary at times. I was paired up with this lunatic guy.
3 months went by before Leslie decided the vagabond lifestyle didn't meet her needs.
It just was too far out.
The cult went underground. Leslie never knew what became of Bo and Peep until, strangely enough, she ended up living some 30 miles away from the old cosmic cult leader. Because Bo never discussed suicide when Leslie was a cult member, the haunting videotape taken from inside the tomb of Rancho Santa Fe didn't sound any alarm.
I didn't put it together at all. You know, to me, Bo and Peep were 20 years ago.
Makes a living working as a counselor, helping others cope with their problems.
At the time, I thought it was an opportunity, and it wasn't a mistake. It was an interesting experience.
Leslie says from what she remembers of 1975, there was no strong mind control, no overt coercion. She was free to leave at any time. But judging from what happened in Rancho Santa Fe, Marshal Herb Applewhite is obviously a man who had strong control over his followers by 1997. Libby?
You're right, Phil. And Phil, those suicides have a connection to a space star. Thomas Nichols, brother of the Star Trek actress Nichelle Nichols, was one of the cult members to commit suicide.
I don't know what I did to deserve to be here, and I'm embarrassed that I can't express, without getting emotional, how good I feel about what I'm doing. And
we'll be right back.
too bad about that.
And friends.
But Applewhite, or Doe, said Heaven's Gate was not necessarily boring.
If we hadn't had a lot of fun, we would have lost our marbles even more than we thought we had already lost our marbles.
Their goal was clear, to shed their human containers, their bodies, to go to heaven on a spaceship. In an odd footnote, one of the dead has been identified as
one of the 39 autopsy examinations, and we expect by Monday we'll have them done.
Have the results been, cause of death been the same in all 21?
Well, we're pending the certificates right now until we get all the information, but there are no physical injuries on anybody. And the initial 5 cases we've done the almost complete toxicology on shows alcohol and phenobarbital.
Why will that combination kill you?
Well, the combination is a respiratory depression. It causes one to fall asleep and go into coma, and then the breathing and the heart rate would slow down until someone passes away.
Is it painless?
Yes, quite. The one just goes to sleep, really.
So they knew what they were doing and how to do it?
Yes, we understand that that's the case.
And you also know that it was done in stages, right? Certain people died before other people.
Yes, we have 2 reasons to believe that. Some of the bodies are more fresh dead than the others. Some of them are quite decomposed. And also there's some notes indicating 3 sort of groups. The first group to go, the second group, and then the final group.
Calvin Vine, what does the investigator for the medical examiner's office do?
What we are dealing with right now is trying to notify the families to let them know of their loved one's death and help them make their funeral arrangements.
How many have you reached?
Right now we only have 9 left to get notified. We have 30 of the families notified.
This is done by phone?
At the present time, yes, that is what we're doing.
Do you make calls personally?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us how you handle a call like that?
Most of the families that we are talking with, we have set up a 1-800 number, so they're actually calling us and contacting us, and we're returning their calls and letting them know of the death.
That, I would guess, is the toughest kind of phone call to make.
It's very difficult, and we are quite professional, so we have that experience to go ahead and talk to these families and help them kind of through their time of need.
Do you ask them questions as well? Is there some sort of investigation to this?
Normally we do, but sometimes the families will offer more information than we really need.
The 9 you have not reached, is there a problem? Can we help you in any way? Do you know why we haven't reached 9?
Well, some of them have different driver's license from different states and have moved around quite a bit, so we don't really have an actual address on where their families are located. But we are very hopeful by the end of the weekend that we will be able to find these families.
And you do not release names until families are notified, right?
That is correct.
So no names have been released. Those that we know about are just through other sources.
That is correct.
Okay. Have you discussed with them this interest in UFOs? Do the family members know about this?
Some of the families have expressed that information to us, that their members are either belonging to cults or doing things different, or into X-Files and even into the Trekkies.
Do they know they were interested in computers?
Some of them are letting us know that they had limited knowledge about computers, but not really. The people that I have talked to have not expressed that information.
Has anyone seen the videotape farewell?
Not that I'm aware of, just what has been broadcast from...
No, I mean any sent personally to families?
Negative.
Any of the families expressed interest in seeing it?
Most of the families are kind of upset that is being shown, and feels that it's kind of private, that it is personal property, and that they want it back and not have it shown.
Did they object to the police shooting of the tape?
I don't think so. I think the videotaping inside of the residence was quite beneficial, so that the families that have seen it can see that it was not a gruesome thing, that was kind of a peaceful setting.
Dr. Blackburn, what's the toughest part of your job in something like this?
Well, in a mass disaster, the biggest problem is identification. And we were very fortunate in this case that they were very organized and somewhat compulsive and had passports and driver's licenses and birth certificates in their pockets. So everyone had identification right on them. So that eliminated one of our major problems.
There are stories circulating that the men were castrated. True?
Some of them have been, yes. This is a remote thing. It's not something acute that's happened in the last few days or weeks.
You mean it had been done sometime before?
Yes, that's correct.
Were all of the men castrated?
No.
Is that, to your knowledge, part of this cult?
We've just heard some word about that, and so we've been checking on it. I have no idea what that's about.
We can say unequivocally, can we not, Dr. Blackburn, this is a suicide?
Yes, we can. The Sheriff's Department and our office has looked over these cases very well, and there is no indication of any foul play or any other outside persons being involved.
Calvin, when are the bodies sent to how are the bodies transported to families?
Many members of Heaven's Gate learned about the cult over the internet.
I'm afraid I feel is right upon us.
With piercing blue eyes and a soft prophetic voice, the man known to his followers only as Doe proclaimed his mission to the world.
We're coming public with this information that we're about to leave. You say you're from the kingdom of God. Who do you think you are? Jesus?
Authorities in Southern California are still learning more about exactly who Doe was. But Dateline has obtained over 5 hours of revealing videotape of Doe and his students trying to recruit as many followers as they could.
Planet Earth about to be recycled. Your only chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
Doe, the son of a Presbyterian minister, was raised as Marshall Applewhite.
My father is not a human father. My father is a member of the evolutionary level above human, the kingdom of God.
The genesis of Applewhite's extreme lifestyle appears to have begun in 1972 when he met Bonnie Lou Nettles, known to cult members as T.
I continue to ask my partner. I say, T, what do we do?
They claim to be sent by a superior being, calling humans to a kind of celestial nexus.
We have to acknowledge the fact that we were sent from that kingdom and that they gave us and continue to give us the information that can help you overcome this world now at the end of the age and get out of here.
According to Doe, human bodies were merely vehicles for the soul.
We call this just a vehicle because we don't relate to it. It's not me. It's just a suit of clothes that I wear.
They promised extraterrestrial encounters with UFOs and eternal salvation for those who joined them.
There can be what humans would call space aliens. They can come and take you, put you in their world, and you become a child. We just knew, it seemed, that we would both be here for the full duration of the task.
Bonnie Nettles died in 1985, leaving Doe to carry on the mission alone. And the overriding theme of Doe's preaching forecast their imminent demise.
Last call. If you have received a gift with the family of the Creator, then you have an opportunity to do it, to overcome the world.
Earlier today, authorities confirmed Applewhite was among the dead inside the Rancho Santa Fe mansion, leaving the rest of us to wonder if Doe and his followers found in death what they were searching for throughout life.
I know this is hard to take. And you're saying, how do I know you're not Satan? You don't. Something inside of you has to know.
Marshall Applewhite and his pitch for Heaven's Gate. We'll be keeping on top of this story, and we'll have the latest developments for you on Dateline Sunday.
Coming up next, what's the best and the worst thing about spring? It's Dateline's Question of the Week.
Although no law enforcement calls ever routine, so I guess this one proves it.
She had 5 children from the ages of 19 to 7 months old. 3 boys and 2 girls.
Hello from CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Lyndon Soles.
And I'm Jim Moray outside the San Diego County Medical Examiner's office for this special edition of The World Today. What happened in Rancho Santa Fe?
It has been a day of families learning the tragic, but in some cases not unexpected truth. A day investigators kept up the routine of collecting evidence. A day in which people talked about their brushes with the now deceased members of the Heaven's Gate cult. What do we know now that we didn't know yesterday? Well, authorities have made public the names of 30 of the 39 people who committed suicide at the Rancho Santa Fe mansion. Autopsies on 21 of the bodies have been completed. The day's most lurid revelation made during a news conference is that some of the cult members had been castrated. It turns out sex, tobacco, and alcohol were forbidden to everyone in the cult. Nothing has changed the basic story. Cult members voluntarily killed themselves, apparently believing a UFO was waiting to take their spirits to a better place. Jim, this has been a day on which there have been equally bizarre developments and revelations.
Indeed there have, Lyndon. 30 of the 39 victims have had their families notified. This group was fascinated with cyberspace as well as outer space, and indeed, as you indicated, UFOs. They also had a fixation on the television series Star Trek. And one of the bizarre connections to this group, one of the stars of Star Trek, Nichelle Nichols, had a brother perish along with those 39 people, members of Heaven's Gate. She appeared this evening on Larry King Live and shared some of her thoughts.
My brother was a highly intelligent and a beautifully gentle man. He made his choices, and we respect those choices. There's a tragic irony that they should choose Hale-Bopp, this wonderful comet, this incredible celestial event that is only once in our lifetime and we will never see for another 2,400 years, that it would be this event that would trigger their decision to leave their bodies, as they called it, to go onto another plane.
While members of Heaven Gate were looking to the heavens for answers, authorities are looking more down to earth for answers to various questions. Jennifer Arthur brings us the latest on the investigation.
As names of most of the 39 cult members were revealed Friday, so was the pain of families who already received the grim news.
I think it's very important to, first of all, to know yourself or know what's going on with yourself, and you're going to go through anger, you're going to go through despair, you're going to go through sadness, you're going to go through hope and false expectation, but that this is all part of that process of grieving and trying to adjust to something difficult in your life.
Even before families were notified, a videotape aired on some news organizations featuring farewell messages from cult members.
I have not seen the tape, unfortunately, but we do know that some of the families that we've notified were upset about seeing that. And it's sort of like notifying or releasing the names before they're notified.
Most of the families that we have talked to realize that they were into cults, had been in different cults, and had not really had any contact with them over the years.
Authorities say they're having trouble finding next of kin for the remaining victims.
The autopsies are continuing. We're up to 21 today, and several of the bodies are ready to be released to the mortuaries.
Toxicology on 5 of the victims show 3 of them having high levels of the sedative phenobarbital and alcohol. The deaths were described as painless. Homicide detectives think the case is pretty open and shut.
Death by overdose and suffocation, self-inflicted. 39 suicides. There's nothing in this investigation that would suggest anything but.
The 2 sheriff's deputies who discovered the 18 men and 21 women on Wednesday spoke out for the first time.
It was a disturbing scene, but it was nothing traumatic. It was nothing, you know, that would shock you. It just it was very disturbing. It was one of the most bizarre things you'd ever expect to see.
Authorities confirmed that Marshall Applewhite, the cult leader, was alone in a room when he died, and he had been castrated some time ago, as had several others. Meantime, families are claiming loved ones through mortuaries, and the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office is arranging for relatives outside of California to have the deceased transported to them. Investigators here say they're convinced that the 39 deceased members of the cult called Heaven's Gate belonged to an isolated core group. Jennifer Arthur, CNN, San Diego, California.
Marshall Applewhite was the colorful and charismatic leader of Heaven's Gate. And as John Holloman reports, this leader practiced what he preached for some time.
His boyhood friends called him Herf. Marshall Herf Applewhite was born in 1931, and his young life offered no clues to what he would become. Listen to Applewhite's sister, Louise.
He was usually president of everything and on the honor roll and quite a leader. He was always a born leader and very charismatic. He could get people to believe anything.
As a young boy, Applewhite made everyone laugh.
He was quite the family comic at times. He knew how to do something he called an elephant walk that would always get everyone laughing.
He was the son of a Presbyterian preacher who started new churches and moved from place to place in Texas about every 3 years. As a teenager, Applewhite wanted to preach, but his real talents were musical.
He had a beautiful voice, had sung in a few operas and had also taught music at the University of St. Thomas in Houston. And he was just a very loving, wonderful brother.
In the 1960s, he lived a very conventional life, played starring roles in stage musicals in Colorado and Texas. He was choir director at St. Mark's Episcopal Church in Houston and was a music professor at St. Thomas University. He sang 15 roles with the Houston Grand Opera. Applewhite was married with 2 children. He left his family at a time he says his life fell apart. The year was 1972. Then he said he met the nurse who was to change him forever.
In the early 70s, I think around 71, we met just per chance while I was visiting a sick friend in a hospital where T was a nurse.
Applewhite says he was at the hospital visiting a friend, but his sister tells a different story of how he met Bonnie Lou Nettles, the 44-year-old nurse who changed his life.
All right, he was living in Houston at the time, and he had some trouble with his heart and ended up in the hospital, and according to the nurses, had a near-death experience, and one of the nurses convinced him that it was for a very special reason and that he could be used mightily in a group that she knew about, and she began seeing him and talking him more into joining this group. And then they became sort of co-leaders for a while, but he always considered her the senior leader.
Nurse Nettles' daughter tells CNN the two met long before the hospital visit when they were instructors at a children's theater workshop. Applewhite and Nettles lived together in what he called a sexless union until she died sometime about 1985. They changed their names, first to Bo and Peep, and then to T and Do, as in Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, Ti, Do. In 1974, they were arrested in Harlingen, Texas, charged with stealing credit cards and a car. They explained the credit cards in the car belonged to the husband of a member of their cult. They cut all ties with their families.
Pretty soon after that, he came to see us in Dallas, where we were living at the time, to tell us that he was going off with this group and we would not hear from him again. And we, of course, tried to talk him out of it, and I told him that this wasn't him, but he said, "You don't know the real me." And that was the end of it. And we just never did hear any more at all after that.
Again, Herf Applewhite's explanation from an amateur video recorded 2 years ago in Arizona.
It seems to always cause all of the people in the periphery of your life to turn against you. Think that you've lost your marbles. You've gotten duped by someone who has a spell on you and will lead you down the a crooked path.
Applewhite and Nettles announced they were space aliens in contact with aliens from the heavenly kingdom. The two made news in 1975 when they convinced a group of 20 people from Waldport, Oregon, to leave their homes and move to eastern Colorado, where they would meet with a spaceship.
I heard a news report on the radio that was talking about two witnesses who came from the kingdom of heaven and who are planning to leave in a UFO. And like Sawyer, my response to it was familiar.
When the ship didn't come, the group stopped its public activities until 1993, when it bought an ad in USA Today saying in part, the Earth's present civilization is about to be recycled, spaded under. Its inhabitants are refusing to evolve. They traveled the country, recruiting followers. In July 1994, they were in Missoula, Montana.
They visit different civilizations and planets, and they tried not to interfere with younger life forms, individuals that don't even recognize that there is a kingdom level above them.
Then, last October, Applewhite rented that house outside San Diego. He told the owner his group was made up of Christian-based angels sent to Earth, affiliated with other groups in Arizona and New Mexico.
Sometimes I think that does happen. People begin to think, oh, I need to have a following. I don't think he needed to have a following. I think he was the kind of person that truly believed and had a lot of charisma, and so other people followed him.
John Holloman, CNN reporting.
We're joined now on site by the County Director of Media and Public Relations, Jack Merker, who has spent more than 2 decades in San Diego County as both a reporter and a news director for local radio. You've only spent about 2 weeks on this job.
2 weeks today, Jim.
Trial by fire, to be sure.
I think so.
Describe, if you could, your unpreparedness, if you will, for what was to come, because this is clearly a rather bizarre situation, becoming more bizarre every day, it seems.
I was fortunate enough to just have the TV on when the first reports came through on Wednesday afternoon. So at that time, I had an inkling that we were in for quite a ride, and made my plans then to pretty much headquarter out here at the ME's office and also out at the Sheriff's Department for a couple of days.
Could anything have prepared you for what's happened?
No, absolutely not. And I've covered a variety of things as a reporter, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, either as a reporter or on the other side.
Jack, focus if you could. We know what the investigation has brought so far. There's still much to be done.
A lot to be done, Jim. I think primarily the emphasis now will be to get the families absolutely squared away with the arrangements that need to be made for the final arrangements and with their loved ones, many of whom they haven't seen for a long time, as your report stated.
Now, in addition to dealing with the families and releasing the bodies to various mortuaries, you also have another task, and that is looking at the various computer equipment that was taken from the house today. The FBI has been called in for assistance on that.
That is correct, and we will be utilizing their help so that we can analyze all that's been going on in those computers, and obviously there'll be probably quite a bit of facts revealed as those files are gone into.
So what are you hoping to find? More from the manifesto and more perhaps ties to other groups, or is there any other...
There's that possibility, and then as they mentioned today in our conference, there seem to have been indications that they plan to go other parts of the world, so we'll want to see how far those plans have advanced. Perhaps there might be other members someplace else.
Jack Merker, you've been working very hard. Thank you very much for staying late for us tonight. And as we go to a break, we would like to show you 30 of the names of the 39 people who took their lives from the group Heaven's Gate.
was at my daughter's for the weekend. I was just settling in for the night when the pain started. I knew I wouldn't get a good night's sleep. And I was worried about taking something, about how I'd feel the next morning. Then Susie told me to try her Tylenol PM. The pain stopped. I slept through the night. The Tylenol PM worked great. The next morning, I was up even before the kids. And I had so much energy, I wore them out.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM.
237 on the ground, 815.
All right, guys, we got a 34-minute turnaround on this one. Let's do it.
It can be 5 below zero or coming down in buckets. It doesn't matter. It doesn't buy you another second out here. From the minute that plane touches down to the minute it takes off, we're on.
Let's get a few more shots on 815.
The whole crew. And there's no time to waste. But time isn't everything. Getting the job done right is.
Okay, I'm locking up the line.
So everybody pulls their weight. Everyone knows the drill. And we realize passengers don't really see this.
Have a lead bag on your way, Bob.
No problem, Jerry. I'll take care of it.
Heck, it's a rare moment when they see us at all. But not a second goes by that we're not looking out for them.
479er coming in 11 minutes early, Bob.
Introducing a new kind of Fixident. A Fixident with no artificial flavors or colors. Introducing new Fixident Free. Fixident holds stronger longer than any free adhesive or your money back. Guaranteed. Fixident and forget it with new Fixident Free.
Sunday, on the next Impact, suicide cults have become a serious issue, and the recent death of 39 more members still remains a mystery. CNN and Time magazine examine whether these people are on a mission or simply mad. Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
I left the group because I was experiencing a lot of conflict in terms of, like, you have to understand this is like a monastic order in a very real sense, that we were celibate.
As incomprehensible as it may seem to imagine 39 people agreeing to take their own lives together, even more bizarre elements are coming out of this higher source group. One of them, a revelation today by authorities that many of the male members of this group had been castrated.
Some of the men have been castrated, not all, but some. And I just learned of that this morning talking to our pathologist. And I don't have any idea what the reason for that was. But,
What number? How many altogether?
no, we're not finished, so when we're done, we will have that information.
At an hour-long news conference and question and answer session, authorities revealed even more details about the discovery, including the 2 deputies who were first on the scene and who found the bodies in the house.
I'd like to present to you now the 2 sheriff's deputies who responded first to that call on Wednesday afternoon in Rancho Santa Fe and were the first ones to enter the scene. Sheriff's deputies Robert Brunk, B-R-U-N-K, and Laura Gasek, G-A-C-E-K. Sergeant? How you doing? Basically, we decided we wanted to do this to help clear our conscience and let everybody else know kind of how it feels. We'd like to give our condolences to the families of the people that were found inside, thank our co-workers, our families, and friends that are supporting us through this. Obviously, it's not kind of the everyday call, although no law enforcement call is ever routine, so I guess this one proves it. I was the first one to get there. Basically, it was a welfare check call. Went up, didn't get any response from the house. It seemed kind of strange that the house was all closed up as far as the windows, the drapes, you really couldn't see in anywhere. Outside lighting was on. Started doing a check of the house. The windows were closed. Got around to a door that I found that was unlocked, but it was closed. When I opened up the door, I noticed an odor that, in my past experience, has been associated with death. Most officers have been to a call where someone's been deceased for a number of days or hours, and once you get that smell, and some of you might be familiar with it, it doesn't leave your head. I think part of my mindset kicked into where I didn't want to accept that, and called for my partner and continued to check the house, thinking this is probably just my imagination. When she got there, I told her that, you know, that's what I felt it was my imagination, but hey, you judge for yourself. She walked up to the door. She smelled the same odor. Right then, I kind of confirmed what I've been thinking deep down inside, that yeah, this is for real. Both of us went inside not knowing what to expect, and I know a couple of things have been kind of controversial or mixed up in how you guys first got the information, and that's kind of also why we wanted to be here. When we went inside, we started noticing a few bodies. The first couple of rooms we went into were totally empty. When we confirmed that a couple of bodies were in there and basically kind of did a fast count of just 10 of what we could see, being that the house was closed up, the windows were closed, it didn't look like there was any kind of traumatic experience that went on in there. We weren't sure how these people passed away, and we began to wonder for our own safety what the air quality and everything was and what might possibly have caused their death. So we moved out of the residence after being in there just for a short period of time. And then we notified the comm center, and I guess some of you guys probably heard this call on the scanner, because that's where the 10 people, I think, came from it at first. And then we kind of regrouped, put on some masks and gloves, and went back in and basically did a cursory search of the residence to make sure there were no other survivors in there. And while we were doing that, we did a body count. We noticed various things that we told our command. I think we had only seen 2 faces on the bodies of these people. Everybody else was covered up, and you've seen the pictures now. It was difficult for us to tell age, sex. By doing the cursory search of the closets and everything, we really didn't see anything that tipped us up to females. It just appeared to us that it was all males, 18 to 24, like the 2 individuals that we had seen. That was the age group that we guessed at. Again, it's not our job to go in there and remove the shroud from each individual person. We don't want to contaminate any kind of evidence or remove anything that the homicide team would want to have or need to have later on. So we basically just made sure that there was no one there living, there was no danger to us, and we came back outside. After a little bit further in the investigation, when we talked to our command and the homicide lieutenants and everything, decided that there was the possibility of some kind of chemical contamination in the house. Neither one of us were feeling bad or lightheaded or got sick or anything like that. But just for a precautionary measure, they took us to the hospital and did blood tests to make sure, and that's why they called hazmat. There's no sense to having anybody else be injured or anything like that out of the situation. So we went to the hospital, and I guess that kind of got blown out of proportion too, that some people reported that we were in critical condition or whatever, because a number of our partners started to show up wondering if we were okay. So that's pretty much why we're here. It's easier for us to tell everybody at one time. We'd like to have our privacy respected as far as our families and our residents and everything, be able to do our job. And we haven't been able to respond to the media at all, basically because of the investigation. So I think Deputy Gasek would probably like to add some things that she felt real.
It was a disturbing scene, but it was nothing traumatic. It was nothing, you know, that would shock you. It was very disturbing. It was one of the most bizarre things you'd ever expect to see. You never expect that you would encounter something like this. We see so many different things in our line of work, but this was just completely unpredictable. You never think you're going to show up for work and encounter something as major as this.
CNN will replay an extended portion of the news conference beginning at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, 8:30 p.m. Pacific. And when we come back, we'll talk with 2 gentlemen who knew some of the former cult members. Stay with us.
1-800-528-1234 or your travel agent.
Luxottica Eyewear. What do you want people to see?
I want you to see a student and a teacher.
See refinement. I'd like you to see me.
Luxottica Eyewear. Let them see you.
One thing they don't teach you in business school is how to clear a paper jam. Get Hammermill, the paper that works.
Last fall, while some people went shopping for new sweaters, the people of Peterborough went shopping for a new energy company.
Deregulation is giving the people the ability to choose.
I think that the town made a really good choice.
With Enron, we've seen energy rates cut between 15 and 18%.
You don't even know that there's a difference until you get your bill.
Nobody likes a monopoly, particularly in a place where the state motto is live free or die.
You can choose your neighbors, and soon you may choose your energy company, Enron.
This is not a TV show. This could be you. What would happen to your family? Where would the money come from? For the mortgage, for your kids' education, to live on. But this is a commercial. There is something you can do. Life insurance. It isn't for the people who die. It's for the people who live.
We'll never know why, but or we may know, but it'll never satisfy enough people.
Joining us now are two gentlemen who knew some of the former cult members. Mike Afton, owner of CompX. You employed one of the former members, David Jeffrey Moore, and Al Vignato, owner of a Rancho Car Wash. Al, several of the members of this group, this cult, had come to you and let you know that they were a part of a religious group, and you allowed them to, what, you wash their cars for free?
Hal came in and introduced himself as Brother Hal, and he had a woman with him. He introduced Sister something or other. And they described their monastery as kind of nomadic, where they traveled around the country. And
what was your impression of these people?
They seemed like religious types, straight guys. And a lady, they all had short haircuts, but were not Hare Krishna types. They're just fellas and women who wore jogging outfits most of the time.
Now, Mike, you worked fairly closely with one of these members, so perhaps you even had greater insight into this person's personality. How would you describe this individual?
Well, Jeff, when he started working at there, we're talking about 1996, September. When he came, he was asking for a job, and he said, we just moved to this state, and we want to get a job, and we want to support our group, and whatever job you have, we do it if it's possible. And I noticed they were honest people, and also they were looking for a job, and they were looking for something to support the members of the group at that time.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but on reflection, was there anything, after hearing this news, was there anything looking back that indicated to you the actions that they might take in the future?
No, nothing about anything suicidal. Generally, they were a happy group. They were very passive, generally really nice people.
Now, I understand that after you're extending kindness to them, sometime after you did so, your computer system crashed, they came to your assistance?
Yes, I gave them free car washes for their van, and it was about last September. And Hal came in the office and said, I understand you have a computer problem. He said, I think it's an opportunity. I might be able to reciprocate your kindness. And he sent 3 people there, and they worked for 3 days, about 8 to 10 hours a day, and they straightened it out, and I haven't had a problem with it since.
Mike, was there anything in your dealings with David Jeffrey Moore, on reflection, that would have revealed to you the potential for what has happened?
No, actually, we had discussion about religious, we had discussion about politics, and they were happy. All I knew from them that they wouldn't want to talk about their family. They would talk about their group as a family, and they would eat together, not without each other, and sometimes, like taking a lunch was 12:15 to 1:15 precise time. And if I sent them to a job offsite, they would be honest. They would, let me know what happened, and also they would do a job, more than what they were supposed to do for their customers.
Very good. Mike Afton, Al Vignato, thank you very much for joining us, and stay with us for more right after this.
supermarket shopping, where nothing stood between you and your next meal. Nothing. But today, there are materials that help lock out harmful contaminants and reduce spoilage, keeping us safe and the food we eat fresh. Plastics make it possible. So now, the rest is history.
This week on CNN Saturday Morning, are you making the right choices when it comes to your health? At issue, picking your doctor. Saturday, 7 a.m. Eastern on CNN.
A great lease offer is the perfect reason to see your Lincoln Mercury dealer. That's where you'll find a lease of only $349 a month for the all-wheel drive V8 Power Mercury Mountaineer. Just $349 a month for the go-anywhere comfort and capability of Mountaineer. Or lease the front-wheel drive Mercury Villager for only $279 a month. Villager comes with 4 captain's chairs and drives like a car, all for just $279 a month. So what are you waiting for?
Imagine yourself in a Mercury now. See your Metro Detroit Lincoln Mercury dealer now.
We've been seeing and hearing what they wanted us to. Until now.
Schwarzen Schnitzel, what's the name here?
It's been here for 3 hours. That's my cake.
But agents in general, I think, should be given knee pads.
Expose. Bravo's new original Bear It All series. Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern and Wednesdays at 1 a.m. Eastern. Only on Bravo.
This is CNN.
He was just mostly talented, as I said, in a lot of the programs in singing. He had a beautiful voice, had sung in a few operas and had also taught music at the University of St. Thomas in Houston. And he was just a very loving, wonderful brother.
Here are the latest developments in the mass suicide at Rancho Santa Fe. Investigators have made positive identification of 30 bodies so far out of the 39 people who died. Autopsies have been completed on 21 bodies. No official cause of death has been made public, but one investigator says all evidence points to drug overdose and suffocation. Some of the men had been surgically castrated quite some time before the suicides. Among them, cult leader Marshall Applewhite, who demanded celibacy of his followers. What kind of person joins a cult, and how could they be persuaded to kill themselves? Joining us from our Los Angeles bureau is Stephen O'Leary, an associate professor at the Annenberg School of Communications at the University of Southern California, and a researcher focusing on apocalyptic religions and the Internet. Professor O'Leary, thanks for joining us. Let me read you a quote from the Heaven's Gate website. If there was ever a cult or culture that was different and unique and unlike the world, then we take the prize, I guess, of being the cult of cults. Was Heaven's Gate all that different or unique, or are there other doomsday or apocalyptic cults that might use this event as their own trigger to copy this action?
Well, there are some unique features of this group, but it's actually fairly typical of many of the kinds of groups that I've been studying for the last few years on and off the Internet. We have here a rather odd blend of apocalyptic Christianity, UFO beliefs, conspiracy theories, and technology. And, this is blending together in a kind of melange, which I think is characteristic of new religious movements as we approach the year 2000 and the end of the millennium.
Well, do you think these 39 people were the only members, or is it possible there is another Heaven's Gate cell out there about to follow in their wake, or are you worried about other copycats?
I think it's quite possible that there are other members of the group existing in pods or, colonies in different parts of the country. That we could see some copycat events, even if the last committed members of the group went down in this particular gruesome death. We could be seeing other kinds of groups following suit, whether directly linked to this one or not. I would say, for one thing, this group seems to have been taken a cue from other events of the last few years. I mean, I spend a lot of my time in my work looking at the history of apocalyptic predictions and movements that have grown up around these predictions. And my basic idea is that I'd like to sort of publicize failures of prophecies in the past and the way that groups have gone astray by misinterpreting scripture and this sort of thing. But in this case, the group was well educated about the prior history. I mean, they had a sense of history which is rather remarkable. In that document on the World Wide Web which talked about suicide, they compared themselves to the Jews at Masada, and they also compared themselves to the Branch Davidians at Waco. They seem to have, in some ways, I think, thought about their action as a kind of preemptive, preemptive action against, which would forestall government attempts to surround and cut them off. So on the webpage, they talk about, we're not going to let this happen to us, and compare themselves to the people at Waco. And I think that's rather disturbing.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what would compel people to join a group like this and take hold of their beliefs. I mean, one of the saddest aspects has to be the death of 39-year-old Yvonne McCurdy Hill, who left 5 children behind, one as young as 7 months old, to join Heaven's Gate last September after seeing its so-called red alert posted on the internet that it was time to meet the spaceship. What would it be about this cult that would be such a compelling lure, and why would such presumably intelligent, computer literate, and creative personalities be so willing to have themselves castrated for it, let alone die for it?
Well, they view that, the castration and the celibacy, as a sign of an ultimate commitment. I mean, they believed that they had to shed their bodies and abandon ties to all earthly things, to what they called the human mammalian existence. Castration in this context is unusual but not unique. In the history of apocalyptic religions, we've had other examples of this sort of behavior. There was a sect in Russia a few hundred years ago known as the Skoptsi, and these were people that believed that they were in the end times, and they did castrate themselves, taking somewhat too literally a passage of Scripture in which Jesus talks about those who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. In the history of apocalyptic religion, we see all kinds of extreme behavior in response to prophetic belief. Some people practice an ethic of total celibacy or even castration in extreme cases. Others go in the opposite direction and adopt a rather libertine lifestyle of antinomianism, where you believe that since you're the chosen ones, there's nothing forbidden to you, and you can then act out in fantasies, including sexual ones, in all sorts of ways.
Well, we have just a short time left, so I'd like to get to your concerns about the approach of the new millennium. And given the open access to the internet, and given the proliferation of some of the other cult or religious-based websites, how worried should parents be about their kids falling into the same trap? And how do you identify, say, genuine warning signs that someone's falling under the spell, so to speak?
Well, let me address the internet question first. There's been a lot of talk with this group about, calling it the internet cult and worrying about spiritual predators on the World Wide Web. And I have some concerns about that, but I would say that the internet is a reflection of a social world. And in that social world, we have all kinds of religious experiments, good religions and bad religions. And the web just mirrors that. So I'm really skeptical of people who claim that their child was converted to a cult by reading a web page. If you've cruised the World Wide Web, you're just a click away from another page. How many people read through the page all the way to the end and then log off and call the group's phone number and go off to kill themselves? I mean, I think this is a rather simplistic way of looking at it, to think that the World Wide Web or the internet is to blame. I've been studying religious groups we call cults on the internet for some years now, and I've seen a lot of these cult web pages, if you will, and I'm really not convinced that these are mostly intended to persuade people. I think there will be some who are persuaded in this way, but those are people, very likely, I think, once we examine their histories and their religious, their past affiliations with religious and spiritual organizations and cults, I think we'll find that these are people who were already susceptible in some way. They were, had already adopted a kind of credulity toward alternative beliefs, maybe because they, weren't satisfied with the religion that they grew up with. In this kind of a context, a belief in UFOs and extraterrestrial civilizations functions as a rather nice substitute for a belief in God. If you can't accept the traditional religious teachings that you grew up with, then UFOs seem as kind of a substitute for that. There's all-powerful beings from far away who...
Okay, Professor O'Leary, I'm afraid, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm afraid we've run out of time. I'd like to thank you very much for joining us and lending additional perspective to this.
Thank you.
The Heaven's Gate cult was deeply involved in the computer world of the internet, as we've mentioned. So what does this incident mean for the World Wide Web? We'll take a closer look at that as The World Today continues.
From electronic ticketing to the new 777. United employee owners have made lots of improvements. Now we're even giving airplane coffee a good name. Starbucks, on board United, worldwide. Come fly our friendly skies.
Now, who says business trips are all that difficult? Courtyard by Marriott, a hotel designed by business travelers.
Anyone can put an E in front of their name, but if you trade stocks electronically, you better know what's behind the E.
That's why we spent 10 years building one of the world's most secure electronic brokerage systems. We made it big so we can handle trading volume other guys can't. We made it safe with the most advanced technology in the business. And we made it Schwab with help if you need it. We didn't take any chances. Should you?
Call now to open your eSchwab account with complimentary software and get electronic brokerage the way it should be.
Yesterday, I got a call from a long-distance company asking me if I'd like to switch my local phone service. I had some questions of my own. Are they making investments so the latest technology goes to all communities? Last year, local phone companies invested $20 billion in the local network, including $2 billion to bring technology to our schools. Are AT&T and MCI willing to make that commitment? When they call to sell you local service, call them on it.
They had a lot of literature which said almost the exact same types of things that was in the videotape. All of the rhetoric was the same, advancing beyond our shell.
We've discussed the Heaven's Gate computer connection via its webpage. Is the internet a techno-villain? Are we in peril of a cyberspace invasion? CNN's Garrick Utley examines those questions in this essay.
Some years ago, a social commentator looked at television and pronounced that the medium is the message. Many people didn't understand what Marshall McLuhan really meant. Others didn't agree with him. Still, his phrase took on the aura of revealed truth. Now the same question can be asked of the internet. It's certainly a messenger of unprecedented speed and reach. But is it more than that?
We know that the internet has turned the information age into the unfiltered information age. That's part of its power. Used benevolently, it brings people together. Online romances have led to marriage.
What do they say about you?
Used another way, and it led Oliver Jovanovich to a New York City courtroom charged with raping a woman whom he had courted on the internet. And was it really surprising when Charles Manson appeared at a parole hearing and announced that, yes, he, too, is on the net?
I got too many problems and too many things. I'm really involved in a lot of things. I've got a website that I'm working on.
And on the web, we can click through the pages of modern life, social warts and all, including the Ku Klux Klan, militia groups, and pornography.
Now we might ask, what's really new in all this? The printing presses, after all, which produced Hitler's Mein Kampf, also printed literature, dictionaries, Bibles, and telephone directories. What is new is the reach and speed of this new medium. If information can now move at warp speed, so too can ideas and paranoia.
There is a tendency toward absorption when you tie in so intimately with this machine.
Jim Siegelman and Flo Conway are writers studying the internet and cults.
It's very quiet, intimate interaction between you and your screen. It's just the information and you. And alone, very often, in the privacy of your own living room. This medium is fabulous for information, for education, but it's also giving cult leaders with a very small number of people, really, and not a lot of money, access into people's homes in the most intimate circumstances.
Still, there was no internet at Jonestown, nor were the Branch Davidians outside Waco, Texas. What there was a seductive message for vulnerable minds. Now, there's a new way to deliver it.
What is changing is the technology, not the human mind. Indeed, for most people, the internet challenges the mind, and in doing so, can enrich the soul. To return to basics and to paraphrase Shakespeare, the fault, dear Brutus, is not in the software, but in ourselves. Garrick Utley, CNN, New York.
Leading Edge,
is brought to you by MCI. Is this a great time or what?
Among all the other bad jokes this April Fool's Day is an expensive one most long-distance phone companies play on their customers every day. You end your call, but they keep charging you, sometimes for almost a minute longer. MCI's plan rounds to the next 6 seconds. With MCI, you talk for 1 minute, 6 seconds. You pay for 1 minute, 6 seconds. And that can save you money. Is this a great time or what?
How much younger do you want to look? The choice is yours when you get rid of gray gradually with Grecian Formula 16. Just comb in this clear liquid and look what happens. Day by day, Grecian Formula replaces gray with natural-looking color. So you decide exactly how much gray you want to lose. Stop and leave a little gray, or keep going till you lose all the gray. How much younger do you want to look? Grecian lets you decide. Liquid, cream, or convenient foam.
Yep, it's still a Volvo. The new S70 from Volvo.
Over 1,000 nominations, 342 movies, 311 awards. Only one channel. It's 31 days of Oscar, all this month, completely commercial-free. Call your cable company and vote for Turner Classic Movies.
On CNN's Parenting Today, it's every parent's biggest fear, the death of a child. A very special look at ways to help you cope with this devastating loss from someone who knows. Saturday, 1:30 Eastern on CNN.
We'll go back to San Diego in just a few moments, but first a look at some of the day's other top stories. An appeals court in Denver has cleared the way for the trial of Timothy McVeigh to get underway as scheduled on Monday. McVeigh is charged with the April 1995 bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City, which killed 168 people. The court today denied 3 motions by defense attorneys seeking to delay the trial, including a request for more time to investigate an international conspiracy theory and a claim that pretrial publicity would affect jury selection. The man accused of killing Bill Cosby's son, Ennis, pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder today. Lawyers for 18-year-old Mikhail Markasev entered the plea at a hearing in Los Angeles. Markasev spoke only to confirm he understood the charge. The son of comedian Bill Cosby was shot to death January 16th while changing a flat tire beside a Los Angeles freeway. In addition to murder, Markasev is charged with attempted robbery and using a firearm during a crime. His next hearing is set for April 18th. Police officers returned to O.J. Simpson's estate and began hauling things away. Sheriff's deputies were there to seize property, including Simpson's football trophies and golf clubs. Eventually, it's all to be auctioned to help raise the $33.5 million a jury awarded to the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. Some of the items listed in the seizure order weren't in the house, including Simpson's Heisman Trophy. He has 7 days to surrender it or ask for a hearing to claim exemptions from the court. Contrary to the old saying, March is going out like a lion in Indiana. A tornado hit one of the southern suburbs of Indianapolis this evening. Several apartment buildings and vehicles were damaged. Authorities report no serious injuries. High winds caused damage in other central and southern Indiana communities as well. And we'll return to San Diego for more on the Heaven's Gate suicides in just a moment. Please stay with us.
Sunday, on the next Impact, suicide cults have become a serious issue, and the recent death of 39 more members still remains a mystery.
We may never really know the question that is on everyone's mind. Why did they do this?
What possesses people to join, and what type of person can convince a large group to give up their life? CNN and Time magazine examine whether these men and women are on a mission or simply mad. Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
That great new printer you bought has a part missing. The paper. Get Hammermill, the paper that works.
This is not a TV show. This could be you. What would happen to your family? Where would the money come from? For the mortgage, for your kids' education, to live on. But this is a commercial. There is something you can do. Life insurance. It isn't for the people who die. It's for the people who live.
For the people of the Philippines, electricity was always a fact of life. It just wasn't a very reliable one. Sometimes the electricity worked just fine. And sometimes it didn't. Until the Filipinos said, "We're tired of this." So they invited Enron in, and for more than a few Filipinos, the power is on in the Philippines. Enron.
Or your travel agent.
Simmons is dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. Only Simmons has Beauty Rest pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. Simmons Beauty Rest, the do not disturb mattress.
Autopsies have been completed so far. Most of the family members have been notified. Authorities know how and what killed these 39 members of Heaven's Gate cult, a deadly mixture of phenobarbital alcohol and asphyxiation. And there's every indication it was done willingly and in shifts. The first 15 were assisted by 8 others, the next group of 15 assisted by 8 more, and then the final group assisted each other, conjuring up images not only of mass suicide, but also assisted suicide. Now throw into that the mix of freedom of speech, religion, cults, and the internet, and clearly this incident in Rancho Santa Fe leaves us much to discuss. Lyndon?
Well, Jim, as you alluded to, it raises a number of legal questions because police have said there was no criminal activity involved in all of this, but yet, as you mentioned the assisted suicide, the aiding and abetting, or the counseling of someone. Where are the gray areas with all of this? Because a lot of people are wondering, how is this any different from what Dr. Jack Kevorkian does?
Well, one major difference is that Dr. Jack Kevorkian doesn't participate to the extent that these people clearly did, because they took their own lives as well, and to that extent, there's no further punishment that we can bestow on these individuals. But it does, as you indicate, raise a number of questions that are not only for us to decide, but for legislators as well, and they are going to be very difficult ones to solve because they cross not only socioeconomic boundaries, but religious boundaries.
It's also raised the question because of the internet involvement as to whether we need some internet watchdog groups who might have discovered this message of theirs earlier and perhaps prevented this tragedy.
I did hear one internet expert who was actually grateful for the internet connection because, as this individual said, many of these cults have been able to prey on individuals because we have no knowledge of them. However, the internet is providing a great deal more information about these groups than they would otherwise share. So it is really a double-edged sword. These internet exposure is making it much easier for these groups to prey on others. However, it's also allowing us to take a second look beforehand.
CNN's Jim Moret in San Diego, thanks very much for being with us during this Friday edition of The World Today. I'm Lyndon Souls at CNN Center. From all of us here, thanks for joining us. Coming up in 1/2 hour, CNN will have highlights of the sheriff's news conference on the Heaven's Gate suicides. That's at 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific. Good night.
This week on CNN Saturday Morning, are you making the right choices when it comes to your health? At issue, picking your doctor. Saturday, 7 a.m. Eastern on CNN.
We've been seeing and hearing what they wanted us to.
Until now.
Schwarzenschnitzel, what's the name here?
I've been here for 3 hours. This is my case.
But agents in general, I think, should be given knee pads.
Expose. Bravo's new original Bear It All series. Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern and Wednesdays at 1 a.m. Eastern. Only on Bravo.
The Army National Guard has been serving Americans ever since there has been an America. And we will always be here, giving our best to our communities, preserving our freedoms, protecting our way of life. We're America's citizen soldiers. We're mechanics, businessmen, farmers, nurses, teachers, neighbors. Proud to be part of the communities we serve. The Army National Guard, Americans at their best.
Attention, Continental Cablevision is looking for a credit administrator for its Southfield advertising sales office. Candidates should have 2 years experience in credit, accounts receivable, collections, and customer service. Good computer skills are also required. Interested candidates should send a resume and cover letter to Business Manager, Continental Cablevision, 21900 Melrose, Suite 10, Southfield, Michigan, 48075. No phone calls, please. Continental Cablevision is an equal opportunity employer.
Available at Sibley's and Ms. Sibley.
This is CNN.
Good evening. I'm Ted Texter in Atlanta. We're watching some stormy weather in the middle United States. Here it is. It blows up through the afternoon. A big low in the upper atmosphere, a front pushing to the east, runs into moisture and through parts of the Ohio River Valley. It's been a very stormy afternoon and evening, too. Reports of quite a bit of damage in some cases through sections of Indiana, now moving into Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee. You're under the gun, too. Into these late night hours, there is still the threat with us as the front pushes on to the east. Here are the latest radar returns. Pick out the brighter colors, the lines that have developed now. That's where the heavier storms are. And the watch box is plotted for us to take us now into the late night hours, in some cases into the early morning hours. South and the east, rain showers there. Across the northern tier of the United States, more rain to deal with, a cold rain. And some mix out here in the plains, back into the mountains, the big sky country. Even some snow. It's showing up in blue. Forecast weather map shows a good day tomorrow through most of the western U.S. Into motion, let me put it for you. Here's the front in the eastern part of the country that will continue to push towards the coast. And with it sweeping on through, plenty of moisture in the atmosphere, there will be more rain all the way through the Ohio River Valley into West Virginia, farther north and east into that part of the United States. Rain showers there primarily. Behind the low, some snow possible. Another front is sweeping through. With it, even cooler air, but more refreshing breeze than storms because the moisture should be swept away by the first one. Down into Florida, more rain showers west. It looks like we'll see some sunshine throughout the day, but not until you've had a cold overnight with temps in the 20s. South and east looking a little milder there. Detailed forecast now, then CNN SI.
This is a CNN special presentation.
Welcome to CNN's special coverage of the investigation into the mass suicides in Rancho Santa Fe, California. I'm Andrea Zinga at CNN Center in Atlanta. The bodies of 39 members of the Heaven's Gate group were found in a well-kept mansion in San Diego County Wednesday. Authorities say it appears they all committed suicide. Well, now officials are beginning to learn more about how and why the 39 people took their own lives. Earlier today, the San Diego County Sheriff's Department held a news conference revealing the latest in its investigation. Here are some of the highlights from that news conference.
I want to announce, first of all, that 800 number that we passed out or notified you on yesterday, and you apparently did communicate that to the world, because we had 1,050 calls before midnight last night, They were coming in at a rate of over 100 per half hour around 6 o'clock. And today we've had another 453 calls. And for that I want to thank the County Department of Information Services and GTE, who are actually manning those phone lines and saving our staff to answer the ones that were positive. Largely as a result of that 800 line, we have notified 30 families since yesterday, when we had 1, if you remember. So only 9 are left to be notified. We are going to pass out the actual names and the state of residence to you on the 30 that have been notified at the end of the press conference. I will take a moment, though, to mention the ones that have not been identified, because they are now our special area of interest to try to reach these families. And if I may, John, there's just 9 of them I'm going to run down here. There's a 44-year-old man from New Mexico who was born in Michigan, has a passport issued in Los Angeles. There's a 47-year-old man whose home address, residence is Lake Forest in California. It's a 50-year-old female who's got 2 driver's licenses, one from Dallas, Texas, and one from Albuquerque, New Mexico. A 45-year-old female from Las Cruces, New Mexico, who was born in Massachusetts and had a passport issued in Los Angeles. We have a 41-year-old female who does not have a driver's license. Her passport was issued in Seattle and she was born in Texas. There is a 63-year-old female who's born in whose driver's license, is from Albuquerque, New Mexico. And a 26-year-old male whose driver's license is from Boulder, Colorado, born in Virginia, and has a passport issued in Washington, D.C. And the last one is a 50-year-old man who's an Arizona driver's license, we don't have a city, who was born in New York, and his passport was issued in Los Angeles. Okay. So that is our main announcement. Today we're very pleased to have notified those families. The autopsies are continuing. We're up to 21 today, and several of the bodies are ready to be released to the mortuaries. We'll be continuing through the weekend, and hopefully by Sunday night or Monday, we will complete all those autopsies. The toxicology testing of the first 5 I mentioned to you yesterday has continued to show only the phenobarb and the alcohol. 3 of the 5 have really high levels, lethal levels of phenobarb, and the other 2 levels are less, not normally considered lethal levels. I have one little note which we recovered from property today, which I think is a little bit interesting. It's the wrong one. Here. Here it is. Okay. Remember yesterday someone asked me about the 3 groups and approximately what numbers they were, and I sort of approximated from my recollection of the number of names on the list and said 15, 15, and 9. But we have a little note in a little blue spiral binder that was recovered, and it says the routine. It says 15 classmates, 8 assistants, then 15 more and 8 assistants, and then help each other. I guess that's the last day they had to help each other. And they have a comment here, 3.5-day delay on the mail. So apparently they had tested the time it would take for this note, which they wanted to send off, tested how many days would be till it got there. And if they sent it on Saturday, of course, Monday would be the first mail day, and it did get there on Wednesday, so it's actually 2 days.
The question that is perhaps most frequently asked of us now is, where do we go from here? We are, of course, proceeding with a preliminary conclusion that what we are looking at here is, in fact, 39 suicides. We have nothing that would indicate differently at this time. There are, however, a few things remaining to do. Most of you have either seen or heard reference to what we would refer to as the goodbye tape. We have that tape. We need to sit down with the medical examiner's crew, compare the personalities and the depictions on that tape with the identities of the decedents to see if they line up and match. We believe that the tape, of course, will, if those identities and personalities match, we believe that, of course, there may well be some inferences that will lend themselves to the conclusion of suicide. Additionally, most of you know that we did take computer equipment out of the residence. Next week we will need to go into those computer banks and we will need to do an analysis of information that's contained in that computer. I am pleased that to do that we have the assistance of the FBI. They volunteered. They have experts in going into computer hearts and souls and guts, and they will be assisting us in doing that in the coming week.
And at this point, we feel that this is what it appears to be, and that the death by overdose and suffocation, self-inflicted, it's 39 suicide. There's nothing in this investigation that would suggest anything but. Now, with that said, I need to tell you that there's a few things left to do. We have interviews to do. We need to get into that, into those computers, make sure that we have everybody accounted for, to see if there's anyone out there that we have not talked to, anyone's name that came up that we have not seen before.
When our CNN special continues, the first deputies on the scene describe entering the group's mansion on a hill. We'll have more from the Sheriff's Department news conference in a moment.
Osteoporosis, bones become so fragile that even the simplest gentle fall can result in a fracture. As a pharmaceutical company researcher, I'm making a difference in people's lives. And we actually have drugs now that will increase the bone mass in people. If I knew a drug could help a woman climb stairs without fear, stand a little taller, we've really accomplished something.
More than 7 million Americans trust their retirement savings to Fidelity Investments. One reason is our passion for helping people realize their retirement goals. In fact, our retirement specialists will happily guide you through all your investment options, day or night, to help you plan for a secure, comfortable retirement. And that should be a great comfort to you right now. Visit our branches or our website, or call 1-800-FIDELITY for a free retirement planning guide.
Today, a woman in Milan had the audacity to invite herself to weddings all over the world. And surprisingly enough, she was welcome everywhere she went. All it took was the aim of an arrow and the touch of a hand that helped her designs make brides everywhere that much more enchanting. Being so successful wasn't always such a walk down the aisle. But with FedEx, it's the way the world works. They created electronic trading, and a global intranet became their trading floor. An intranet now able to handle 1 billion shares a day, with trades flashed to 300,000 monitors around the world in milliseconds. With reliability critical, with no room for error, who did NASDAQ turn to build and manage the world's largest intranet? MCI. Imagine now what we can do for you.
0.02 of a second. A human eye begins to blink. A hummingbird flicks its wings once. And a sensor in a door frame tells an airbag in a seat to deploy. Because when it comes to your safety, every 100th of a second counts. The 1997 Lexus LS 400.
We continue now with more from today's news conference from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department.
I'd like to present to you now the two sheriff's deputies who responded first to that call on Wednesday afternoon in Rancho Santa Fe and were the first ones to enter the scene. Sheriff's deputies Robert Brunk, B-R-U-N-K, and Laura Gasek, G-A-C-E-K. Sergeant?
How you doing? Basically, we decided we wanted to do this to help clear our conscience and let everybody else know kind of how it feels. We'd like to give our condolences to the families of the people that were found inside, thank our co-workers, our families, and friends that are supporting us through this. Obviously, this is not kind of the everyday call, although no law enforcement call is ever routine, so I guess this one proves it. I was the first one to get there. Basically, it was a welfare check call. Went up, didn't get any response from the house. It seemed kind of strange that the house was all closed up as far as the windows, the drapes, you really couldn't see in anywhere. Outside lighting was on. Started doing a check of the house. The windows were closed. Got around to a door that I found that was unlocked, but it was closed. When I opened up the door, I noticed an odor that, in my past experience, has been associated with death. Most officers have been to a call where someone's been deceased for a number of days or hours, and once you get that smell, and some of you might be familiar with it, it doesn't leave your head. I think part of my mindset kicked into where I didn't want to accept that, and called for my partner and continued to check the house, thinking this is probably just my imagination. When she got there, I told her that, that's what I felt it was, my imagination, but hey, you judge for yourself. She walked up to the door. She smelled the same odor. Right then, I kind of confirmed what I've been thinking deep down inside, that yeah, this is for real. Both of us went inside not knowing what to expect, and I know a couple of things have been kind of controversial or mixed up in how you guys first got the information, and that's kind of also why we wanted to be here. When we went inside, we started noticing a few bodies. The first couple rooms we went into were totally empty. When we confirmed that a couple of bodies were in there and basically kind of did a fast count of just 10 of what we could see, being that the house was closed up, the windows were closed, it didn't look like there was any kind of traumatic experience that went on in there. We weren't sure how these people passed away, and we began to wonder for our own safety what the air quality and everything was and what might possibly have caused their death. So we moved out of the residence after being in there just for a short period of time. And then we notified the comm center, and I guess some of you guys probably heard this call on the scanner because that's where the 10 people, I think, came from it at first. And then we kind of regrouped, put on some masks and gloves, and went back in and basically did a cursory search of the residence to make sure there were no other survivors in there. And while we were doing that, we did a body count. We noticed various things that we told our command. I think we had only seen 2 faces on the bodies of these people. Everybody else is covered up, and you've seen the pictures now. It was difficult for us to tell age, sex. By doing the cursory search of the closets and everything, we really didn't see anything that tipped us up to females. It just appeared to us that it was all males, 18 to 24, like the 2 individuals that we had seen. That was the age group that we guessed at. Again, it's not our job to go in there and remove the shroud from each individual person. We don't want to contaminate any kind of evidence or move anything that the homicide team would want to have or need to have later on. So we basically just made sure that there was no one there living, there was no danger to us, and we came back outside.
It was a disturbing scene, but it was nothing traumatic. It was nothing, that would shock you. It was very disturbing. It was one of the most bizarre things you'd ever expect to see. You never expect that you would encounter something like this. We see so many different things in our line of work, but this was just completely unpredictable. You never think you're going to show up for work and encounter something as major as this.
Do you both call that area?
The call that I received going in was basically a welfare check call. And try to use an example of that is a lot of times if you have, say, an elderly parent or somebody that lives here in town and you're out of state and you tried calling for a number of hours or a couple of days and you don't get a response either from the phone or the phone's busy, you usually call the local law enforcement agency to go over and check on that person. And basically that's how this came out, as a welfare check, although they did add that an anonymous caller had stated that a number of people had committed suicide. But when you start getting a number of anonymous calls, you begin to wonder the validity of what you're doing. However, for your own safety, and I think you can ask any police officer in this country, or deputy sheriff, you go to a house, no call is the same. So you have to keep in the back of your mind always that the reason you're there is because somebody feels something's wrong, and for your own safety, you try to keep your senses about you to be able to leave that situation safely and help anybody that might need help. To be quite honest with you, to be in front of all you, it's just been an extension of this. Nobody, I don't think anybody in law enforcement expects to be on nation or worldwide television or have the call. I think both of us commented when we first came out that very first time, because of what we had perceived as maybe being a danger and making sure that we didn't feel nauseous or dizzy or being overcome by anything, was that we looked at each other, and when I made that call that we confirmed what was going on in there, we looked at each other and just said, you know, the world's going to come down on us now, and basically it has. I mean, within half an hour, I thought some of you helicopter pilots were going to have a crash flying around the top of the residence.
After entering the front hall, we went through the kitchen area and a breakfast room which was clear of people. As we proceeded through the main level of the house towards the front door, in a middle hallway, we noticed the first body on a bed in the hallway, and he brought that to my attention. I approached Deputy Brunk. We looked over, noticed the other room. As we entered into the room where the two bodies were, to our left was another room that contained bunk beds containing approximately 4 other bodies in that room. At that point is when it really hit home. Even though we knew entering the building that we knew there was going to be death inside, we could tell from the smell outside, we knew what we were going to find, but you just didn't know the magnitude, how many bodies or what condition they were going to be in when we arrived. Seeing that many in one room confirmed, we'd initially been told there may be as many as 45. Seeing there were at least 6 present in that room, and knowing the size of the house and the rooms left unchecked, we were pretty convinced that the number might be as close as they had initially reported.
When the CNN special continues, we'll hear how the families of some of the victims reacted when told their loved ones were involved in a mass suicide.
Who adds it all up for Charles Schwab? The answer is Deloitte and Touche. Who checks Procter & Gamble's balance sheets? The answer is Deloitte and Touche.
So I hear he's moving to the corner office. How's he do it? I don't know. Yesterday he spent an hour with some life insurance guy. That's good time management? Well, Winters gave the agent his name. Winters, as in CEO? Mm-hmm. How's he do it? Have you heard from the quiet company? Northwestern Mutual Life.
I need the Hinky file faxed to the home office and get me 20 copies for the board meeting.
Think you can handle that?
Yes, sir.
Need to impress your boss?
Think you can handle that?
Use Microprint 1 from Georgia Pacific.
Do you think you can handle that?
Think you can handle that?
1 paper for faxes, copiers, and printers.
Nice work. We'll talk about that raise tomorrow.
Microprint 1 paper for any machine.
More than 7 million Americans trust their retirement savings to Fidelity Investments. One reason is our passion for helping people realize their retirement goals. In fact, fact, our retirement specialists will happily guide you through all your investment options, day or night, to help you plan for a secure, comfortable retirement. And that should be a great comfort to you right now. Visit our branches or our website, or call 1-800-FIDELITY for a free retirement planning guide.
The American entrepreneur, determined, dedicated, willing to put in as many hours as it takes. At Savin, we too share the entrepreneurial spirit. We're committed to doing whatever it takes to win over your business with document solutions designed to raise productivity and improve efficiency. Backed by Savin people who are willing to go beyond the call to help every business become big business. Savin, we're going to win you over.
Welcome back to our special report on the Heaven's Gate suicides. Authorities say families of the victims knew their loved ones were in a cult, but most of the relatives had lost contact with those in the group over the years. Now, more of today's news conference from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department.
Well, the question was about the families of the victims.
Do the families know that these people were in cults? And if you can tell me about New Mexico.
Most of the families that we have talked to realize that they were into cults, had been in different cults, and had not really had any contact with them over the years. So they did not know exactly where they were, but they thought they were in Southern California and had moved here from New Mexico.
Identify the leader inside the group of the body. Identify the leader?
Yes, he has been identified.
Some of the men have been castrated. Not all, but some. And I just learned of that this morning talking to our pathologist. And I don't have any idea what the reason for that was. But
what number? How many altogether?
no, we're not finished, so when we're done, we will have that information. Apparently they were from time ago. I mean, it's all healed. One did show a surgical scar from a surgical incision. The others were without obvious scars, but this would be old, not recent. The initials DOE are not on our list of groups 1, 2, and 3. And I don't have any specific knowledge other than that as to which group he was in. If I had to estimate, I would think he's in the second or third group.
Doctor, was Applewhite one of those castrated?
He was castrated. That was asked earlier, yes.
The question was about the cult's finances.
No, we haven't had time to investigate their financial background. We do know, by talking with Mr. Richard Ford, that they were in pretty good shape financially, and they made their living with their web and their involvement with computers and developing computer programs. They were successful in that respect. We don't have any information regarding outside influences or involvement. We do know that Canada had an incident similar to this, but we cannot tie this group with any other group in the world. We have been told that this is not a splinter group. This is not a smaller group of a larger organization. This is a group of approximately 40 people, and this is the information that we were given from the very beginning, and it hasn't changed. We have not been able to develop any other individuals that may have been involved in this group. So it is our opinion at this time, unless we can develop anything else, that this is a isolated group that travels a lot and goes from state to state. I will say this, however, in regards to travel, they had a map that they had developed and was on their wall, and it indicated that they were planning on going to different countries. I don't have the specifics. I think we do have the map, and I could refer to that map, but they had little dots going across the globe, and it was their intent to make that trip. We have nothing to indicate times, dates, and etc. I spent a very brief time inside the residence. When I walked through there, I did not see the aliens, but it was brought to my attention that there was pictures of aliens and that type of thing. And I say aliens, more than 2, possibly 3 or 4 in various locations in the house. As far as the other wall dressings, I'm not sure what was on the walls at that time. Those are the things that we looked at. They came to our attention along with the map because we felt that if there are other people associated with this group, we would certainly want to notify those individuals that had the responsibility for that particular area so we could avert another disaster such as this.
Dr. Blackburn, speak to that.
Dr. Blackburn, just one question on the alien. I did take a good look at a picture on the mantle, and it's just the head of an alien like X-Files has. And on one of the black hats that someone was wearing, it was also the face of an alien, like you see on X-Files.
Right here. I'm Andrea Zinga at CNN Center in Atlanta. We'll have much more on this story in just a few minutes ahead on Newsnight. Stay with us.
A CNN special presentation.
Suicide cults have become a serious issue, and the recent death of 39 more members still remains a mystery. A CNN and Time magazine investigation. Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
The Army National Guard has been serving Americans ever since there has been an America. And we will always be here, giving our best to our communities, preserving our freedoms, protecting our way of life. We're America's citizen soldiers. We're mechanics, businessmen, farmers, nurses, teachers, neighbors. Proud to be part of the communities we serve. The Army National Guard, Americans at their best.
Attention, Continental Cablevision is looking for a credit administrator for its Southfield advertising sales office. Candidates should have 2 years experience in credit, accounts receivable, collections, and customer service. Good computer skills are also required. Interested candidates should send a resume and cover letter to Business Manager, Continental Cablevision, 21900 Melrose, Suite 10, Southfield, Michigan, 48075. No phone calls, please. Continental Cablevision is an equal opportunity employer.
Available at Sibley's and Ms. Sibley.
A great lease offer is the perfect reason to see your Lincoln Mercury dealer. That's where you'll find a lease of only $349 a month for the all-wheel drive V8 Power Mercury Mountaineer. Just $349 a month for the go-anywhere comfort and capability of Mountaineer. Or lease the front-wheel drive Mercury Villager for only $279 a month. Villager comes with 4 captain's chairs and drives like a car, all for just $279 a month. So what are you waiting for?
Imagine yourself in a Mercury now. See your Metro Detroit Lincoln Mercury dealer now.
This is CNN.
Some of the men have been castrated, not all, but some.
More bizarre details of a mass cult suicide in California. It's moving day at O.J. Simpson's estate. Authorities are moving some of his most precious possessions out of his reach.
I don't think they should take people's yearbooks and just, mugshot it for no reason, It's not right.
Some folks say it's a crime to let big city cops take high school yearbooks. Besides, you wouldn't want them to see all the dumb things you wrote. Hello and welcome. I'm Andrea Zinga in Atlanta, and this is Newsnight. 2 days after their apparent mass suicide shocked the nation, new and bizarre details are still emerging about the 39 cult members who took their lives. Here's the very latest. The medical examiner says some of the male members of the Heaven's Gate group had been castrated. 30 victims have been identified, among those the brother of actress Nichelle Nichols, who starred in the original Star Trek series. CNN's Ann McDermott has more on the ongoing investigation.
The bodies have been removed. The autopsies are underway. And the families were being notified, even as investigators were removing files and computers. Any kind of evidence they think will help them figure out why 39 people killed themselves here. Robert Brunk was the first deputy on the scene and knew immediately it would be bad.
When I opened up the door, I noticed an odor that, in my past experience, has been associated with death.
Later, he was joined by his partner, Laura Gasick.
One of the most bizarre things you'd ever expect to see.
The dead were all members of a cult called Heaven's Gate, and this was the leader of Heaven's Gate.
I'm Doe.
Doe, born Marshall Applewhite, co-founded the Heaven's Gate cult back in the 70s with this woman who was called T. She died more than a decade ago. Applewhite made this informational tape in 1992. And in it, he said members were forbidden alcohol, tobacco, sex. In fact, according to the medical examiner, some of the dead men had been castrated, though apparently the operations were not recent. And there were other restrictions placed on cult members.
We have not had contact with him in over 20 years because part of their belief was to cut off ties with family and friends.
But Applewhite, or Doe, said Heaven's Gate was not necessarily boring.
If we hadn't had a lot of fun, we would have lost our marbles even more than we thought we had already lost our marbles.
Their goal was clear, to shed their human containers, their bodies, to go to heaven on a spaceship. In an odd footnote, one of the dead has been identified as the brother of actress Nichelle Nichols, the actress who played Lieutenant Uhura in the Star Trek television series, much of it set on a spaceship.
My brother was a highly intelligent and a beautifully gentle man. He made his choices, and we respect those choices.
Spaceships and other elements of science fiction were featured in a screenplay written by some of the members of the cult. An established screenwriter, who is not a cult member, was asked to polish the work.
The script opens with a series of vignettes, about 25, 30 vignettes of visitations, abductions of this higher source that they believed in, monitoring the Earth.
Meanwhile, a man who belonged to Heaven's Gate in 1994 talked about the upcoming transformation in a television interview.
We just have no way of knowing when it's going to happen, but we do feel that it's going to be soon, whether it's in months or a couple of years.
It would be 3 years after that interview when 39 members of Heaven's Gate took their own lives. Among the dead, their leader, Doe. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
Some relatives of the cult members who died are responding with pain and sadness, but a mother of one of the victims says her grieving began long ago. 41-year-old David Moore had talked to his mother just twice since he went to check out a cult meeting in San Francisco 21 years ago. In one conversation with his mother, Nancy Brown, he tried to explain the link between his beliefs and UFOs.
When I would question him about that, he would say, well, we don't know at this time when he made these comments, because things have changed in the last year or so, but he would say, we don't know if it's actually a physical craft. We don't know if we're going to be lifted up in our bodies or a craft is going to land. He would say the Bible talks about Elijah and others going in a cloud of light. And he said they didn't know what kind of terms to use in those days, so they called it a cloud of light. So he said we choose to call that an unidentified flying object, but we feel that there is a higher kingdom that is watching out for this, that this earth is a garden. They have planted seeds, and they're going to cultivate the garden, and they will come for us. We will join them, and we don't know the specifics of how that's going to take place.
We'll have more on the investigation into the mass suicides on Newsnight Update at 1 a.m. Eastern, including a look at how the Heaven's Gate cult recruited its members. In other news now, the teenager accused of killing Bill Cosby's son has pleaded not guilty. 18-year-old Mikhail Markasev was arraigned on charges of first-degree murder and robbery in Los Angeles today. The charges include special circumstances, which mean Markasev could face the death penalty if he's convicted. Ennis Cosby was shot and killed January 16th as he changed a flat tire near a Los Angeles freeway. Police say it was a random act of violence. Moving trucks pulled up outside O.J. Simpson's Brentwood estate today to satisfy a court order. Soon the trucks were filled with some of Simpson's most prized possessions, including his golf clubs and memorabilia from his football days. CNN's Charles Feldman takes inventory.
Some 25,000 times each year, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department hauls away valuables from the households of people who are on the losing end of a civil lawsuit. But Friday was unique. The house, after all, belongs to O.J. Simpson.
Mr. Simpson is giving us full cooperation. He's giving us access to his house. He's going over the list with us one by one.
The list includes some 500 items, among them Simpson's Heisman Trophy. The trophy, however, was not in the house when the deputies got there. Simpson's Gold Hall of Fame ring, an Andy Warhol seriograph of Simpson, and Simpson's 1996 Chevy Suburban were also not on the property. Simpson has 7 days to turn any missing items over or explain why he cannot. Among the stuff being carted away, jewelry, artworks, sports memorabilia, and expensive crystal.
The Lalique and Baccarat pieces that are on the list are all expensive. They're good quality glass, fine quality crystal. Every one of them is valuable.
The seizure was ordered by the court after a civil jury found Simpson liable in the deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman and awarded the plaintiffs $33.5 million, money Simpson says he does not have. Even Simpson's golf clubs are among the items being taken to a secured location until a court hearing can determine what possessions are exempt from public auction. If the victims' families cannot agree on a way to divide the money generated by an auction, the court will decide. And even O.J. Simpson can bid on his own property, provided he can come up with the money to pay for it. Charles Feldman, CNN, Los Angeles.
A federal judge decides if the Oklahoma City bombing trial will start as scheduled. That story just ahead on Newsnight. But first, here's a list of the names of those identified in the Heaven's Gate suicides.
Wouldn't you like to go someplace that felt really safe and secure? Where somebody was there to look out for you, help you find your way if you got lost.
This is OnStar. May I help you?
Unlock your doors by computer if you ever got locked out. Well, now there is a place. The brand new 97 DeVille by Cadillac with available OnStar system. Here now for the time of your life. See your Cadillac dealer today.
Touchstone Dealer's Choice. Fair Oaks Adorable. To be their best, championship dogs require scientifically balanced nutrition. The kind of nutrition they get in Dog Chow brand from Purina, which may be just the thing to bring out the champion in every dog like Wilbur. Now there's a new way to feed your champion. Introducing new Dog Chow with lamb and rice, made with real lamb and rice. Bring out the champion in your dog.
Men, is gray hair sneaking up on you, right under your nose?
It is sneaking up on me. Here, too.
You need Just for Men gel. Brush in, and in 5 minutes, rinse.
It's the sure thing for a natural look.
Just for Men gel.
Your retirement plans. Let's see. You have Social Security. There's your pension, but then your company downsized. You must have made investments. it may be time for some independent thinking. Mutual funds from American Century. Invest in our thinking.
How do you know if you have termites? Call the experts at 1-800-TERMINIX. Terminix offers the best termite guarantees in the business. Call 1-800-TERMINIX while you still can.
The trial of Oklahoma City bombing suspect Timothy McVeigh will begin on Monday as scheduled. A federal appeals court today rejected defense requests for a delay. The defense also appears to be losing in the court of public opinion. In a CNN USA Today Gallup poll, 21% of those surveyed say the charges against McVeigh are definitely true. 60% say they're probably true. Only 5% believe they're false. 58% believe McVeigh can get a fair trial. 35% disagree. CNN's Tony Clark has a preview.
While hundreds of journalists from around the world lined up outside the federal building to get credentials, down the street, a federal appeals court cleared the way for the Oklahoma City bombing trial to start as scheduled Monday morning. In 3 separate rulings, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals denied defense motions to delay the trial.
Smoke and debris and fire on the ground.
It has been almost 2 years since a bomb destroyed the federal building in Oklahoma City, killing 168 people. The bombing had such an impact in Oklahoma, Judge Richard Mage moved it to Denver and even granted separate trials to suspects Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols. McVeigh is being tried first. Friday, preparations for that trial were being wrapped up, with television technicians making final tests on their equipment. Camera platforms, chairs, and a speaker's platform have been set up outside the courthouse. Once the testimony starts, it is here that twice a day, at lunch and at the end of the day, prosecutors and defense attorneys will come out and give their own recaps of what went on inside. The proceedings themselves are not allowed to be broadcast. Judge's orders. Good. Security barricades are in place. Manhole covers have been sealed, and sewer openings have been covered with a wire mesh. Inside the courthouse, attorneys got a briefing on high-tech gadgetry designed to show videotapes and exhibits to the jurors. Jury selection is set to begin Monday morning. More than 350 people are in the initial jury pool. 12 jurors and 6 alternates will be picked to hear the case. Jury selection is expected to last at least 2 weeks. Predictions for the length of the trial stretch from 2 to 6 months. Tony Clark, CNN, Denver.
CNN's live coverage of the McVeigh trial begins Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. A Justice Department report is critical of FBI General Counsel Howard Shapiro. The report concludes Shapiro made a mistake in judgment in providing sensitive information to the White House regarding congressional inquiries into the FBI files affair, but it says there was no actual misconduct nor political motivation. A 13-year-old Chicago boy is emerging from a coma a week after he was the victim of an alleged racial attack. Leonard Clark was moved to a rehabilitation hospital today. Doctors say it will take at least 6 months and possibly years for him to recover fully. Police say Clark was attacked by 3 white teenagers last week in a predominantly white neighborhood. Some of us probably have high school yearbook photos that look like mugshots, but some big city police departments are actually using yearbook photos to help identify teenage criminals. It's a controversial move, as CNN's Peg Tyre reports.
High school yearbooks preserve those carefree days, but in some major cities, they're being used by police, trying to stay on top of juvenile crime. Last month, New York City detectives were told to collect all secondary school yearbooks from schools in their precincts, to be used not exactly like mug books, police said, but to help police and crime victims identify suspects. Civil libertarians cried foul.
If you are convicted of a crime, the law enforcement community can keep your picture in the photo array. We're opening the door now, and if you allow the NYPD to have pictures of high school students in the yearbook, where does it end?
The mayor defended the move.
As far as I know, a picture in a yearbook is like any other picture. If you're involved in a crime, it can be used to identify you.
The city's Board of Education said yearbooks were for kids, not police. We do not condone the practice of turning over yearbooks to the police to supplement their files. Police departments that battle gang violence, including Los Angeles and Miami, already routinely collect yearbooks. But most other big city police departments say faces on the most likely to succeed lists won't become part of the most wanted. This principal of a Brooklyn high school says he doesn't like the idea.
This is a memory. This is something that is given to them when they graduate, when they have accomplished something. It should not be in a police station. It should be in a home. It should be for reference. It should be for a lifetime memory.
But the kids we spoke to were divided.
I don't think they should take people's yearbooks and just, mugshot it for no reason, It's not right.
If they need to find a person and that's the person that they see that committed the crime, then they have the picture and they have some background on what school he went to, and they can get in contact with the family.
After the controversy dies down, the question will still remain whether yearbooks are made for memories or police investigations. Peg Tyre, CNN, New York.
A Florida lawmaker is reportedly suggesting bringing back the guillotine after a botched electrocution this week. Flames leapt from Pedro Medina's head Tuesday as he was put to death in Florida's electric chair. According to the St. Petersburg Times, State Representative Victor Christ is considering legislation offering inmates a choice of execution styles, including beheading, the gas chamber, or firing squad. He told the paper the guillotine is the least painful and most accurate method. They're powerful symbols of a holy day, the cross, the nails, and a crown of thorns. Christians around the world mark Good Friday with reverence and remembrance. Details when Newsnight continues.
Not again.
I was a 98-pound weakling.
Bully.
Then I called for the free Texas travel guide. It's swell. Everywhere I go, I carry the entire state of Texas with me. From the canyons of Big Bend to the big city. And thanks to the Texas travel guide, I found the beaches where the people are friendly.
Howdy.
No more sand in the face for me.
For your free Texas travel guide, call 1-800-8888-TEX.
Saturday on CNN's Inside Politics Weekend, House Republicans in disarray. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We'll ask House Majority Whip Tom DeLay what's going on. Saturday at our new time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
Glamorous Hollywood? Not to me. For me, it's long hours and strange locations. Can't get slowed down by irregularity. My doctor says exercise, eat right. But sometimes a meal is whatever you can grab between takes. My doctor suggested Metamucil, the only leading brand with 100% natural fiber, like the fiber in healthy foods. Keeps me regular, gently, so I can give my usual award-winning performance.
Metamucil, the doctor's natural choice for regularity.
It's smart time on the Mazda Protege LX Sports Sedan. $12,995. Add cruise and power everything, and the price goes to... Add air conditioning, and the price jumps to... Add 4-speaker cassette, and the price soars to... Add the best basic warranty in its class, and hey, you get the idea. Now get the passion. And 2.9 for $36.
A multinational protection force will be going into strife-torn Albania. The United Nations Security Council authorized the effort for 3 months. That time could be extended. The Italian-led force will guard deliveries of food and humanitarian aid. U.S. troops are not expected to be involved. Chaos, including 17 deaths in a southern Albanian village, prompted Albania's president to renew calls to guard aid supplies, which are seen as vital to stabilizing conditions before the country's June elections. People around the world mark the most solemn day on the Christian calendar today, Good Friday. In Jerusalem, pilgrims walked along the historic city's Via Dolorosa to retrace the route Jesus took to his crucifixion. Many carried crosses and paused at certain points along the way to pray. In Rome, Pope John Paul II led tens of thousands of people in a similar procession in the Colosseum, once the site of early Christian persecutions. And around the United States, some violent Good Friday weather. We go now to CNN's Weather Department and Ted Texter. Ted?
We
We have to report a death tonight in Hammondville, Kentucky, the result of severe weather moving through there, reports from the sheriff. Also, there's been a lot of scattered, in some cases very, very bad damage because of the storms that have been flaring up through Indiana, now into Ohio, down through Kentucky and Tennessee. In fact, we have pictures for you from Marion County in Indiana, and as you know, that's the Indianapolis area. Thunderstorms produced hail, damaging hail, and reports, in fact, of a couple of apartment complexes damaged there. Otherwise, with this storm, there have been scattered reports of a lot of hail, rain, and wind damage, and we continue to get the reports in as we go into these late night hours. It looks like the storm is losing a little bit of its intensity, but still some very respectable radar returns with it, and still under the gun, severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches. Here's a close-up view of what's going on, our weather watch area. You can see the brighter colors indicate where the heavier storms are. There's a lot of spin in the upper atmosphere, and that's helping to bring all of this about. A front passing farther to the east, too. Spreading our view out just a bit now, and we're going to plot the watch boxes for you. You can see the area of concern right on down into northern parts of the Gulf Coast states, in fact. North and west of there's a mix, a wintry mix across the plains back into the mountains. Forecast weather map takes us into tomorrow, in fact, right on through the weekend. From tonight into Sunday, we put it in motion, and it looks like the front's going to keep on pressing to the east, running into a lot of moisture, so rain showers continue. A bit of snow back across the lakes on up into Canada. The next front that moves through the same area will be drier, much drier, in fact. And then west of there, lots of high pressure brings sunshine into the plains, the mountains, and all the way to the west coast of the United States. Some detailed forecasts for you now. A lot of spring around, a lot of springtime skiing, in fact, and good weather this weekend for it. Here's a CNN ski report.
You're riding in the world's first sport utility wagon.
I am.
That's right. This here's the all-wheel drive Subaru Outback.
That's great.
You know, it's got more cargo space than a passport.
Uh-huh.
The ground clearance of an Explorer.
Yeah, but...
Oh, and did I mention, it gets much better gas mileage than a Jeep Cherokee.
Outback, you say?
Subaru Outback. The world's first sport utility wagon.
Anyone can put an E in front of their name, but if you trade stocks electronically, you better know what's behind the E.
That's why we spent 10 years building one of the world's most secure electronic brokerage systems. We made it big so we can handle trading volume other guys can't. We made it safe with the most advanced technology in the business. And we made it Schwab with help if you need it. We didn't take any chances. Should you?
Call now to open your eSchwab account with complimentary software and get electronic brokerage the way it should be.
Is a Best Western. Call 1-800-528-1234 or your travel agent.
Chili's famous fajitas. Our legendary marinade. Grilled fiery and tender. Something special happens with every order. They're guaranteed to capture your attention and your appetite.
Final four of the female persuasion. Eric Goodman here to tell us all about it.
Andrew, we've been talking about the guys. I'm tired of talking about the guys. They get their day tomorrow. We'll talk about the ladies tonight. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, the Stanford Cardinals lost only one time this season. That's been to Old Dominion. Fittingly, it's the same two teams in the national semifinals. Stanford has gone through some tough times this season. 4 starters have missed a number of games due to injuries, and that forced head coach Tara Vanderveer to raid the volleyball team for players. But the Cardinal has recovered, and now they're praying for overtime with the score tied at 76. Old Dominion has a chance for the win. Tisha Panachero scores 18 points, but she can't score right here. We go to an extra period in overtime. ODU is up by 1. Stanford has a chance for the win. Jamila Weidman can't get it to go. Neither can Vanessa Nygaard. Then Weidman has a chance. Is she fouled? Refs don't call it. And, Old Dominion goes on to win it 83-82. They'll play defending champion Tennessee in the finals on Sunday. Well, for the first time in the history of the PGA, the top 50 golfers in the world are playing at one tournament. Some call the Players' Championship at Sawgrass the 5th major, and whether it is or not, it's certainly a nice tune-up for the first major of the season, the Masters. Tommy Toll's tee shot lands about 5 feet from the stick. He finished at 7 under on the day. 17th hole, par 3, Tom Lehman, last year's Player of the Year. This is his tee shot, puts him about, I don't know, maybe 5 feet from the stick. I don't know that for sure, but that's what they tell me. He goes to 6 under. Mark Brooks, the shot of the day. 8th hole, 162 yards out. And I believe in the break, Andrea told me she shoots like this all the time, just kicks it right off the green. And, oh, are you kidding me? That's good for a hole-in-one. The second hole-in-one in TPC Championship history. How do you like that? Here's your leader, Steve Elkington. This is a long birdie putt. He leads the field by 1 stroke. For the rest of the day in sports, don't forget to check out CNN Sports Illustrated at 1:30 Eastern Time. We'll take a look at the defending champion Kentucky Wildcats and our Page 1 report. And that about does it for us. I'm Eric Goodman. The news continues with our favorite golfer, Andrea.
No, but if I did, I bet I could golf like that. How hard can it be, right? Coming up on Newsnight Update at the top of the hour, we'll take the fast lane to the future.
This was what they call press day at the New York Auto Show.
So this is the camera right there.
Not our camera, the cameras that are mounted on various concept cars. Will they someday make the old-fashioned mirror obsolete?
Fasten your seatbelt. Our Jeannie Mose takes us for a ride as she checks out the new Kings of the Road. It's all coming up on Newsnight Update at 1 a.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific. I'm Andrea Zinga in Atlanta. Showbiz Today, next on CNN.
Saturday on CNN's Evans and Novak. Ralph Reed is upset with Republicans. He'll tell you why. 5:30 Eastern on CNN.
We've been seeing and hearing what they wanted us to. Until now.
Schwarzenschnitzel, what's the name here?
I've been here for 3 hours. This is my case.
But agents in general, I think, should be given knee pads.
Exposé. Bravo's new original Bear It All series. Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern and Wednesdays at 1 a.m. Eastern. Only on Bravo.
For over 70 years, we at Ann Arbor Buick Suzuki believe our customers expect premium cars and quality service before and after the sale. Maybe the idea is a little old-fashioned, but we like it and think you deserve it. For as long as we've been your car dealer, we've also been your next-door neighbor, always there for you with a helping hand and our word as our bond. We're still here on Washtenaw, just a minute west of US 23. So come in for a visit. You know you're always welcome.
This is CNN.
On Showbiz Today, Halle Berry stars in a very funny movie. Our dueling critics go to the Devil's Own. And opera great Kathleen Battle fills our studio with song.
In song cycles,
Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren Sidney.
And in Hollywood, I'm Paul Verkaman in for Jim Moret, who is on assignment. Lauren, I understand you have a special treat for us today.
Absolutely. The opera star Kathleen Battle is going to perform for us right in our New York studio.
And coming up, our dueling critics look at Brad Pitt and Harrison Ford's devilish new thriller, First, Today's Showbiz. One of the Heaven's Gate members who committed suicide in Rancho Santa Fe, California, was the brother of Star Trek's Nichelle Nichols. The actress who played Lieutenant Uhura tells CNN her brother Thomas had been part of the group for 20 years. The 39 killed themselves believing they would rendezvous with a spaceship trailing the Hale-Bopp comet. Some of those beliefs were part of a movie screenplay the group had been working on with a Hollywood producer. It was recently pitched to NBC as a television project, but the network passed on it.
They did feel a certain responsibility for wanting to find a way to deliver their story, A, and B, the other reason is something that we all have heard and that the media is portraying, that these were very normal people who worked amongst us, had regular jobs, had earned incomes, and these were just a few members of this group, of the monastery, who had a creative idea, wanted to portray what they all knew creatively.
He made his choices, and we respect those choices.
A family faces up to a brother's choice.
I was in the group when Jonestown occurred, and we were horrified by Jonestown.
UFOs, contact with aliens, a higher meaning to life. Former cultists remember a different Heaven's Gate.
Candy, is there anybody in the Western world that is not familiar with the Cosby family?
Can justice be done when the whole world is watching? At CNN Center in Atlanta. Welcome to Newsnight Update. Authorities in Southern California are putting together the anatomy of a mass suicide, and they're learning more about the beliefs of the cult that hope to storm the gates of heaven in a spaceship. Here's the latest. The San Diego County coroner says some of the Heaven's Gate cult members had been castrated. 30 of the 39 bodies have been identified. The group had made an advance payment to its internet provider to make sure its website stayed online. CNN's Jennifer Arthur has more.
As names of most of the 39 cult members were revealed Friday, so was the pain of families who already received the grim news.
I think it's very important to, first of all, to know yourself or know what's going on with yourself, and you're going to go through anger, you're going to go through despair, you're going to go through sadness, you're going to go through hope and false expectation, but that this is all part of that process of grieving and trying to adjust to something difficult in your life.
Even before families were notified, a videotape aired on some news organizations featuring farewell messages from cult members.
I have not seen the tape, unfortunately, but we do know that some of the families that we've notified were upset about seeing that. And it's sort of like notifying or releasing the names before they're notified.
Most of the families that we have talked to realized that they were into cults, had been in different cults, and had not really had any contact with them over the years.
Authorities say they're having trouble finding next of kin for the remaining victims.
The autopsies are continuing. We're up to 21 today, and several of the bodies are ready to be released to the mortuaries.
Toxicology on 5 of the victims show 3 of them having high levels of the sedative phenobarbital and alcohol. The deaths were described as painless. Homicide detectives think the case is pretty open and shut.
Death by overdose and suffocation, self-inflicted, at 39 suicides. There's nothing in this investigation that would suggest anything but.
The 2 sheriff's deputies who discovered the 18 men and 21 women on Wednesday spoke out for the first time.
It was a disturbing scene, but it was nothing traumatic. It was nothing, that would shock you. It was very disturbing. It was one of the most bizarre things you'd ever expect to see.
Authorities confirmed that Marshall Applewhite, the cult leader, was alone in a room when he died, and he had been castrated some time ago, as had several others. Meantime, families are claiming loved ones through mortuaries, and the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office is arranging for relatives outside of California to have the deceased transported to them.
Investigators here say they're convinced that the 39 deceased members of the cult called Heaven's Gate belonged to an isolated core group. Jennifer Arthur, CNN, San Diego, California.
One Heaven's Gate member who committed suicide was the brother of actress Nichelle Nichols. Nichols played Lieutenant Uhura on the original Star Trek television series. Nichols told CNN's Larry King her brother, Thomas Nichols, was an intelligent and gentle man, but she said at one point her family lost contact with him.
We had not heard from him in almost 20 years until several years ago when he just before my mother died, and he let us know that he was well and that he was happy where he was. And then just before the earthquake, he contacted me and let me know that their organization had intended to go public and asked me what I thought would be the best way for them to let the world know what they were about and where they were going.
You can see Larry King's complete interview with Nichelle Nichols here on CNN at 2 a.m. Eastern. That's 11 p.m. Pacific. Much of our information about the Heaven's Gate cult is coming from people who once belonged to the group. Recruitment trips sometimes took them across the country. And as CNN's Dan Ronan reports, many of their thoughts were recorded on videotape.
For the past 2 decades, members of the Heaven's Gate cult periodically toured the U.S. looking for new members. Flyers like these were distributed in 1994 in Las Vegas, announcing a recruitment drive. Members spent much of their time on college campuses. Listen to this tape from a 1994 recruiting visit to the University of New Hampshire in Durham.
As we're about to leave our task, it can sound even more and more hard to believe. More and more science fiction. More and more like Looney Tunes. And we recognize that, and we know that that's how a lot of people can respond to it. But the truth is that we are about to leave.
The cult had apparently been around in one form or another since the early or mid-1970s. Look at this film from a 1972 recruitment meeting in Seattle, Washington. Even then, cult members were explaining how they'd be taken from Earth on a UFO.
Well, the time is not set, and we don't know exactly when it will happen. We feel it will be within months.
And what will it be when it does happen?
Well, it will be their demonstration and an opportunity for us to leave also on a craft.
Robert Rubin of Waldport, Oregon, joined the cult in 1974. He says members took a vow of poverty.
We lived that life. We went to churches to ask for food, to ask for money for gas. You develop a pretty good attitude, actually, where you quit worrying about things. You know that actually everything's going to work out all right.
But it didn't work out. After 5 months, Rubin told Marshall Applewhite, the cult's leader, he was leaving. Rubin says he became disenchanted with the cult's direction.
They use the analogy of the butterfly, from the caterpillar to the cocoon to the butterfly. And they said that human beings were like that, and we could go through a change and get to the next level.
Dick Joslin of Tampa, Florida, is a former member who quit in 1990.
They always believed that the body was nothing more than a vehicle, like a car that you drive around.
Joslin says suicide was not discussed in the early years when he joined in the mid-1970s. He says things changed.
Like in 88 and 90, was there any discussion that we might have to leave spiritually, in our spirit? So, and I sort of made my own decision that if it ever came to that, I was out of the group. It never did come to that while I was in there, and of course, I'm glad I left before it did.
In 1994, members began to talk more openly about leaving the Earth for what they called the kingdom level above humans.
We realized that the kingdom level above humans, the level above human, and evolutionary level above human, is a real, physical, many-membered place.
Dick Joslin spent some 15 years in the cult. He says members of Heaven's Gate isolated themselves from the rest of society once they joined. He says they did not fear death.
We all committed suicide when we destroyed our old lives. I left my job, we left homes, families, everything, just like Jesus commanded some to do, to go join this thing. So we all made the major step even back then. It wasn't that big a step in their minds.
Dan Ronan, CNN reporting.
Coming up on Newsnight Update, did his own campaign's dirty tricks cost Ross Perot the presidency? But first, here are the names of the victims that have been identified in the Heaven's Gate suicides in California.
Now look, the meeting starts at 2. That means we got to be in Toledo by 1:45.
Well, look, we're not going to make it.
Hold on, you turn here, it takes us right into Toledo. My man Jim, saving the day. You're sure this is right? Oh, yeah, I go this way all the time.
Traveling's an adventure. Where you stay shouldn't be. Fairfield Inn by Marriott.
It's challenging. That's what I love about it. I trust my instincts.
It's different running your own business.
My work is everything. It's pure adrenaline.
Every decision comes down to you. It takes confidence. It gives me a sense of pride.
It calls on resources you never knew you had. Like the gold corporate card from American Express.
Call now and apply right over the phone.
Because control is in the details. You get quarterly reports by category.
Simplifies bookkeeping.
Small business savings, like 3% off mobile gas, 10% off UPS overnight delivery, up to 15% off Hertz, and up to 25% off Hilton hotels.
It adds up.
And we put your company's name on the card because you are the company.
I like what it says.
People recognize it. It's the best card to have.
Every day, more than 1 million small business owners rely on the corporate card. See how it can help you.
It's hard to do business without it.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS now.
We'll take your application right over the phone.
The Gold Corporate Card. Let American Express give your business the power to do more.
Oh, Fluffy, a bug. Let's call Terminix.
Call 1-800-TERMINIX for any bug problem. Nobody offers a better money-back guarantee.
Don't call Terminix if you want to see Cat again.
Nobody bugs like Terminix.
Fluffy?
Much of Friday, moving vans were parked at O.J. Simpson's Los Angeles home. And so were a few sheriff's deputies who took note of everything that went in the vans. They were assigned to seize Simpson's most prized possessions, including his golf clubs, china, crystal, and artwork. The Brown and Goldman families asked the court to seize these items so Simpson couldn't sell them. He owes the families $33.5 million. The 18-year-old man accused of killing Bill Cosby's son, Ennis, pleaded not guilty Friday. CNN's Jim Hill has more on the suspect's arraignment and what comes next.
Mikhail Markasev, also known as Michael Markasev, stood in a glass courtroom enclosure out of the camera's view. The judge had ordered he not be videotaped by the media because of unspecified objections from the defense and the prosecution. Speaking in a quiet voice, Markasev said only 3 words, "Yes, Your Honor," when asked if he understood a scheduling matter.
Enter a not guilty plea? Yes, Your Honor.
His attorney spoke and entered a not guilty plea to charges Markasev killed Ennis Cosby. The only son of actor Bill Cosby was shot in the head as he changed a flat tire January 16th in Los Angeles. It was a crime that has drawn international attention. Markasev's attorney was asked if he'll seek to have the trial moved out of Los Angeles.
I mean, in all candor, is there anybody in the Western world that is not familiar with the Cosby family? I mean, where would we conceivably go to try this case?
Markusev was arrested about 2 months after the killing. Police say a tipster's information led to the arrest March 12th. It's alleged Markusev killed Cosby in an attempted robbery, even though nothing appeared to have been taken. Although the charges against Markusev could lead to the death penalty if he's convicted, prosecutors have so far not said whether they will seek the death penalty.
Well,
as in his previous court appearance, the room was crowded with reporters and spectators, although no members of the Cosby family were present. Markusev's next date in court is April 18th, at which time his preliminary hearing date will be set. Meanwhile, he remains jailed without bail. Jim Hill, CNN, Los Angeles.
The trial of Oklahoma City bombing suspect Timothy McVeigh will begin Monday as scheduled. Friday, a federal appeals court rejected 3 requests by the defense to delay the trial. The defense had said it wanted more time to investigate the possibility an international conspiracy led to the April 1995 bombing that killed 168 people. McVeigh's lawyers also claimed pretrial publicity would hamper jury selection. CNN's live reports on the McVeigh trial begin Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. A private investigator reportedly says he sent Ross Perot an apology this month for his role in a giant hoax during the 1992 presidential campaign. Scott Barnes told the Dallas Morning News allegations of Republican dirty tricks against Perot's 92 campaign were a lie he says he helped orchestrate independently from the GOP and the Perot camp. Barnes says he wanted to see then-President Bush defeated. A Perot spokesman calls Barnes a Class A hustler who's trying to get media attention. Something is eating the heart out of New Orleans. Coming up on Newsnight Update, we'll take a look at an uninvited visitor that's munching on more than beignets in the French Quarter.
Tradition says the only thing stronger than steel is more steel. Of course, the only thing heavier than steel is more steel. This is the aluminum space frame, invented by Audi and Alcoa. Inside the all-aluminum Audi A8. 40% lighter than steel, it's also stronger and safer. So much for tradition. The future of the luxury car has arrived.
Every country has a communications company. Some have several. Now, the planet will have one too. A company that will compete everywhere and will forge partnerships with communication companies everywhere. What you're watching is the idea behind the union of BT and MCI. Concert, the first communications company for the world.
Sales are going down.
It depends on how you look at it.
The IRS is on the phone. The last thing you want to worry about now is paper jamming. So you want great white recycled content paper from Union Camp. It's as good for your business as it is for the environment. It's virtually worry-free because you've got enough to worry about.
That's one of our vice presidents having a bad day.
Great white, only from Union Camp. One less thing to worry about.
It keeps millions of Americans glued to their TVs every night. It's not the game shows, reruns, or the news. It's because they suffer from not sleeping, and they believe there is nothing they can do about it. But there are new ways to treat their problem, and newer prescription medications that can help.
Maybe we should see the doctor.
Sleep. It doesn't have to be a dream.
Hello, I'm Ted Texter with your Newsnight update on the weather. In the eastern United States, it's still a very stormy night, especially through parts of the Ohio River Valley onto the coast. Now, through the nighttime and into Sunday, we're taking you. And in that time frame, the front will be sliding to the east, and it sweeps the atmosphere, but not until we've had a fair amount of rain from it. All the way from the Great Lakes region, farther north and east, rain showers. It'll be a cool rain here. And behind all of this, likely there will be a little more snow. South and east into that part of the U.S., rain showers continuing there, could be thundering at times. A new front brings in a freshening breeze through the same area and not running into as much moisture. The atmosphere aloft is not as strong, so we're looking forward to a little better weather as we get into Easter Sunday. Farther west, clearing skies with high pressure building in. Looks like a delightful weekend. Lots of sunshine all the way to the west coast. And temperatures tonight will be cool in that region, farther north and west, all the way into the upper Midwest. South and east not looking too bad, 40s, 50s, 60s. Warming into the afternoon on Saturday, just like this. Freezing air will be confined to the extreme northern part of the Great Lakes, the upper Midwest. Go south, you'll find 60s and 70s and even 80s on down into Texas. Middle United States is kind of the line between more spring to summer-like weather to the south, and still very cool as you go farther northward. There's a front moving into the north and western U.S. with it some rain showers over the next few days, but overall we're looking forward to good weather across most of the country. That's a look at your weather.
Nice weather in New Orleans, we can see there, but a tiny termite with a big appetite is causing big problems in New Orleans. Russ Jameson takes a look at what's eating the Big Easy.
Not much left of this floor. They're mostly unseen, but the damage they cause can be devastating. And New Orleans has all the right ingredients. Near tropical conditions, old buildings, and plenty of trees.
The Formosan termite has been like a science fiction horror movie. And we just keep thinking, you know, it's got to get better.
Swarming every spring in thick clouds, these termites were brought by ship to the U.S. after World War II. Now this ravenous pest has spread throughout the South to 12 states, including California and Hawaii. New Orleans officials estimate the tiny terror causes $300 million in damage annually in this historic city alone.
Within 2 years, your home could be destroyed by 2 years by Formosan termites. And this is not like the native subterranean termite.
Formosans move quickly from trees to homes. This homeowner refused to put up any more siding. He couldn't keep up with the termites' appetite.
The termite had ate it completely up. That means the walls, the joists, the roof, the sheet, everything was changed in it, the sheetrock, everything.
So far, repairs have cost him $20,000. Residents and homeowners here in New Orleans have found it expensive to treat and then repair Formosan termite damage. But these creatures also inhabit live trees. And if they invade, damage, or destroy one of these 100-year-old live oaks, well, they can hardly be replaced. You potentially could have millions of termites in a tree this...
Yes. Oh, yes. Millions actually wouldn't take up that much space, a million termites.
And between 30 to 50% of the city's 4,000 oaks may be infested.
These live oaks are hundreds of years old. To see them disappear due to this little critter is a shame.
New Orleans has embarked on an innovative and aggressive battle plan, but it is expensive, perhaps $100,000 per city block.
From this point on, I think the industry has the tools and technology they need to complete the task, and all it's going to take is time and money. If we can win the battle here, we can beat the Formosan termite any place in the world.
Perhaps, but these termites took on Ed Bordas in his own backyard, destroying the termite control board's restrooms. Russ Jameson for CNN, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Well, the well-bred man knows how to confess a fault or acknowledge himself in an error. Know who wrote that? Benjamin Franklin. And the Treasury Department is living up to his words, confessing an error in some $100 bills bearing his likeness. At least $4.5 million worth were printed backwards. The department says they're spendable, and banks will exchange them for properly printed ones. Might want to hang on to one. It's not like hanging on to pennies, though. Ahead on Newsnight Update, the car of tomorrow today. Get ready for a ride into the future.
Here we are, sunny Phoenix, all for free.
And all we had to do was tell a little lie.
Now, telling the truth gets you nowhere.
At British Airways, we'll give you a free ticket to anywhere in the USA if you fly our business class to London and can honestly say it's not the best in the air.
What'd you get in it, Don?
Party.
Really? Eagled it.
The business class guarantee.
Can't believe we got away with it.
Honestly, you'll love it.
Chili's famous fajitas. Our legendary marinade. Grilled fiery and tender. Something special happens with every order. They're guaranteed to capture your attention and your appetite. It's going to be a good move for us, Molly.
Hey, can you throw us our ball back, please? Wow, nice arm. Got it, Mom?
Owning a home means something different to everyone, but the dream always starts the same. For a free guide that can help you on the path to homeownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation. We're showing America a new way home.
Saturday on CNN's Inside Politics Weekend, House Republicans in disarray. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We'll ask House Majority Whip Tom DeLay what's going on. Saturday at our new time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
Cars as sleek, sporty, and high-tech as the mind can fathom. There's a different story. People attending New York's International Auto Show are witnessing a bit of imagination in overdrive this weekend. CNN's Jeannie Mose has a preview.
Some people go to car shows to see what to buy. We went to the car show to see what money can't buy. Yet,
you'll see it has no steering wheel, no pedals.
Oh, there's a shovel in the door.
if you don't need a shovel, maybe you'd like your beverage climate-controlled.
If you wanted a cold drink, you would have the air conditioning system would keep it cold for you. If you wanted a hot drink, there's the electric heating element in there that would keep your coffee hot.
From the Mercury MC4 to the Chrysler Phaeton, concept cars are what manufacturers use to create excitement. This is the Pontiac Rageous, as in outrageous. So the music is merely annoying. This was what they call press day at the New York Auto Show.
So this is the camera right there.
Not our camera, the cameras that are mounted on various concept cars. Will they someday make the old-fashioned mirror obsolete? No blind spots, less wind resistance, though apparently it's a little tough to get used to driving using the view in the monitors.
It probably is a bit disconcerting.
So is this.
This is for the emergency parachute, and this one's for the fire extinguisher.
What kind of car needs a parachute? A Dodge truck with a jet airplane engine. It goes 300 miles per hour.
It's a kick in the pants.
Not our pants.
This is the media ride seat.
You need a trap if you want to take the Dodge Ramjet out for a spin. If you think some car salesmen have a reputation for being snakes, here's a car named after one, the Dodge Copperhead, another concept car. The Copperhead theme extends to the interior, not to mention the tires.
Chrysler chose the snakeskin tread design.
And speaking of tires, we brought along a clipping we spotted in Swing magazine.
Why is it green like that?
Yeah. What's a green tire?
A green?
Funny colored tires?
Not on my black Jeep, no thank you.
Nevertheless, Michelin is testing green tires in Europe. Instead of using carbon, which is what makes regular tires black, Michelin is using silica, mainly for its technical benefits, such as increased gas mileage. But not using carbon makes it possible to make colored tires.
I like my tires black.
He's not exactly green with envy. If you've ever envied race car drivers, there's the Viper GTSR simulator. About a dozen people sit inside the bucking simulator. Despite the sign warning of motion sickness, the simulator operator has seen only one person actually get sick.
The guy just got sick in the middle of the line before he even got in there.
Get up there, Mama.
There were some close calls involving kids taking test drives on the new Fisher-Price Power Wheels. By the time they're old enough for a driver's license, we may be steering with a joystick rather than a wheel. Check out the Mercedes-Benz F200 side stick system. Push forward to go fast, sideways to turn, backwards to slow down. If the driver gets tired, he can just turn the joystick over to his front seat companion. But this was our favorite car. Does it handle well?
It handles magnetic. You want to give it a go?
You'd appreciate it, too, if you spent 5 hours trudging around the car show. No wonder it got admiring looks. Excuse us. Why our 7-mile-an-hour scooter felt like a Viper.
You're okay?
With us on the loose, it's the pedestrians who need airbags. What exactly happened back there? Jeannie Mose, CNN, New York.
I'm Andrea Zinga in Atlanta. CNN Sports Illustrated is next.
Suicide cults have become a serious issue, and the recent death of 39 more members still remains a mystery. A CNN and Time magazine investigation. Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
For over 70 years, we at Ann Arbor Buick Suzuki believe our customers expect premium cars and quality service before and after the sale. Maybe the idea is a little old-fashioned, but we like it and think you deserve it. For as long as we've been your car dealer, we've also been your next-door neighbor, always there for you with a helping hand and our word as our bond. We're still here on Washtenaw, just a minute west of US 23. So come in for a visit. You know you're always welcome.
The Army National Guard has been serving Americans ever since there has been an America. And we will always be here, giving our best to our communities, preserving our freedoms, protecting our way of life. We're America's citizen soldiers. We're mechanics, businessmen, farmers, nurses, teachers, neighbors. Proud to be part of the communities we serve. The Army National Guard, Americans at their best.
Showbiz Today, weekdays 5:30 Eastern on CNN.
He's a star on the court and now on the big screen. So why does Dennis Rodman do the things he does? Ask him yourself tonight. But first, the medical examiner of San Diego County joins us with the latest on the mass cult suicides. Plus, a victim's sister, Star Trek's Nichelle Nichols, talks about why her brother killed himself. Just ahead on Larry King Live.
Now, live in Washington, here's Larry King.
Good evening. Dennis Rodman was scheduled to be the guest for the full hour tonight. Dennis is here and will be with us in about 15 minutes as we go, of course, to the big story of the day. And we start in San Diego with with Calvin Vine. Calvin is the supervising medical examiner and investigator for San Diego. And Dr. Brian Blackburn is the medical examiner of San Diego County. Dr. Blackburn, have all bodies been autopsied now?
We've done 21 of the 39 autopsy examinations, and we expect by Monday we'll have them done.
Have the results been, cause of death been the same in all 21?
Well, we're pending the certificates right now until we get all the information, but there are no physical injuries on anybody. And the initial 5 cases we've done the almost complete toxicology on shows alcohol and phenobarbital.
Why will that combination kill you?
Well, the combination is a respiratory depression. It would cause one to fall asleep and go into coma, and then the breathing and the heart rate would slow down until someone passes away.
Is it painless?
Yes, quite. The one just goes to sleep, really.
So they knew what they were doing and how to do it?
Yes, we understand that that's the case.
And you also know that it was done in stages, right? Certain people died before other people.
Yes, we have 2 reasons to believe that. Some of the bodies are more fresh dead than the others. Some of them are quite decomposed. And also there's some notes indicating 3 sort of groups. The first group to go, the second group, and then the final group.
Calvin Vine, what does the investigator for the medical examiner's office do?
What we are dealing with right now is trying to notify the families to let them know of their loved one's death and help them make their funeral arrangements.
How many have you reached?
Right now we only have 9 left to get notified. We have 30 of the families notified.
This is done by phone?
At the present time, yes, that is what we're doing.
Do you make calls personally?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us how you handle a call like that?
Most of the families that we are talking with, we have set up a 1-800 number, so they're actually calling us and contacting us, and we're returning their calls and letting them know of the death.
That, I would guess, is the toughest kind of phone call to make.
It's very difficult, and we are quite professional, so we have that experience to go ahead and talk to these families and help them kind of through their time of need.
Do you ask them questions as well? Is there some sort of investigation to this?
Normally we do, but sometimes the families will offer more information than we really need.
The 9 you have not reached, is there a problem? Can we help you? in any way? Do you know why we haven't reached 9?
Well, some of them have different driver's license from different states and have moved around quite a bit, so we don't really have an actual address on where their families are located. But we are very hopeful by the end of the weekend that we will be able to find these families.
And you do not release names until families are notified, right?
That is correct.
So no names have been released. Those that we know about are just through other sources.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you also, have you discussed with them this interest in UFOs? Do the family members know about this?
Some of the families have expressed that information to us, that their members are either belonging to cults or doing things different, or into X-Files and even into the Trekkies.
Do they know they were interested in computers?
Some of them are letting us know that they had limited knowledge about computers, but not really, the people that I have talked to have not expressed that information.
Has anyone seen the videotape farewell?
Not that I'm aware of, just what has been broadcast from...
No, I mean any sent personally to families?
Negative.
Any of the families express interest in seeing it?
Most of the families are kind of upset that is being shown, and feels that it's kind of private, that it is personal property, and that they want it back and not have it shown.
Did they object to the police shooting of the tape?
I don't think so. I think the videotaping inside of the residence was quite beneficial, so that the families that have seen it can see that it was not a gruesome thing, that was kind of a peaceful setting.
Dr. Blackburn, what's the toughest part of your job in something like this?
Well, you know, in a mass disaster, the biggest problem is identification. And we were very fortunate in this case that they were very organized and somewhat compulsive, and had passports and driver's licenses and birth certificates in their pockets. So everyone had identification right on them. So that eliminated one of our major problems.
There were stories circulating that the men were castrated, true?
Some of them have been, yes. This is a remote thing. It's not something acute that's happened in the last few days or weeks.
You mean it had been done sometime before?
Yes, that's right.
Were all of the men castrated?
No.
Is that, to your knowledge, part of this cult?
We've just heard some word about that, and so we've been checking on it. I have no idea what that's about.
We can say unequivocally, can we not, Dr. Blackburn, this is a suicide?
Yes, we can. The Sheriff's Department and our office has looked over these cases very well, and there is no indication of any foul play or any other outside persons being involved.
Calvin, when are the bodies sent to or how are the bodies transported to families?
Local mortuaries will be making arrangements to pick up the bodies over the weekend. We're starting on Sunday night, and probably will get that accomplished by the first of the week.
Thank you both for spending time with us. This has been very tough, and we appreciate it. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with Nichelle Nichols, the wonderful actress who played Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek all those years, in movies as well. Her brother died. We'll ask her about that after this.
Larry King Live is brought to you by Mazda. Experience cars and trucks built with a passion for the road. Mazda.
It's smart time on the Mazda Protege LX Sports Sedan. $12,995. Add cruise and power everything, and the price goes to... Add air conditioning, and the price jumps to... Add 4-speaker cassette, and the price soars to... Add the best basic warranty in its class, and hey, you get the idea. Now get the passion. And 2.9 for $36.
Mom, why do you always have to work? Can't we go to the beach?
Today, honey, I've got a meeting with a very important client.
Mom, when can I be a client?
You have 5 minutes to get ready to go to the beach, or I'm going without you.
be a nice guy, because they'll snow you.
The technology is driving the change.
Communism going away has opened up global investing. I always say you should be able to sleep at night. You should have your money working for you.
People give us their money to invest, but not to play with us.
So I'd rather invest in a company that's training workers to use technology than a company that actually makes the technology.
I'm just convinced that India is going to be important.
You want somebody who understands that and sticks to their guns and can stay disciplined through the tough times.
If you spent this much time with mutual fund managers,
A desk is a very poor place to view the world from.
you pretty well know which funds made sense and which made more sense. How to spread risk, maximize potential, and build a portfolio of funds to help see you through the long haul. That's exactly what we did. Introducing One Source Portfolios from Schwab, the mutual fund of mutual funds. Handpicked by people who spend most of their time living and breathing them. One Source Portfolios. The way it should be.
In a couple of minutes, the great basketball star Dennis Rodman will join us. We are now joined at our studios in Los Angeles by Nichelle Nichols, the wonderful actress who played all those years Lieutenant Uhura on the Star Trek series and in 6 of the movies. Her brother Thomas, her younger brother, died. Did you know that Thomas was in this kind of organization, Nichelle?
I was aware that my brother had decided to join a religious organization some years ago. One of their purposes was to separate themselves from the family and friends and to be very private in what they did.
So did you know about the computers and the space journeys and concepts? Did you know about that at all?
First, I want to say, on behalf of my family and all of Tommy's sisters and brothers and nephews and and myself, that we're indeed very grateful to you, Larry, to have this opportunity to express our pain and our grief and our love for my brother. My brother was a highly intelligent and a beautifully gentle man. He made his choices, and we respect those choices.
How old was he, Nichelle?
He was born in 1938, April of 38. I guess you can imagine, since I became aware of what had happened, and becoming aware that my brother might be one of these people. We had not heard from him in almost 20 years until several years ago, when just before my mother died, and he let us know that he was well and that he was happy where he was. And then just before the earthquake, he contacted me and let me know that their organization had intended to go public, and asked me what I thought would be the best way for them to let the world know what they were about and where they were going.
So he had been removed from the family and only recently come back into the fold.
Only in the... yes.
Is the family in grief and shock?
Yes, of course.
Why have you come here tonight? I mean, this is a very difficult time for you.
Since it became known that or rumored that it was my brother, even before I knew it was, we've been inundated with phone calls from the press, from reporters, from the paparazzi. I must say, though, outside my gate all day, all night and all day today, I must say, and I'd like to thank them for having been very respectful and very kind. I know it can be a madhouse and a very terrible an ordeal for someone, and it has been for us. But they were very respectful, but I cannot bring myself to do these many interviews, and so I was happy to come on with you to discuss with you my brother's life and where we are coming from as a family. there's a tragic irony that they should choose Hale-Bopp, this wonderful comet, this incredible celestial event that is only once in our lifetime and we will never see for another 2,400 years, that it would be this event that would trigger their decision to leave their bodies, as they called it, to go onto another plane.
Michelle, I want to ask you, if when we come out to Los Angeles, which will be in a couple weeks, would you come over and sit down so we're together and we can talk a lot about this?
I would be
because
glad.
of your career and this almost incredible interchange of a Star Trek and this kind of event. A couple of other things, though. When you first heard about it, did you think this was your brother's group?
At first I did not really think so. And then as it came closer, some of the things that was being said, I recalled my brother speaking those words to me. And I became more and more and more convinced that he might be involved, but that this might be that group. This was a single group. They were not part of a mass cell or just a cell of a mass movement. Mm-hmm. This was this small group themselves who chose to make this.
You must also have consolation in that everybody who's talking about knowing them, and we'll talk with Dick Jocelyn in a moment, who knew your brother well, loved them, liked them.
Yes.
Everyone had great respect for them. They lived with dignity. They were great with their neighbors. They were kind to people.
Indeed,
and they even died with a kind of dignity, don't you think? Just the way they did it.
Yes, with great dignity. And I recall his saying to me just before the earthquake, he came to visit me with some members, which was unprecedented, to let me know what they were about. And they talked about the great comet that would come someday, and they would know it. And the tragic irony is that I am in production now of children's programming, and Hale-Bopp is one of the approaches that we're taking to teach children about science. And they've just written a beautiful song called Hale-Bopp. And to have this kind of tragedy, the irony is painful for us.
Michelle, we'll see you in Los Angeles, and thank you.
I thank you,
Thank you for coming by.
And thank you.
We'll take a quick break, come back with Dick Jocelyn, and then Dennis Rodman. Don't go away.
See ya. See ya. Night, Daddy.
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, searching for you. I go out walking after midnight.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
MFS invented the mutual fund in 1924. By the time America walked on the moon, we'd been helping investors take giant steps for 45 years. MFS, we invented the mutual fund.
Here's a source of business intelligence that can help you make a lot of money. It's the Kiplinger Washington Letter, a remarkable guide to business success, full of astute forecasts you can use. Every week, the staff of the Kiplinger Washington Letter spends its time to save your time. They brief you in 4 quick-reading, powerful pages. Because the next few weeks are so crucial, call for 4 free issues. Call now and also get free the special report, Opportunities Ahead, the Kiplinger Guide to Business and Investment Profits. It reveals specific ways you can profit now, tax angles that can save you big dollars, what smart managers are doing to boost profits. It's free when you call now. Kiplinger will bill you later for a year's subscription at just $48. You save $20 off the regular rate. If you don't make or save many times the modest cost, return the bill marked cancel and owe nothing. You keep this money-making special report free.
Call now, 1-800-978-4000. That's 1-800-978-4000.
Simmons is dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. Only Simmons has Beauty Rest pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. Simmons Beauty Rest, the Do Not Disturb mattress.
We're back. Joining us now in Tampa is former cult member Dick Jocelyn, who, by the way, was Thomas Nichols' good friend. How long were you in this group, Dick?
Hello, Larry. I was in the group for 15 years, from 1975 until 1990.
And you left why?
Well, I left because I had doubts about whether what the group was all about was really going to come to pass. I had some doubts about Doe because he seemed to be suffering a lot of strain as a result of handling the group on his own without tea with him anymore. Mm-hmm. And I had a lot of draw back into the world, which in a monastic communal setting like that divides you, and so it just felt like it was time for me to come back.
Did they talk then about suicide and travel and interplanetary things?
Well, they talked about all of those things, Larry. The suicide. I was with the group. We were all together when Jonestown occurred, and we were horrified by that, and certainly hoped that we would never do something like that. But after all the years of waiting, I think they finally felt that it was time to take the journey, if you will, in spirit. I want to say that I want to reach out with all my love and all my heart to Michelle. I was with Tom as a partner for an extended period of time. He was, as she said, a beautiful, wonderful, intelligent being, as were all my classmates. And I hope that I want to reach out to all the other families, and I hope that there's an opportunity for those of us who left the group, and there is a network of about probably a dozen of us around the country, to meet with those parents and loved ones and begin the healing process.
When you first heard the news, did you know immediately it was your group?
Yes, I did. I felt it, and it didn't take very many details for me to be absolutely certain. I have the list in front of me of the individuals whose bodies have been identified, and I
don't know if you could read them because we're waiting until all families have been notified according to the medical
exam. I have no intention of reading them. And by the way, there are 5 copies of those tapes that have been sent by the class to specific ex-members, and there was a request that those tapes be shown, but now that I understand that it's the family's wish that they not be, then I will relay that message.
I see. Did you get one of the tapes?
No, I did not, but I know all the people who did.
Dick, we're going to be calling on you again next week, and thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
Dick Jocelyn, former member of the cult, a friend of Thomas Nichols. When we come back, Dennis Rodman in studio, star of a new film, wrestling star, injured, great basketball. Go on and on. Dennis is next. Don't go away.
Sunday, on the next Impact, suicide cults have become a serious issue, and the recent death of 39 more members still remains a mystery. CNN and Time magazine examine whether these people are on a mission or simply mad. Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
This is not a TV show. This could be you. What would happen to your family? Where would the money come from? For the mortgage, for your kids' education, to live on. But this is a commercial. There is something you can do. Life insurance. It isn't for the people who die. It's for the people who live.
Your retirement plans. Let's see. You have Social Security. There's your pension, but then your company downside. You must have made investments. It may be time for some independent thinking. Mutual funds from American Century. Invest in our thinking.
People, we're here to discuss a threat to our private playground, the Internet. Sprint Internet Passport. Notice the software that makes sense of all the technical stuff you used to need a nerd for. A powerful menu that makes it easy to find what you want. It even has 24-hour expert assistance, not to mention a big shot spokesperson to tell everyone about it.
So what's stopping someone like my mother from getting on the net now?
Nothing.
Oh, that's
Sprint Internet Passport with unlimited use. Call now for 30 days free.
He's here, folks. After much anticipation, Dennis Rodman has arrived. We love the choice of... Describe first the shirt.
The shirt? This is the everyday shirt I wear every day. You know, there's no spectacular things about it. You know,
see-through.
See-through shirt.
Round circles, multicolored.
It's pretty much like my personality.
The many faces.
That's right.
Rub. And the hat. How would that be described, Dennis?
I kind of put it in a statement of the Woodstock era, Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, you're in that mood today. Do you dress to mood?
No, not really. I dress to please Dennis Rodman. That's it. When I feel good, I dress good. When I feel bad, I dress good.
Choice of earrings, for example. Must be interesting when you go through the house.
No, interesting what I find in my house.
What color hair do we have on tonight?
We have blonde. You probably see a little sparkle right here. A little blonde today, so, you know.
Does it take long to color?
No, I don't have much there.
But before we talk about the movie and everything, what everyone is most interested in immediately is your injury. What happened?
It was a freak accident. The last 3 seconds of a game, and I'm just sitting there, you know, getting my normal routine, trying to get the rebound, and all of a sudden, somebody just leaned against my leg, and I heard a pop, and it's not that bad. It's not that severe, so I'll be back in a couple of weeks.
You won't play the rest of the season, the regular season, right?
That don't mean I'm not going to have a good time.
You are going to have a good time?
Of course.
You're not going to hang around the bench, in other words?
You know, I'm still part of the team. I'm a very integral part of that team, very important unit. But, you know, I do my thing and do my thing off the court, too.
But you will be back for the playoffs?
Of course.
Right?
Stronger than ever.
Did you know right away, as soon as you heard the pop, I'm out for a while?
I knew something was wrong, you know, when you're walking. It's like when you see a horse come around a third leg, and all of a sudden he has only 3 legs, and the other one's dangling like that. That's the way it felt when I was walking off.
And there's no surgery of any kind, though, right?
Not at all. No, I wouldn't take that at all. I'd have to heal that before I even try to go under the knife at all.
Now, Dennis, the movie star. We're going to see a clip of this movie in a minute. Let's take a break, and we'll come back, and we'll set this up. Dennis's new movie is called Double Team. It opens next week. Well, he's also a wrestler. He's also arguably the best rebounder that ever lived. And, of course, one of the most extraordinary folks in the history of American sport. We'll be right back with Dennis Rodman after this.
Saturday on CNN's Evans and Novak. Ralph Reed is upset with Republicans. He'll tell you why. 5:30 Eastern on CNN.
When looking for quality medical equipment, respiratory and pharmacy services, look to Laurel. Laurel provides expert consultation on product selection, trains each customer in the use and care of their medical equipment and supplies, and even offers full service and repair by certified technicians. Laurel, combining the latest technology with friendly, professional service. Visit any of our 3 convenient locations. Open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Saturdays, 9 to noon.
You never know what the future will bring. That's why your nationwide insurance agent offers life insurance plans to provide for your family, pay off your home, or put the kids through college, no matter what. So call today and have someone on your side for life.
Nationwide is on your side.
This nationwide insurance agent is now open for business in your neighborhood and is always on your side.
Capital Gang, Saturday, 7 Eastern on CNN.
To access CNN Interactive on the World Wide Web, call 1-800-WORLDNET, extension CNN, for free internet software.
We're back with Dennis Rodman, an incredible story in sport, and let's talk about the movie first. Why a movie?
I don't know. I like to perform. I like to be an entertainer, and I just don't want to be known as a basketball player, an athlete, so-called, you know. So I just, you know, test the waters in the movie industry.
And how did you do this? Did they come to you? You go to them? How did this come about?
Well, basketball has his luxury, and I think that they're looking for someone that was very colorful, that's not in the movie business just yet, and they found somebody like me and said, hey, you want to do this? Okay, great, let's do it. And I fit the part real well.
Because you play?
I play the devilish basketball character for the Chicago Bulls.
The Bulls are the team in the movie?
Well, no, that's That's what I play, on the court.
No, but who's the team?
What's what you mean, the character in the movie?
Yeah, the movie.
I play a guy that is just really confused which direction he wants to go. If he wants to go with the bad guy, he wants to go with the good guy. That's Mickey Rourke is the bad guy. And
Mickey Rourke's in this.
Oh yeah, Mickey Rourke's in there, and Van Damme. So
wait a minute. You, Mickey Rourke, and Claude Van Damme?
Can you imagine that?
What were the days like? What was dinner like?
What was dinner like? I don't think we had dinner. I think it was more like lunch and breakfast every day.
Did you get along?
We got along real well. Me and Mickey got along real well. Van Damme,
tough.
He had his moments, but he was great.
He hops around a lot, though, right? He's very physical.
Well, he's physical at times.
Did you like making movies?
It was very frustrating at points. Because they give you those famous 3 words: hurry up and wait. You get on the set. You stand up for 6 hours. It's okay. Come do this 10-second spot. Okay, great. Another 5 hours pass by. Let's do this 5-second spot. Okay. That's the only thing bad about making movies right there. A basketball floor, you pretty much it's 2.5 hours, constant pounding, grinding, and go home and do what you got to do.
Basketball's still the favorite thing, right?
It's good for the people. It's good for the people. For me, I want to branch out and do other things, but for the time being, I enjoy it.
Let's see a scene from Double Team. This is a Columbia release. It'll be out next Friday. Watch.
You're out of the game. You sure? He's up! He's in!
Okay. First of all, I like the suit. That looked like Brooks Brothers.
Can you believe that?
Have you ever worn a suit like that?
When I first came in the league.
Yeah, when you were the rookie,
right?
When I
was a rookie, I had to go through the formality and be treated like a soldier, and wear your suit and uniform and do the job.
And what about shooting that? What was happening in that scene? Who was the bad guy?
I really don't even know. I pretty much trying
to... You don't remember this movie, do you?
I remember. So many things that happened and transpired over this time, but I'm trying to follow one of Mickey Rourke's guys to try to distract him from getting Van Damme. And another guy came behind me, and you could tell that I was a little too big for this cab, right? I'm trying to crawl into this cab, be inconspicuous,
By the way, did the Bulls worry about physical scenes like that and injury? Because you could get injured doing a scene like that.
Of course, but they don't have to worry about me. I'm always there, no matter what.
You always come to play, right?
That's right. I come to play all the time.
Right. Now, how much of Dennis Rodman is a put-on?
A put-on?
Yeah, but that I mean, when you had those troubles with the league and someone suggested psychiatric counseling for Dennis Rodman, and we all know this happened in Muhammad Ali's career too. When he used to yell and scream, they suggested, but we all know now that Muhammad was basically putting people on. Are you putting us on? Are you having a good time at our expense?
Not at your expense. I look at it, I'm having a good time for myself. I like to entertain myself because I can't find any other entertainment besides what I can do for myself. So I like doing it for myself. I'm not putting anybody on. This is me. I like being a person that's very free, independent, and just go out there and do, the things he wants to do. And basically, having the power, a little luxury that I have, gives me that option. And I can do it, and I love it.
So do you wake up in the morning and say, what am I going to do today?
No.
No.
It's all spontaneous. I mean...
Good. I'm glad. So you're not contrived.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's not at all. I mean, I can be going to a game, all of a sudden I just throw something in the bag, and all of a sudden it's creativeness. It's just creativeness. Here, put that in there. Put that in there. Okay, great. Here I am. Check me out.
Would that make you hard to live with?
Oh, no. I'm a very smooth individual behind closed doors.
You mean you're easy to be around? You're not high maintenance?
No, I don't. No, that's. If I was a woman, I would say yes, I am. But I'm not.
And some people think you want to be at times. Now, why be a bride? That was a hokey thing, right?
That was something spontaneous.
You put on the whole world. They thought you were getting married that day.
Why not? I mean, it was great. It was entertainment. I mean, New York is full of that. So I just But I was a piece
Now,
of
there you are.
puzzle.
Take a look at that. What was it like?
Look at
wearing
that. See, I was just.
Now, you're a great athlete.
I know, but check it out, though. Isn't that daring? Isn't that just devilish? And most athletes will never do that. They would never do that.
No, I don't think Michael would do that.
Oh, no, Michael got too many things going on. He can't do that. You know, for me, I can care less what people think about me because the only person that's going to judge is the man upstairs.
Does Michael ever comment to you about the things you do off the court?
No, he does it in a way where he's very conservative when he says things. I know what he means when he's trying to read between the lines, you know, but...
Well, he loves the way you play.
Oh,
But he is concerned about you, don't you think? He's afraid that something erratic's going to happen to you?
No, I don't think he's afraid of it. I think he knows that I'm very in control of everything that's going on. And I always compare myself with Jimi Hendrix and those guys back then, Janis Joplin and Jim Morrison, all those people.
What kind of kid? Were you a good athlete as a kid? Were you a high school star?
I was very energetic, very hyper, a realistic person when I was small, but I didn't have the ability to do anything because...
You didn't have a lot of college offers?
No, not at all, because I basically just dropped out of school.
Bad student?
No, I was a good student. It's just when I left my guidance back behind me, then all of a sudden I started to stray.
Were you a rascal?
I say when I was 18 to 21, I was very venturous. I was very...
When did you know you were a good basketball player?
I didn't. Still today, I don't.
Come on.
I'm serious, I don't. You know, it still amazes me some of the things that I do. I'm 35, going on 36 in 2 months, and it's amazing me that I'm even in this business. You know, it's, you know...
Where were you drafted when you came into...
I was drafted 26, second round, first guy in the second round.
Right, so there were expectations you would make the pros. Didn't you think you'd make the NBA?
Well, I like to fool myself back then and say, hey, I can guard Larry Bird, I can guard Dr. J, I can guard all these famous great athletes, you know, but in the back of your mind, you said, no, I can't. You know, I'm just trying to fool people.
So you had doubts?
Oh, of course I got doubts, you know.
Still have doubts?
Of course. I got doubts that one day I'm going to wake up and say, hey, I can't do it anymore.
This rebounding is natural, it's a technique, or you have studied it?
I studied it. I
You studied the arc of the ball?
Of course. I studied the ball, I studied the air, I studied the flight, I studied the guy shooting the ball, I studied when he goes to bed, when he's training about the ball. But I do all these things. I go through this ritual every day. And I just know where the ball's going to go. I just know where it's going to go.
Do you enjoy your reputation?
If it was a pool, I would just keep diving in. I love it.
Good line. We'll be back with Dennis Rodman. He's going to be in the movie Double Team. You'll see it next week. There's another new facet of his life. I'm going to show you a picture of this. Let's close in on this. This is Dennis Rodman, the wrestler. That's next on Larry King Live. Don't go away.
Anyone can put an E in front of their name, but if you trade stocks electronically, you better know what's behind the E.
That's why we spent 10 years building one of the world's most secure electronic brokerage systems. We made it big so we can handle trading volume other guys can't. We made it safe with the most advanced technology in the business. And we made it Schwab with help if you need it. We didn't take any chances. Should you?
Call now to open your eSchwab account with complimentary software and get electronic brokerage the way it should be.
The horses really don't like me, but luckily my owner, he takes care of me. He knows my engine's made for a high-octane gas like Chevron Supreme with Techron.
Chevron Supreme with Techron.
My emissions are fine. The horses' emissions, they're questionable.
Catering a wedding means a long, hard day, so I need the strongest hold.
Introducing Fix-It-Int Free with the strongest, longest hold of any adhesive. And it has no artificial flavors or colors.
We start the day making fresh tomato bisque.
Fix-It-Int holds stronger, longer than any free adhesive, or your money back, guaranteed.
At noon, we prepare the fresh vegetables. Nice. By evening, we've got it all together.
Fix-It-Int Free, a whole new way to fix it in and forget it, or your money back, guaranteed.
Got a pretty decent-sized chunk of land to mow? Say, Montana? Make sure you also have the Cub Cadet lawn tractor with a solid steel direct drive shaft. And when you finish there, Wyoming could use a bit of a trim. Cub Cadet, the one with the drive.
Smoking, colas, coffee, they can all stain your teeth. But new improved Topo Whitening Toothpaste removes tough stains. And it's gentle enough so you can use it every day. Topo, uncover the white.
On CNN's Parenting Today, it's every parent's biggest fear, the death of a child. A very special look at ways to help you cope with this devastating loss from someone who knows. Saturday, 1:30 Eastern on CNN.
Just notice this. You have gold fingernails.
Really?
And they're like sparkling.
Sparkling?
Do you do your own nails?
No, let someone else do that.
Why don't we take off the hat, Dennis? Let's show the public that... Hey! There's the Dennis we know and love.
Oh, yeah?
How long does it take to color that?
People at home say, God, you don't comb your hair? Yeah, I do. I'm on a show. It takes about 25 minutes.
And what do you use? I mean, what...
Bleach. Just bleach. For all you kids at home, do not try this, okay? So I got that out the way.
Okay, now we take the glasses off. Let's see, there's the full Dennis Rodman we all know and admire.
Okay.
Why, before we ask about wrestling, this is asked as a Jewish guy who doesn't understand. The thing in the nose.
What about it?
What is that statement?
What's the statement?
Yeah.
It's no statement. I mean, it's just, people say it's fashion, it's like a fad, and you know, it's just, you know, I like a little pain every now and then. And this is just...
It hurts?
It don't hurt. It hurt then, but it just reminds us that, hey, it did hurt.
When they put it in?
Oh, yeah.
And you wanted the pain, right?
Oh, yeah. We should do you, Larry. We should do you. How about that? You check yourself out. Nose ring, earrings, bleached hair. You know, coming the new Larry King. I said the new Larry King. What do you think?
I like it.
What do you think? You should come just like this one night.
What about, and then I'll play for Utah. That'll be a new me.
Oh, that'd be good.
What about the wrestling? What's with this?
I've always liked wrestling. I think a lot of people in the world love wrestling. It's very entertaining. That's another form of art that...
fakery, though, isn't it?
Well, I won't say that. You probably think it's fake, but for me, it's, you know, it's not
Are you
fake.
a tag team with Hulk?
I'm a tag team on July the 13th. I'll be in the ring for real. Wrestling, for real.
Do the Bulls have any say in this?
I have say. No one has say.
Oh, that's right. You're a free agent at the end of this year.
That's right.
So you can do this because you're not under contract.
That's right.
Do you want to stay in Chicago?
I will be very diplomatic about this. If we win, I'll come back. If we don't win, I see nowhere in hell they'll have me back.
Okay, that's not diplomatic. That's direct.
No?
If you win the NBA championship, which would be like forever now, you keep winning, you will come back.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only way I can be able to come back.
Just to see if you could do another one.
Yeah.
But if you don't win, you want to quit basketball, or is there a place you want to play, someplace else?
No, I don't think that, I don't think Chicago will have me back.
Wouldn't have you back?
Yeah, I don't think that.
Where do you see yourself? We've had San Antonio, we've had Detroit.
Detroit.
Well, if you say, are you L.A.?
A lot of people say I'm L.A. or New York because of my style and my flamboyant.
Do you see yourself on the Knicks?
I can see myself with the Lakers for sure. If I don't go back to Chicago, I would love to stay in Chicago. The people have been great to me. Great.
But the mystery of their commitment to bizarre notions of redemption by a UFO remains. Amid the grief of their families comes new information that the cult had more than one home base. CNN correspondent Rusty Dornan is covering the story and joins us live from Rancho Santa Fe, California. Rusty?
Well, Bob, that's true. The story continues to unfold from other parts of the country as we learn about their background and where they were before they came to Rancho Santa Fe. Apparently, they did have a 40-acre ranch in Manzano, New Mexico. Now, the San Diego Union is reporting that they lived in Army-like surplus tents, but they built a fortress-like structure built out of tires and cement in sand. Now, in that part of the country, that is not that uncommon. Tires are actually used for energy conservation in that part of the country. But apparently, some books were discovered there that with titles like Earthship, How to Build One. They had indicated to the man who bought the property from them that there was some kind of revelation They were building something for some kind of impending doom, but did not say what that was. And the man who bought the property from them, incidentally, was someone who was heading a Patriots movement in New Mexico. He shared many of their beliefs about a coming apocalypse. Now, one of the other interesting things that has been unfolding, of course, is the discovery that 6 of the members of Heaven's Gate were castrated. Many medical experts are wondering how this could happen. I mean, you cannot walk into a doctor's office and just ask for a castration. That could be done when someone is asking to change, when a man is asking for a sex change operation, that is performed. But you cannot walk into a doctor's office and ask for that kind of operation. That is not ethically done. So there are some questions as to when and where they were done and who did them. Whether it was one of the members who possibly had some medical background, we do not know. Speculation, of course, is that they did this as to prove their dedication to their celibate life, to their monastic life, and also in emulation of their leader, Marshall Applewhite, who was one of the men who were castrated. Now, the Washington Post is reporting that there was an incident when he had a teaching position at St. Thomas University in Houston, that there was an alleged homosexual affair with one of his students, and that he was dismissed from that university for health problems of an emotional nature, and that he later, according to this report, turned himself into a psychiatric hospital. Now, we have also received statements from his son, Mark Applewhite, who is not going on interview with anyone, but has issued a statement saying that he is appalled at what his father did. He expresses sympathy to anyone who lost relatives and the horror of what happened. Apparently his son is a fundamentalist Christian. He did put in the statement that he feels he has a real ticket to heaven, not one of the ones that his father was disillusioned by. He also says that his father left when he was 5 years old and that he had not heard from him for 25 years. And that's Mark Applewhite, the son of Marshall Applewhite, who was said to be the leader of Heaven's Gate. Now, most of the autopsies have been completed, although they say it will be Monday before the final results are in. Also, just a handful of families of the deceased have not been notified. Authorities are still trying to contact them. So the story continues to unfold as we learn more about the background, but still no answer to the major question of why. Bob?
All right, thank you. Rusty Dornan in Rancho Santa Fe today. For victims' families and friends, this weekend is filled with questions, filled with memories and emotions. David Talo had a friend who joined the cult in the 1970s and then dropped out and then went back to it a few years ago. David Talo joins us now by telephone from San Antonio. Mr. Talo, thanks for talking with us. Your friend was Jeff Lewis, is that right?
That is correct.
What can you tell us about him? How do you recall him?
Jeff was a very carefree, happy individual. He was a good friend of ours. I met him by going to a Wednesday happy hour on a regular basis at a reggae bar in San Antonio that was close to the medical center. He, at that time, was a masseuse. He had dreadlocks. He lived in a small apartment and had a very carefree, happy life. He would go to concerts, and as our friendship developed and the friendships in this little pub developed, we were going outside of the pub more and more to do camping and rafting and some of the stuff that you can do around San Antonio.
Mm-hmm. You knew him, Mr. Talo, after he had joined the cult and dropped out of it. Is that right?
That is correct. However, at no time up until he left did we really hear that much about the cult or what he had done. I don't have any real information on his early years other than
did he talk with you?
It was a bigger group of people.
Did he talk with you about the cult at all?
Yeah, right before he left. It was a quick transition. He went to see a friend of mine in Houston who he had evidently an interview to get back into the family, which is how he referred to these people. And he ended up telling my friend that give away all my stuff and go away. And he said, "You're kidding." "No, I'm really going to do this." And literally within 7 days of that, we were at his house. He had given away all his possessions. He had cut off all his hair. And he hugged us and said goodbye.
Were things going well for him at the time he made that decision to go back?
Yeah, from what I could see, I didn't see anything that was disturbing or anything that was really being a radical change in his life. I do think that this was something that built within himself, and he kept it to himself up until the time where he told all of us to.
Mr. Taylor, people ask themselves, ask each other constantly, what kind of person joins a cult like this, and winds up taking part in a mass suicide? How would you answer that question with regard to Mr. Lewis?
I don't think that there's a real pattern that I can suddenly reveal to everybody. Let me stress again that Jeff was a good friend. He was a wonderful person. He was a caring person. He, at the time, right before he did this, he lived in a back room of a house that was owned by an elderly lady, and he helped her with laundry and chores and made sure she was taken care of until she passed away.
Would you describe him as a passive person, more aggressive? How?
Excuse me?
What adjective would you use if I suggested he was passive? Would you say yes,
passive,
no?
Peaceful, happy, wonderful guy. Didn't want to hurt anybody. For a while, I believe he was very much into following the Grateful Dead tour for a year or so, and tried to live a very peaceful, love thy neighbor lifestyle. There was nothing in the way of aggression or hate that I ever saw in Jeff.
Okay. David Taylor, thank you very much for talking with us. Mr. Taylor, a friend of one of the people who committed suicide in Rancho Santa Fe, Jeff Lewis. We are continuing to cover the story, and as developments evolve, we'll continue to bring them to you. 2 people are confirmed dead. Sometime before moving to a San Diego mansion, the cult established a compound in the New Mexico mountains, complete with tents and fortress-like reinforcements. Also, California officials report that some of the 18 men who died, including cult leader Marshall Applewhite, had been castrated sometime before their suicides. 21 of the 39 victims were women, including a woman whose mother insists she was coerced.
Had a little business out in California on her own, and the business wasn't doing well. We believe that the group told her to close out and come with them. And she had a boyfriend out there, and they had split. So she was in a down part of her life. I just want everybody out there to know that these people were the victims. They weren't to blame. Applewhite was to blame. They were like lambs being led to the slaughter. And in no way would Gail have taken her own life if she wasn't in that state, in a brainwashed state.
The Heaven's Gate cult apparently believed that in death they would be redeemed by a UFO riding near the comet Hale-Bopp. Could your car's airbag go off?
This group, but it's actually fairly typical of many of the kinds of groups that I've been studying for the last few years on and off the internet. We have here a rather odd blend of apocalyptic Christianity, UFO beliefs, conspiracy theories, and technology. And, this is blending together in a kind of melange, which I think is characteristic of new religious movements as we approach the year 2000.
Among the more bizarre revelations, old tires. The San Diego Union Tribune reports the group had a 40-acre compound in Manzano, New Mexico, on the high plains south of Albuquerque. Reportedly, the site was sold last April to the leader of a grassroots patriot group long before the cult's building plans were completed. It's a far cry from the suburban San Diego mansion where 39 cult members poisoned and/or suffocated themselves over the past week. Authorities now say some of the male cult members had been castrated, but how and why remain mysteries. President Clinton wants Americans this week in connection with my father. On this Easter weekend, President Clinton...
Up in just a moment. Don't go away.
One of the cult members told her mother last November that the group was preparing to, in her words, leave the country. Also, the San Diego Union Tribune reports that the group sold an isolated compound reinforced with concrete and tires last April in New Mexico. Authorities have revealed some of the men in the group were castrated, including the group's leader, Marshall Applewhite. President Clinton is asking the nation to take a moment this Easter weekend to...
Religion, one part science fiction. This group, since October, had been calling out to followers around the world to join them in leaving this world in a spaceship. And it was all out there on the web at www.heavensgate.com.
For a time, the busiest site on the World Wide Web may have been Heaven's Gate, the website designed by and for the followers of the 39 men and women found dead outside San Diego.
It reveals a fascination with Jesus, in whose footsteps their leader believed he was following. An abiding concern that the end of the millennium will bring a spading under of the world in preparation for a future human civilization. And a belief that Earth's current celestial visitor, comet Hale-Bopp, is the marker the group has been waiting for. Arriving with Hale-Bopp, the group believed would be a spaceship. The time for the arrival of the spacecraft from the level above human to take us home to their world in the literal heavens. Before their apparent suicides, the 39 men and women earned a livelihood as successful website developers. One of their customers, the San Diego Polo Club, which hired them for the complex task of creating a homepage on the World Wide Web.
Their demeanor and their personal appearance was a little bit odd. You know, they all had buzz haircuts, and the dress was a little bit strange or a little bit odd for making a business presentation. But once we got over that hurdle and got to know them, very genuine people and very talented in their craft.
The group promoted its business with a second web page called Higher Source. It resembles many other professional web pages out there on the internet, nothing revealing the group's private religious agenda. Some might ask, if the authorities had been paying attention to these web writings, could 39 lives have been saved? Well, with all
files at the group's mansion in the San Diego suburb of Rancho Santa Fe. Authorities say the 39 cult members overdosed and suffocated. They apparently used a large amount of barbiturates. San Diego Union Tribune reports that before moving to California, Heaven's Gate cult members lived like monks high in the New Mexico hills. The compound south of Albuquerque was built of old tires, dirt, concrete. A former member of the cult talked about his experiences and why he left.
I got disillusioned. They claimed that they were going to be assassinated or killed violently, him and Herbo and Peep. And within a few months of my joining, so I think I had a subconscious time clock ticking that said after 4 or 5 months, maybe this isn't as real as I thought. Mm-hmm. Plus, I stayed with some people in Arizona who were living a wonderful life, raising their children with love and compassion, and being kind and generous. And I realized, well, maybe that's my answer, that why we're here is to just be good, loving people on the planet and helping people.
Heaven's Gate leader Marshall Applewhite led his followers to suicide with pledges of a spaceship ride to the next kingdom. Applewhite and several cult members had been castrated. In a letter, Applewhite's estranged son writes, "I would like everyone to know that the strange bent that my father went off on has not been passed on to his family." Iran is denying a newspaper report.
In Post reports, cult leader Marshall Applewhite began organizing the group in the 1970s after being fired from a Houston college for having an affair with a male student. As CNN talks to relatives of Heaven's Gate members, estrangement has become a common theme.
They made it a point that we wouldn't know where they were. That was the thing. We couldn't contact them. We just had to wait till she contacted us. That's why I was so afraid that if they did something, we wouldn't even know they were gone. That's why I was so relieved every time she called. Yes, they chose to isolate them from family so they wouldn't, couldn't influence.
Meanwhile, a San Diego newspaper reports cult members had previously lived in New Mexico in a compound made of old tires and concrete. In his weekly radio address, President Clinton asked Americans that have resulted from the actions of my father and others in that cult. I am deeply hurt by the knowledge that people have now lost their lives in connection with my father. His father, Marshall Applewhite, is believed to have persuaded 38 men and women to kill themselves in the belief that a spaceship would take them to another existence. A mother of one of the women says if not for Applewhite, her daughter would still be alive.
I just want everybody out there to know that these people were the victims. They weren't to blame. Applewhite was to blame. They were like lambs being led to the slaughter. And in no way would Gail have taken her own life if she wasn't in that state, in a brainwashed state.
More autopsies are being performed.
For one. CNN's Jim Hill is following the story, and he joins us live from San Diego, California, with more and the very latest on the story. Jim?
Well, Bill, the autopsies are continuing right on through the weekend here at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office. Also, authorities continue to work through the weekend, notifying the families of the suicide victims. So far, in excess of 30 families have been notified. Many of them, of course, are on their way to San Diego now. Some of them arrived today. As a matter of fact, we saw 3 carloads come into the medical examiner's office, the morgue, if you will. One man came in a short time ago in his car. He was typical, drove up to the gate, said simply to the guard, "I'm here to identify the body of my son." CNN's Rusty Dornan has more.
For some families of cult members, the visit to the morgue was the first contact with their loved ones in years. The family of Erica Ernst were on vacation when they saw reports of the mass suicide on television. Now they're in San Diego to pick up her body.
For 21 years, I tried to find her, but he couldn't find her.
The family of Gail Nader saw their daughter for the first time in 3 years on videotape, where she told the world goodbye.
A lot old. I didn't recognize her at first until she opened her mouth to speak. I thought she was a 40-year-old person. She had black circles around her eyes. She looked worn. I don't know. It wasn't Gail. You know, Gail was always smiling, upbeat, you know, and this wasn't Gail, this very passive sitting here. I'm very happy to be here.
As more bizarre details unfolded about Marshall Applewhite, the group's leader, his son Mark released a statement claiming he has not seen his father in 25 years. I am appalled by the things that have resulted from the actions of my father and others in that cult. I am deeply hurt by the knowledge that people have now lost their lives in connection with my father. Before their arrival in California, there are reports the Heaven's Gate cult lived here on a ranch in New Mexico. According to the San Diego Union, they built a so-called Earthship out of tires and cement. They never finished it. They abandoned the fortress-like structure before it could be completed. An obsession with UFOs and all things in outer space. Obsessions that some families hoped and prayed would someday just go away.
All we can rely on is that she will wake up and say, "I've had enough." Because we've been told over and over that 9 out of every 10 come out. They may not be when you want them to, but she would be home.
One of 39 homecomings never realized. Rusty Dornan, CNN, San Diego, California.
Of course, it becomes more and more obvious, as we heard from Rusty's report, that these people led a very bizarre lifestyle, had some very bizarre beliefs. But of course, what is still somewhat of a mystery is why they actually went so far, all 39 of them, to actually take their own lives. And at this point, people in the medical examiner's office say that's exactly what happened. They have found absolutely no evidence that anyone was killed. Apparently, all of these were, in fact, suicides. Back to you.
Okay, Jim Hill live this morning from, live tonight, rather, from San Diego, California. Thanks, Jim. Gene?
Palestinian leaders say there's no reason to talk.
This is coming in as a mosaic. And one of them is the whole business of the Star Trek thing. You know, the people are so enamored of all of those kind of movies and television shows and have gotten very turned on by them, even elderly people, a great range of people. And this is somehow in the mix, that they lose their sense of reality, so that some of them almost think that what was going on there in those movies was somehow possible. So they can even imagine that beyond the comet, there's a spaceship hiding, waiting, and even so that Hale had to come on. And I saw him on television yesterday saying, if you put a telescope out there, you will not see any spaceship going around the corner of my comet. But that's part of the whole madness of the whole thing. But one of the things we need to see at the same time, I'm convinced, and I agree with my colleagues entirely about this strategy, but one of the other things is the massive alienation and disaffection with the way many things are going in society today, the total technologizing of society, which is exciting to some of them, but in others there's a real feeling that they can't fight it. They want to get away from it. They either want to commit suicide or go to a spaceship or start a massive political movement like the militias.
People look for the hidden hands in history, you know, what's going on behind the scenes. Who's pulling it? The Illuminati, the Templars, the International Jewish Conspiracy, and that connects these things together because you're constantly trying to explain what's happening. And so maybe it's from space. You know, this far-right movement, for example, some of those people believe actually that it was a battle between God and his son in space. And so...
the thing that is amazing to me is that whether you're talking about San Diego or Om Shinrikyo in Japan or here in the United States, they're not poor, desperate people. These are sophisticated in many cases. They have jobs, and I don't understand what is the motivation to take that step to bombings and taking pills.
But if you look throughout history, I mean, people have always had the ability, I don't think anybody knows why, but to divide up, classify somebody as other, and then you're fighting this good versus evil battle for survival. Sometimes, you know, it's totally lunatic in terms of the ideologies.
But still,
but people have always practiced them.
Jim, I'm going to give you the last word.
No, I think that's it. I mean, I think it is a search for what makes us tick. It's the hidden hand, and it's made everybody from whatever political side you come from. You know, that's the quest.
Attractive and destructive in equal measure. Ken, James, and Professor Bader, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Coming up on Edgewise, faith meets...
Believe in. The militia movement also mixes racial supremacy with Christianity rather freely. And one of the things that I discovered in the course of working on this book, which is about something seemingly very different, the search for the historical Jesus, is that that's going on everywhere today. People are sort of, it's do-it-yourself theology, you know, whether it's crystals and channeling or whether it's people going into Pentecostal churches to try to connect in an individual way with higher truth rather than sort of accepting the faith that their parents sort of bequeathed to them. And I think that's what's going on here, too. It's people are trying to find ways of mixing sort of what science and reason and rationalism tells us is true with the traditional religious perspective.
So when you talk about, and this book is focused on, the search for a historically accurate, biographical Jesus, what is it that you find, and what stories in the Bible does it either prove or disprove?
Okay, what is it you find? First of all, let me just explain that what I tried to do was take seriously this vast scholarly enterprise that's going on and embrace as much of it as I could, the liberal and conservative interpretations, Christian and non-Christian, and try to sort of see where the circles intersect and say, okay, for now, let's say that is where science and history, that's where they put it. The knowledge of this historical figure. Then I stepped back from that. So I told the story, which I'll answer your question in a minute.
Birthday.
Well, 5 BC,
right.
or thereabouts. At least one of at least 7 children.
7 children.
Yeah, born and raised.
What must it have been like to have been Jesus' brother?
Well, that's part of the
a mystery.
Right?
A mystery.
Born and raised in Nazareth, small village in the hills of Galilee.
Rabbi, carpenter?
His father was presumably not so much a carpenter, but something more like an unskilled laborer who would wander around the construction sites looking for work. He may have followed him in his trade. There was a city, a Roman-controlled, very cosmopolitan city, literally within sight of Nazareth, where Greek was the language. It was there were banks and law courts, and it's a very different notion of what his world was like when you look at it in those terms.
But he was a city boy with a...
Well, he was a country boy, but the city was right
nearby,
there, in other words.
Sure.
So just to complete the portrait, sometime around 28 CE, or when he was in his early 30s, he goes south to Judea, to the desert around the Jordan, where a prophet named John baptizes him. He becomes a disciple of his for a time.
Who was a really famous guy.
Who was a very famous, and I think most scholars would say that John was something like a celebrity at the time. Whereas
would have
Jesus,
had a talk show today.
May have. And Jesus didn't reach that kind of level of fame.
In his lifetime?
Perhaps not. So that he becomes a follower of his. According to one theory, in fact, he then leaves John and starts doing his own baptizing. In other words, he's preaching basically John's message. But then, presumably, something happens. He starts to talk about his own notion of things, as opposed to the sort of repent or die fairly straight riff that John gives you. He develops something much more subtle and complex. He starts talking about the kingdom of God. He says it's within you, but it's spread out on the earth, and yet at other times he says that it's coming.
This reaches the attention of the Romans, who eventually arrest him.
And at about 30 CE, he causes a disturbance in the temple in Jerusalem, and some combination of Roman and Jewish authorities put him to death.
So how does history handle the resurrection then?
That's a good question.
I think that gets to the heart of this whole intersection of science versus religion, because the real issue there, it seems to me, is what do you mean by resurrection? Is it a bodily resurrection you're talking about or not? I think a lot of people today would say, well, what's it matter? If it's a spiritual experience, say the disciples had a spiritual experience with him after death, fine. Well, traditional Christianity doesn't say so. Starting in the 2nd century, the church father Tertullian says, no, Christian faith is in the body, suffused with blood, scaffolded of bones. That's what came back. And so that's the traditional notion. One of the things that I discovered in the course of researching the book is that there are an awful lot of Christian ministers who don't believe that, who don't think that that's what they have to believe in order to be Christian.
That's very interesting. Our conversation on the search for historical Jesus and what it means will continue when Edgewise returns.
Hired the cult members to design web pages for the San Diego Polo Club. Like others we spoke to, they described the cult as bright and devoted to computers.
One day they came in and Stuart said to me, you know, we did a website for Madonna. And I said, you did? He said, yeah, it was a long time ago. But he was pretty proud of that.
What do computers reveal about the cult? The group's own website offers clues to one of their biggest mysteries. Why now? What does it possibly have to do with the arrival of the Hale-Bopp comet, now streaking past Earth? Comets have long held humans enraptured. The appearance of comets were believed to signal the birth of Julius Caesar, the fall of Jerusalem, even the rise of Attila the Hun, and often a suggestion of the end of the world.
Welcome to Beyond Human, the last call.
Back at Heaven's Gate, their leader watched comets too. He was called Doe. His real name was Marshall Applewhite. Here Doe is seen in a 5-year-old recruitment tape. On the cult's website, Doe calls Hale-Bopp a sign that the spacecraft from the level above human has come to take them home.
The comet is a common apocalyptic or end-of-the-world sign. Whenever comets appear, you do get military groups who begin to take some kinds of action.
And how would cult members get home, as they called it? They made these drawings, for one thing. And on the internet the past few weeks, there's been talk that this small light just off to the side of Hale-Bopp was actually an alien spaceship. Once on board, Heaven's Gate members believed they would join their leader's dead female companion, called T.
T, my partner, who has returned to the kingdom of heaven.
And why does the website have a page against suicide? Well, when you read it, it actually says it's suicide to stay on Earth, which says the page will crumble as soon as the millennium ends.
And Hale-Bopp was a nice little sign that came along to say, here's your signal, that's your 1,000 years.
That nourishes speculation that the time has come. It's clear that the world that they were leaving was going to be destroyed. And there was only one way to live, and that was to get out of it.
How could such supposedly smart people fall for that? Could it be that over the years they surrendered their individuality, stopped thinking on their own?
Somebody on the other side of this camera watching this tape would probably say, what's going on? You know, you all must not have a life, or you're deluded, or you're brainwashed, or whatever the thinking might be. It's hard to get into. From our perspective, from my perspective, this is God thing. I mean, this is the answer to everything.
Could the way they looked be part of that?
They had very short haircuts. The women had very short hair. The men sometimes had buzzes. A couple of them were bald.
Asexual, androgynous, everyone looked alike. Police, remember, first reported all the dead were young men.
Our older member gave...
Was it a form of purification, a way to get ready for the next world?
Sex being the one that seemed to stand out the most, that people seem to be so addicted to.
They're essentially asexuals and lived a life of celibacy. And I was also informed that some of the men had their testicles removed.
That's extreme.
That's very extreme.
Tonight, the medical examiner confirmed that some of the men were castrated,
and I don't have any idea what the reason for that was.
But the student of cults knew it was part of a strange tradition.
Well, paradise is supposed to be a sexless place. You had a huge Russian cult called the Skopsy, in which the men all castrated themselves and the women cut off their breasts in order to prove that they were able to lead a sexless existence.
Was it that kind of tight control over the lives of Heaven's Gate members that prevented these people from stepping back and away from what they were about to do to themselves?
I think it's bizarre and kind of scary that people can fall so far into the belief and into their belief system that they'd be willing to take their own lives.
They never hid their strange, otherworldly notions. Their plans were loud and clear, the course apparently certain. So how are they allowed to go through with it? Why were they ignored? And could anyone have stopped them?
We are used to cults trying to hide from the world in remote places like Waco, Texas. But in one of the most bizarre twists of this very bizarre story, it turns out this group did not hide like other cults. Far from it. Why hadn't anyone picked up the clues sprinkled so liberally in the cult's very own recruitment videos?
Now, the end of the age, I'm afraid I feel is right upon us.
But no one seemed to worry about this. Why? And why hadn't anyone paid closer attention to this very prominent article from 1976 describing the group as a UFO cult? Had everyone simply forgotten this? A 1982 TV movie aired on NBC about the cult's leaders, then called Bo and Peep, or The Two, depicting what would become the group's suicidal intentions.
We are travelers, friend, and this is our point of embarkation.
The movie was based on a book about the cult, published by Simon & Schuster, one of the biggest book companies in the world. Didn't anyone pay attention? Why didn't anyone hear the alarm bells? Could anyone have done anything? For one thing, the cult apparently never broke the law.
We, as a department, had never been to the residence, nor have these people ever attracted the attention of our department. Nothing we have learned or seen so far indicates that there were any kind of criminal activity.
Unlike Waco, Heaven's Gate didn't stockpile weapons, they just stockpiled software. And cult experts will tell you if you're over 18 and abide by the law, cult members are protected from anyone trying to save them from themselves. And because they didn't seem dangerous, people didn't overreact. Why should they?
They informed me that they were space aliens. But they also refer to themselves as angels.
But when they said this to you, maybe for shock value, were you shocked?
I kind of got a kick out of it, to be honest with you. And the other thing that's interesting about them is they're fully willing to laugh at themselves.
Well, we're still here. And they're not for long.
Laughing at themselves. Was that the way they slipped through? By pretending, unlike Jim Jones or David Koresh, to be in on the joke. Did Heaven's Gate hide in plain sight? Did they figure out that in modern America, the best way to get lost is to get lost in a crowd of TV movies, books, videos, the internet, and even news shows? The crowd of media that comes and goes every day of our lives.
46-year-old male from Texas, 54 females from New Mexico.
They have taken their answers with them. Is that what they wanted? To keep us guessing, poring over puzzling clues, and to keep us talking seriously, finally very seriously, about a thing called Heaven's Gate.
29-year-old male from Utah, 39-year-old female from Ohio, 45-year-old female from Arizona, 55-year-old female from Texas, 59-year-old male from Arizona.
As with any major developing story, Dateline will be providing continuing coverage in the days ahead. We'll be exploring various aspects of the cult story on our regular edition.
Dateline this week with reports this hour from John Larson, Bob McEwen, and Keith Morrison.
July 15, 1996, NBC and Microsoft launch MSNBC and change the way you get news. On cable and online, 24 hours a day. April 7th, 1997. News bureaus around the world, the power of the internet, and the people of NBC News come together at a new worldwide headquarters. Stay informed. Learn more. Get involved. At your complete news source, on April 7th, cable news has a new home.
What is it that tempts you? Beauty, luxury, or pure strength? Lincoln Mark 8. Call this number now for a free video preview. Take a close look at the bold lines of this incredible luxury sport coupe. From its distinctive Luminar headlamps to its unique neon tail lamp. Call this number now and discover the adrenaline rush of Mark 8's 280 horsepower Intech V8. Witness the enticing luxury of supple leather and burled walnut trim, and so much more. Simply dial this number now and enjoy a free video preview in the comfort of your home or office. Once you've experienced the beauty, luxury, and power, you'll understand why Lincoln Mark 8 is one temptation worth giving into.
Here again is Dateline Stone Phillips.
Remember those record blizzards this past winter? Well, all of that snow is now beginning to melt. And that's led the National Weather Service to warn that we could be in for the worst flooding in 150 years. Floods are the most common, most costly, and the most deadly natural disaster in the United States. Tonight, Bob McEwen with what you need to know to survive.
From North Dakota to Mississippi to Louisiana to Washington, the floods came this last week.
Victims have begun recovering the bodies of their loved ones. The son of the founder of the Heaven's Gate group apologized for his father's connection to Wednesday's mass suicide. And as we learn more about the Heaven's Gate group, we're also learning more about the individual people involved in that. Here's a look at how one family is coping with the loss of a loved one in this very puzzling tragedy.
We didn't know she was in this cult or in any, we didn't know what she was doing. We didn't know she was dead or alive.
The only thing we got was a postcard every 6 months or so, and we could read the postmark. That was the only way we could track her.
We just got this flyer in the mail in September. It was on the cult recruiting flyer for this UFO cult called something like Above Human Level and all this. And they were promising on this that if you wanted to join, you would go to heaven by way of a spaceship. You would be, your temple, your body would be cleansed to be reincarnated by an alien, and you would never know death. That's, after analyzing it through my own head, I think this is what got her, the promise that she was never going to die.
What are you going to do? You can't pull her out of there. You know, she's of age. You can do what she wants. It's kidnapping if you go in there with force. It wouldn't have done any good.
No.
Our only hope was that one day she'd wake up in the morning and say, what in the hell am I doing here? I'm getting out and come home. She said that in all the letters, every note we ever got, she said how happy she was.
Yeah, she'd say, I pray you don't worry about me. I'm healthy and happy and have everything I want. And I thought, well, you know. And I said to Bobby, she prays we don't worry about her? What does she think we do? Of course we're worried about her. She was like a fatal disease. It happened to her, and she didn't plan it. She didn't maliciously go out of her way to hurt anybody. She is the victim in this.
Mr. Renner, how would you like your daughter to be remembered?
Oh, that nice little girl I used to have. Unbelievable.
When the World Today continues, the inevitable comparison between the mass suicide in California and the Jonestown, Guyana massacre of the 1970s. We'll talk to a man who visited Jonestown. Journalist Charles Krause joins us to talk about this new cult case and the previous one when we come back.
These were all Americans, people brought there, some allegedly against their will, his followers. And that is where this tragedy took place.
You saw Jonestown. Give us your impressions quickly.
Well, we went in there with the congressman. I was a journalist with the Washington Post at that time. We went in with Congressman Ryan, who was from California, who had heard the allegations of torture and other abuses. We flew into Jonestown. There was an airstrip about 4 miles away in Port Kaituma. It was a jungle camp, close to 950 Americans living there. The conditions were not that bad, considering where it was. They had built buildings out of wood. They had made a life, a camp there where they were all living, children, from infants to older people. All of them were there in the jungle.
And then there was the ambush at the airport. The congressman was killed, you were wounded, and shortly after that, the suicide in Jonestown. How many people were killed?
Close to 950 people.
What parallels do you see between the Jonestown experience and what happened in California?
Well, I think that obviously both of these groups were formed and led by men who had an appeal to their followers. These were charismatic leaders. They attracted people to them through a variety of means, apparently, certainly in Jonestown's case, in the People's Temple's case. Jones had a magnetic personality. That was apparent even at the end. And these people, the people that he brought into that group were people who were looking for a better life on Earth. The people who apparently joined with Mr. Applewhite in Heaven's Gate were drawn in, probably for some of the same reasons, but were apparently looking for something beyond this Earth, this world we live in.
So the philosophies were very different.
The philosophies certainly were different. Jim Jones preached against racism. He brought blacks and whites together. It was an idealist, it was a commune in effect, whereas Mr. Applewhite's group clearly had a millennialist appeal, as we know now, an appeal to people looking for something beyond the here and now.
Were the reasons for the suicides different?
Apparently so. I mean, certainly Jones, by the end, had become very paranoid and certainly psychotic. And imagine that Congressman Ryan and the group of journalists who were with him were there. He in his own mind, apparently, we were enemies who were going to destroy his world, this community, this authoritarian community that he had built in the jungle. It had nothing to do with going on to some greater place, some greater good, something like that. These people died there in the jungle, and that was it. Obviously, Heaven's Gate, shedding their skins, as they said, or their vessels, was something entirely different.
In California, they apparently all were suicides. That was not the case in Jonestown, was it?
No. We called it a mass suicide murder because it is obvious, it is known from a tape that was recorded the last hours of Jonestown. People did protest. People did not want to drink the poison. There, in fact, were people with guns forcing people to take poison, those who resisted. And in fact, the people with the guns, a number of them, may well have survived because there were survivors from Jonestown, whereas that is not the case in California.
Did Jones force his followers to sever connections with their families the way Applewhite apparently did?
Yes, there was much of the same modus operandi, if you will. People were separated from their families. Both of these groups seemed to, they demanded a severing of those ties, a kind of isolation that made it much more difficult, certainly for the people in Jonestown, probably for the people in the Heaven's Gate community, to leave. It became virtually impossible. They had nowhere to go. They had completely severed all ties, and that was very much a part of the doctrine. Both of these gentlemen also demanded total loyalty. Certainly Jones did, and there were tests all of the time of their loyalty to make sure that there was no one who was thinking differently, who might object to the general direction of things.
What do you think are the most significant differences and distinctions between these two events?
I think that certainly the theology of the two groups was different. I mean, that is obvious. We don't know enough yet, I don't think, about the reasons why. I mean, the tapes are there. We know what Heaven's Gate, what these people were saying. One thing that I personally observed and remembered thinking about at Jonestown, There was a woman on one of these tapes from Heaven's Gate who started crying, and there was some snickering from the people off camera. And it struck me that that woman had some doubts, that this notion that all of the people from Heaven's Gate were going to willingly commit suicide, that raised questions in my mind. And I was reminded of the people I met in Jonestown just hours before they all took the poison, people who put up a very good front, people who convinced me, even as I was leaving that place, that they basically were happy there, that they basically wanted to stay there, that they really did not want to leave. And yet those same people, I heard them on those tapes saying that they shouldn't do this. And I had to wonder whether all of the people, especially that woman who was crying, whether she really wanted to go along with this Heaven's Gate suicide.
And we have to leave it there. Charles Krause, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Bill?
On a related note, join CNN.
The 39 cult members who killed themselves Wednesday are finding out the terrible news that their loved ones were among the dead in that California hilltop mansion. Channel 7's Kathy Walsh reports the mourning tonight is as much for lost time as it is for the loss of life.
Dear Mom and Dad, just a little note wishing everyone there the best. I think my choices in life might puzzle you at times, but I really want you to be aware that I'm doing exactly what I want to, and it makes me very happy.
Alice Meter got a few letters over the years from her daughter. This one was the first hint that Gail was leading a bizarre life.
It's impossible to believe. I still don't believe it.
Gail was a typical kid growing up on Long Island, New York, until 1990, when she moved to California with a boyfriend. Her parents last saw her at this family wedding in 1993. Nothing seemed strange, but then the letters came and Gail dropped out of sight.
For 21 years I tried to find her, but he couldn't find her.
Edward Ernst heard about the mass suicide on television and arrived in San Diego from Canada to pick up his daughter's body. Erica did not keep in touch at all after joining the cult.
She had 5 children from the ages of 19 to 7 months old.
In Cincinnati, Yvonne McCurdy Hill left her kids behind and headed west. That was last August. She found out about the cult on the internet. She has relatives in Detroit.
It seems to always cause all of the people in the periphery of your life to turn against you. Think that you've lost your marbles.
The leader of the cult, Marshall Applewhite, was a music teacher and father before starting the group 20 years ago. He traveled the country looking for new members who believed he was a space alien, who would deliver them to the heavenly kingdom. And even he leaves behind a relative who wished for a homecoming that would never happen.
He was always a born leader and very charismatic. He could get people to believe anything.
Almost all of the cult members' families are having their loved ones cremated and sent back home. Most of the victims had left their families' lives long before they took their own. Mike?
Thanks, Kath. Tragic story. There's a report from the Washington Post that the group's leader, Marshall Applewhite, apparently was fired from a Texas university for having an affair with a male student. Well, the president of the University of St. Thomas denies that report. Back in town, 2 men are behind bars tonight after pulling off another jewelry heist.
5 cult members showed up at the Nettles Houston home with her photograph, but no body or death certificate.
When I found out that Herb Applewhite was associated with this mass suicide, I was wondering if my mother's body was going to show up in this.
Bonnie Nettles' body was not found with those who committed suicide. Still, Joe says he understands what the other grieving relatives are going through. So here's the bottom line. The McCurdy family is waiting to hear when the body of Yvonne McCurdy will return home so they can make funeral arrangements. Meanwhile, police are looking through the cult's computers for clues that will help them better understand the reason for the mass suicide. And investigators are also looking into the cult's finances.
Residents in Wyandotte awoke to gunshots.
It is so bizarre, it prompted astronomer Alan Hale, who co-discovered the comet, to publicly remind people it's just a comet. As he said, a dirty snowball orbiting the sun. Jim Hill, CNN, San Diego, California.
We'll have more on the mass suicide story on CNN Impact. That's Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. In the middle,
the individual and the cult itself becomes something of a closed system that becomes self-sustaining and self-perpetuating. in a way that traditional mainline religions have been able to interact with the culture outside of their particular tradition in one way or another.
And one of the traditions, what religion traditions demand is that people ultimately go to the outside world. And what you get from your religious belief is hopefully some way in which you can translate this into reaction with the world, so that you will wind up doing what we call in the Jewish tradition mitzvot, fulfill the commandments, doing good deeds. And that is often lacking in terms of the cult, where everything becomes so self-contained that people are concerned about one another.
In light of the event that we've just all experienced, what do you have any final words that you would like to say before we leave?
Oh, yes, I'd like to say
quickly.
Okay. Just like to say, I think that one of the lessons from this experience is it's very dangerous once you become such a self-contained entity that you no longer interact with the world, can be critiqued as well as be a critic of it.
I think the rabbinic tradition, which tells us that when the temple was destroyed, prophecy's been relegated to fools and to asses, really tells us that you ought not to trust any one person who will come and tell you this is the way in which you can reach heaven, and this is the way in which you can somehow or another move from one stage of life to another.
Rabbi Arnold Goodman, Reverend Coleman, thank you very much for joining us this morning, giving us your insight on both. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for more in-depth coverage of the cult suicide, please tune in to CNN Impact tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Among other things, it will feature an in-depth interview with the daughter of Bonnie Lou Nettles, that is the late co-founder of the Heaven's Gate culture. And when CNN Sunday Morning continues, a look at some women.
Meanwhile, back at the mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, the FBI arrived. The mansion's owner also returned to assist authorities in the investigation. Also on Saturday, personnel from the coroner's department carefully went through cult members' belongings. And today, Mark Applewhite, the cult leader's son, issued a public apology to the families who lost loved ones in the mass suicide. In San Diego, Saida Pagan, Fox News.
The first defendant in the Oklahoma City bombing case may already be at the courthouse where his trial will take place.
Marshall Applewhite led his followers to believe that he was suffering from liver cancer. And apparently his followers felt that they would rather die along with him than face the world without their leader. We have a quote now from one of the computer discs. This is a quote written by a female cult member. "Once he is gone," meaning Applewhite, "there is nothing left here on the face of the earth for me. No reason to stay a moment longer." Now, according to the Associated Press, the chief medical examiner here in San Diego County has said that there is no visible evidence from the autopsy that Applewhite actually had cancer of any kind. So at this point, it would appear that Applewhite simply told his followers this, that he lied to them essentially, and that may have been a factor in the mass suicide. Meanwhile, all around the nation this Easter Sunday, churches are including in their messages and their sermons some concerns about the mass suicides and about some cult activities in general.
The Jim Jones, the David Koreshes, and the Marshall Applewhite messiahs always take others with them to the grave. Jesus Christ went alone and came back victorious over it.
The county medical examiner's office here in San Diego expects a news conference perhaps sometime tomorrow, at which we'll get some on-the-record confirmation and additional details, I suppose, on the autopsy findings. But once again, the autopsies themselves have been...
Had developed a double life. Charles Rosecrans is a former friend.
Well, as far as I knew, he was gay. I mean, how public he was about it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he was walking around with a badge with a G on it or anything like that.
Some friends from the 60s say Applewhite was going through a sexual identity crisis, an inner conflict that would later lead to bizarre actions.
And I found him, frankly, ever so slightly off-center.
But in Houston in the mid-60s, his career was going well. He was a music professor at the University of St. Thomas, a featured singer at the Houston Grand Opera. He even appeared twice with Placido Domingo. And he was a passionate choir director. Sylvia Froman acted with him in musicals.
Great training to be a cult leader. All these people laid out before you, and you want to get something, you want to draw something from them.
And then, rather suddenly, he...
sort of went off the deep end, and nobody knows why.
Published reports say he was fired from his job at the University of St. Thomas for a homosexual affair with a student. The then president of the school denies it. Father Patrick Braden told Dateline Applewhite was, quote, not mentally well, and that's why he left by mutual consent.
As far as I was concerned, he simply vanished.
Some news reports have him in this Houston hospital, but the daughter of the woman who would change his life says Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles had their fateful meeting at a theater. It was 1972. Applewhite was just past 40 and had finally found a soulmate. Bonnie Lou taught him about UFOs and astrology. Together they headed in a new direction. Minister's son rejecting traditional religion, conflicted homosexual rejecting sex. They decided their asexual souls would be whisked off to eternity in a UFO. They also decided they were the modern equivalents of Christ. They came to this very street in the Hollywood Hills where a house party had been arranged, where 80 people, friends of friends, could hear what they had to say.
Curiosity has driven me all of my life. Weird turns me on. What can I tell you?
Her name is Joan Culpepper. Weird might turn her on. But that night, among her friends in the Hollywood Hills, she was scared.
They had a very hardcore philosophy. If you want to get off the planet, you come with us. That UFO will be waiting for you when we die and resurrect. And the way to get there is to, right now, tonight, give everything up and leave.
Right now, tonight.
Right. It was pretty incredible to me. And when that meeting was over that night, these people that I've known for a very long time are telling me, I'm going.
Back then, they called themselves Guinea and Pig, says Culpepper, as in God's experimental guinea pig. Culpepper reported the newly formed cult to the authorities. The cult called her Judas.
I got a giggle out of it. Part of me is saying, well, good. I'm glad, because I really do feel like that. I want to betray you guys.
The law in California couldn't do anything. The members were acting of their own free will, and the little flock went on its way, advertising its meetings, promising that UFOs would take them to their so-called higher level. And they might have simply faded away were it not for a strange trip to Oregon and the sudden disappearance of 20 people.
Nobody knows if they are earthly hoaxers or Pied Pipers from outer space. But
it was October 1975, the tiny hamlet of Waldport, Oregon.
Robert Rubin sold his interest in some rundown houses and 10 acres of land to a friend for $1.
And those 20 people abandoned all they knew, all they had, and simply vanished. Robert Rubin was one of them.
I happened to own a bunch of rental houses, so I gave them up, my musical instruments, and whatever I had, I just left it behind, packed up and went.
But the families of cult members were terrified. Cult watcher Priscilla Coates.
Their loved ones were missing. They had no idea where they were. They knew they had joined this group, but that was all they knew.
Even 20 years ago, some experts sensed the danger. One psychiatrist who was keeping track told Dateline that Applewhite was a classic paranoid personality, and the cult's behavior grew more bizarre. Because Applewhite couldn't have sex, no one would have sex. He had himself castrated, and several of his followers did the same.
Possibly he didn't have the willpower or the strength to deal with his sexuality, and he felt that that was the only way he could do it, and maybe that's why the others did it.
That's a power that is overwhelming to me. You really have total control when you can get a man to undergo castration for you.
Sensing that outsiders were getting suspicious, by 1976, the cult went underground. They stayed out of the news for 17 years, moving around the West, places like this encampment they built in New Mexico. It was supposed to be a landing field for UFOs.
My partner, who has returned to the kingdom of heaven.
Applewhite was deeply affected by the death of longtime partner Nettles. Sources say she died of cancer in 1985, but no UFO ever arrived to take her. A few years later, perhaps as Applewhite saw his own mortality, the group surfaced again, holding meetings around the country, winning a few followers. No more begging. Now the well-educated group saw money in computers. And the teachings had changed. Applewhite now saw suicide as the way to bring on the UFOs. Applewhite posted messages on the internet about the comet Hale-Bopp, that it was a signal to leave this world. But Joan Culpepper, for one, just isn't buying it.
I believe that the man was ill, possibly terminally, that he began very subtly over a period of time to restructure the thinking.
Widely reported rumors that Applewhite suffered from terminal liver cancer were refuted this afternoon. The medical examiner reporting he showed no sign of the disease. But remember, when he thought sex was wrong, he had others follow him for castration. And if Applewhite even thought he was dying, as several cult experts have told Dateline, he probably would have wanted his flock to follow him into death as well. Like Jim Jones and David Koresh, like so many facets of this bizarre story, we may never really know.
Your only chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
NBC News, of course, will be staying on top of this story. We'll keep you up to date with the latest developments in this case.
This is Dateline Sunday for March 30th, with reports tonight from Chief Consumer Correspondent Lee Thompson, Dawn Fratangelo, Chris Hansen, Dennis Murphy, and Keith Morrison. Still ahead, what did they really believe?
We went on special diets. We tried to purify our thoughts. We weren't sexual. We were celibate.
Inside the mind of someone who's been there.
By the way, a spokesperson for Glenn Campbell told us Campbell denies knocking out Tanya's front teeth. Their lives and their message. So we wanted to ask, what did they really believe and why did they believe it? We got some answers from someone who understands who these people were, because he was one of them. Here's Dawn Fratangelo.
I couldn't have had a better life than I've had these 21 years. And if it was good here, I know it's going to be twice as good when I get up there. And we're looking forward to it.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, this is Glenn, and this is Star. My goodness, they all have white hair.
We have a picture.
I didn't realize it'd been that long since I'd seen them.
For Dick Jocelyn, the videotapes that are haunting America are more like a family album.
This is a very joyous time for the class to be able to be returning home.
For 15 years, Jocelyn was a member of Heaven's Gate. He's one of the few people still alive who can say he truly understands why 39 people took their lives for reasons many of us find incomprehensible.
Why did they commit suicide?
It was the best way that they knew how to accomplish the joining with the kingdom of heaven that they so deeply desired. They were warm, friendly, loving people, nothing like this horrible caricature that's put on the media.
You are defending them.
Absolutely.
You're defending Marshall Applewhite.
Absolutely.
We will go definitely on board a craft to leave when the spading occurs. You can say, well, what's the
But how can Jocelyn explain this image of a wild-eyed, hypnotic cult leader?
He is nothing like that when he's talking to you normally. He always had intense eyes anyway, and that's partly what made him so charismatic.
Jocelyn says it was the power of Doe's personality and beliefs that led him to abandon his Hollywood dream of being an actor and model.
But I had a spiritual quest. I had a spiritual hunger. And these people filled it certainly far more meaningfully than anything else I had found. And I had looked in a lot of different areas.
You left your friends.
My friends.
Your family?
My family, cut off all ties completely.
And ventured on a nomadic life, a 15-year odyssey, living everywhere, from mansions like the one in Rancho Santa Fe to Spartan campsites.
Anyone that has overcome the world more than someone else is their elder.
Jocelyn says the cult gave members a sense of purpose here on Earth and hopes of reaching a higher level. But to get there, they had to live by strict rules.
To get to the kingdom of heaven, you needed to take your changed over body with you. And so everything that we were doing to change over our bodies.
Members were never allowed to be alone. Each always had to have a partner.
We went on special diets. We tried to purify our thoughts. We weren't sexual. We were celibate.
And some men were castrated.
Jesus himself said something about there are those who make themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake.
That's the one.
But Jocelyn began doubting Doe in his teachings, and in 1990, he quit the cult, leaving behind his friends of 15 years, including this man, his last partner, Thomas Nichols.
I'm the happiest person in the world.
Ironically, Nichols was the brother of someone who spent her television career traveling through space, Star Trek's Nichelle Nichols.
Starfleet, do you read?
Jocelyn also left behind his first partner, a woman whose body he will now bring home to her mother.
The woman who was my very first partner in this group, which I'm happy to do, proud to do.
Jocelyn believes his friends went to their deaths triumphantly.
I think it was a thing that was done with great love. I think the atmosphere could even have been one of joy.
But he insists suicide is not the way to reach the kingdom of heaven.
I think it was a mistake. I'm not defending their suicide except to say that I honored their choice.
How can you say in your heart that the 38 others chose to commit suicide if Doe was still giving the directions?
Well, because a director gives directions, the actor chooses whether he wants to play the role, the way the director's saying.
And one last thing we'd like to say is 39 to beam up. Thank you.
There's much more to learn about Heaven's Gate, and we'll have more on the cult later in this program.
Still ahead, it's a popular pill to pop when trying to...
It was like a Star Trek environment in the sense that it was exploration and it was new frontiers, and it was, but without the family relationships and without the close physical relationships, okay? So if you can think of people working around the clock in that kind of a Star Trek type environment, then everything takes in a little bit of a scientific flair to it. And so one of the prime things that they were trying to instill in the students was to relinquish all previous ways of thinking about everything and take on a whole new way of thinking about everything. Now, you can call that brainwashing, but every student was enjoying it. Okay?
Well, brainwashing did come to mind.
Sure, I understand that, and I was picking up on your thought.
We wanted our brains washed in the sense that we were...
It sounds like you were constantly made to overcome yourself.
Yeah.
Always being put in a...
There's a lot of joy, though, in it. I know in all the difficulty, there was a lot of laughter. We'd sit around and watch something on TV, and if you could walk in, you might find us all laughing. You would wonder, why are they laughing?
Did you watch the news?
Oh, yes.
You did? You kept up?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you vote? Were you political?
Just political. We felt our thoughts had power.
If anybody who did want to leave could just leave.
We sometimes paid people to leave.
They paid people to leave?
At one point, when we were in Colorado, we offered $1,000 to every classmate who wanted to leave.
Now, what was the purpose of that?
Because it became comfortable for some people. Because here you were living in an environment where half the people are working jobs and half the people are working doing the laundry and doing, so you've got a tremendous support network there, okay? And you can be very comfortable eating good and not worrying about bills because you have a department that takes care of that. You just turn in your check every month or every 2 weeks. And the funds are all delegated to pay the insurance and all the different things in the cars and all. And you just can go about every day kind of feeling, oh, I don't want to go back out into that world and get a job and stuff, So it can be comfortable. So when he did that, no one took them up on it, but there was some people that left pretty soon after that.
But are you glad you left?
Yeah. You know why?
Because you're still here.
Because I'm here. And I'm not
your
there,
body's
so
here.
Why not be glad,
Now, what about you, Justin?
Am I glad that I left? Each time I left the group, I would have experienced relief because the struggles were over. I was never glad. I was always sad. Relieved, but sad.
Do you wish you had been there?
Oh, definitely.
You wish you had gone with them?
I wish I had the strength to have remained, to have gained the kind of control through Doe's help, Dee's help, to have stuck it out and gotten stronger and continued to be a part of that crew. Yes.
Where do you think Sylvia is?
I think she's probably on the mother craft somewhere out there. Let's say that
all this is fantasy. I don't believe it's fantasy. Sylvia didn't believe it was fantasy. Doe didn't believe it was fantasy. They believed it was the highest thing that they could do. And they were doing it as a crew over 23 years. I could see the changes in my fellow classmates when I returned after 17 years. Major changes, major behavioral changes.
No, this is in no way meant as any form of disrespect to your wife, Sylvia. But a lot of people think that those 39 were mentally ill.
Well, they probably think I am right now, saying that I wished I was with them. I wish I had the strength to have continued. I think if you were to go into the communities where, let's say in my case, because I came back for a number of years, you spoke to people in the community, I don't think they would say I was mentally ill. I think they'd say I was responsible, that I participated with local press, local politicians, local community, people in the community in projects to aid people in need in that community. Not something a mentally ill person would do. Maybe an idealistic person might do, but not the mentally ill person.
Parents of some of these people who just cut off all contact with them are probably agonizing right now, saying, we should have gone in there, gotten them out, and deprogrammed them. And
not all of them are saying that, though.
No, not all of them are saying that, but some are, and I think maybe parents of kids in other groups like this. I mean, let me ask Sawyer first. Should they? Should they go in and
get them? It
won't
work. I mean, there might be a few isolated cases where they may succeed in programming them with new form of brainwashing. But, and that person may be glad in the end. I think that's fine, you know. But essentially, if someone had tried to come and get me, they would have found more resistance because I was certain of what I wanted to do.
Justin, you were not with the group, but you're still a believer. There are others who have left the group. How many do you think are out there like you who may still feel the way you do?
That don't doubt that T and O were who they said they were,
and believe that these people have ascended to a craft.
And believe that they've ascended. I don't know. I'd say maybe dozens. I don't know. Maybe there's more.
Is this the end of this on Earth? No? No. What do you mean no?
The end of what? Maybe
At the end of this cult, at the end of this. Heaven's Gate. Is that the end? That's finished.
Well, in the way they left, they left when a comet came. A comet has significance historically. They left the Easter week. That has significance historically. They left by laying down their bodies. That has enormous impact. Obviously, a stage is being set by the next level for this world, for others to examine this. And of course, 99.99% of examination will begin and end with closed-mindedness, with the assumption that this has got to be crazy, but assume that maybe it isn't.
Maybe it isn't. But one thing's for sure. Sawyer is no longer sorry he lost that toss of the coin to decide whether or not he should get castrated. He's about to become a father.
I think he took a little too literally, and some of the things I write about in my newsletter, The Galactic Observer, and when I go around talking about my book around the country, I think they took this a little too literally, that spaceships were going to come down and get them. In fact, they had mentioned that to me, that's what was going to happen.
The San Diego Medical Examiner's Office says it has completed autopsies on all 39 cult members who committed suicide last week. Officials may release some of their findings tomorrow. CNN will have much more on this story tonight on Impact. That's at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. The Arab world is considering cutting ties with Israel. Arab League foreign ministers met today in Cairo.
Houston couple preaching a heady blend of Eastern mysticism mixed with cheesy science fiction.
And they said if you were interested in searching for a higher level of existence, a higher plane beyond the third dimension, come with us.
Your brother is interested right away, or no?
Oh, yeah, he said.
For me, for my vehicle, had a strong interest in UFOs and what's going on with these abductions and space aliens.
These are the people, guy. He says, I know it. He says, these are the people. He says, let's go home, pack up the bags and go.
Steele had a wife by then. He left her and set off with his brother and a friend looking for the mysterious Bo and Pete, who had by now moved on in their search for apostles.
Bo and Pete said to them, if what you truly believe is in your heart, you will find us.
For 10 days, the brothers and friend crisscrossed the western states, driving thousands of miles, asking strangers if they'd seen the two. The two who they thought would guide their souls to a higher, more splendid realm. You got the car and you're loaded up with beer and whatever, and you're looking for Bo and Pete. These people you heard
we're
about.
Taking off.
Guy, that's pretty strange stuff.
It is pretty strange stuff. Fascinating. One of the highest points of my life. And every night, of course, we'd camp on top of the hills and look for UFOs, and, you know, because that was our only third-dimensional way that we could see if this thing was really true. And
that somehow the spirit is going to be taken by a UFO? Is that the connection that was made?
You know, if I remember right, I think it was along those lines.
In Oklahoma City, they finally found Bo and Pete.
You know, they seemed like just like normal people, but they were the kind of people that when they looked at you, it was like they were looking into your soul. When they were talking to you, they bled honesty.
But Guy St. Louis didn't follow them. He was 19 and didn't want to vow celibacy and give up his material possessions. He went home. You bailed on this whole thing.
Right, so I bailed. It was just an inner feeling that, I love life.
But his brother left Oklahoma with Bo and Pete on a strange journey that would end 22 years later in Rancho Santa Fe.
They took off. We had no contact with him
whatsoever. No postcards, no Thanksgivings, no funny phone calls in the middle of the night. He's gone. What did you think had happened to him?
You don't know. You know if he's took off with some Klingon or what, you know? I mean, you just don't know.
Were you worried about him?
Well, everybody's in charge of his own destiny. I mean, if he wants to crash and burn, that's his option.
Steele dropped out of sight for the next 12 years until he came home for a family funeral at the end of the 80s and stayed on, rented a house, found work. But 3.5 years was all he could take of what the cult called human life. In 1992, he recorded a tape before returning to the group.
I want everybody who may see this or to know that I have chosen to leave. I want to rejoin my Heavenly Father and my classmates, the students.
Was he a recruiter for this organization?
No, I never knew him to, I never knew him to recruit anybody till he recruited my sister.
And that is the double tragedy of the story of Gary Steele St. Louis. In 1993, he enticed his half-sister, Dana Abreu, a paralegal living in Denver, to join the group. Like Steele, she was hungry for spiritual answers. How did he attract your sister? What was the lure?
I think, my sister very much was a lot of the same mind as him. In other words, this is a great life, but there's got to be a reason for me being here other than me getting up every morning and going to work at 8 o'clock, getting off at 5, come home, pop a couple of beers, and watch television.
So all the big questions of life.
Right, all of them there. And I think that maybe he had some of the answers, and so they left.
Dana severed all ties with the family. In 1994, she was photographed in a cult training tape.
Our teachers' names are T and Doe.
By 1997, as the comet approached, the brother and half-sister were inside that gated mansion in California, making ready. How did you find out?
I heard it on the news, and I made a couple phone calls to a couple friends of mine.
Did you know that it was your brother's group?
I had a feeling. I had a gut feeling.
I don't think any of us are going to forget the eerie videotape that the police shot going through that mansion.
Yeah,
huh?
and what is so sad is here I'm the father of a son, and mass suicide, the largest in American history, that's kind of a tough pill to swallow,
This group had, what would we call it, manifest destiny. In other words, their agenda was a finale.
The three St. Louises met at our invitation near San Diego, where Shauna lives. Shauna doesn't remember her brother Steele. Divorce separated the family when she was very young. But she was shocked to discover that the brother she never knew, but often wondered about, had been living only 6 miles from her home.
I'm just kind of thankful, perhaps, that I didn't know where he was a couple years ago, or I might have been there, too. I was a mess. I was going through some very emotional time. Life just didn't seem worth living as I knew it.
If your brother had called up 2 years ago and said, Shauna, I've got this really interesting life I want to talk to you about,
I'd have been gone in a heartbeat.
We're very happy and proud to have been.
as we played the unsettling video farewells, Guy, who had flirted with the cult's ideas as a young man, sometimes nodded as though he recognized a familiar thought. But one woman's quavering farewell got to Shauna.
And couldn't be happier about what we're about to do.
I don't see any happiness in her at all. That really, the more I see it, that kind of scares me right there.
2 family members tempted, 2 gone. Dana was 35, Steele 44.
I am very thankful that we're not staying here for the recycling process on this planet.
Your family has suffered a great hurt because of this. But I don't hear you condemning your brother for it.
Well, my brother had his own beliefs. My sister had her own beliefs. And I'm not the judgmental kind of person who can condemn people for their beliefs. If they want to take their own life, that's their decision. If their decision does not affect physical injury to others, and they made their decision, they followed through. They hit their goal.
Many of the families have requested cremation for their loved ones and asked for their ashes. The family of cult leader Marshall Applewhite says he will be buried in a San Antonio cemetery next to his father. We'll have more on this story on Dateline Tuesday.
What does it take to make tap water taste like this? Very little. The ingenious filter inside the Brita water filtration pitcher virtually eliminates lead and chlorine. Tap water becomes clear, fresh, wonderful water.
For me, no reason to stay a moment longer. The discs were sent to a former cult member, Rio, who first discovered the bodies last Wednesday, revealing a cult not just obsessed with spaceships and aliens, but a cult of personality. Cult deprogrammer Ted Patrick.
That wasn't no suicide, that was murder. And it, like Jim Jones, it wasn't no suicide, that was murder. Anytime you hypnotize a person to jump off of the Golden Gate Bridge or kill your family, or kill yourself, or anybody they tell you to kill, and they do it. The person responsible for that is the person that programmed them to do it in the first place.
On the holidays celebrating the resurrection of the Christian Messiah, there were warnings about false messiahs.
The Jim Jones, the David Koreshes, and the Marshall Applewhite messiahs always take others with them to the grave. Jesus Christ went alone and came back victorious over it.
Cult members did believe in a race of space aliens that were highly evolved, the ones they thought would pick them up in the spaceship. But they apparently also believed the world was ruled by satanic aliens. According to the San Diego Union newspaper, a document was sent to a man who bought a ranch in New Mexico from the Heaven's Gate cult last April, a ranch where they had built a so-called Earthship of tires and cement. The document spoke of fallen angels who roamed the universe as space aliens called Luciferians. Aliens they believed who forced people to live in blind conformity. In San Diego, the medical examiner confirmed their role was coming to an end.
What's going to happen today here? Paperwork today.
The autopsies are all done? The county examiner confirmed there were no visible signs of cancer in his body. Applewhite lied to his followers, convincing 38 other people he was worth dying for.
Rusty Dornan, CNN, San Diego, California.
California community by people who used a comet for guidance and the internet to promote their cult's doctrine. Now, this raises disturbing questions about the popularity and appeal of groups that abandon the religious mainstream. In a joint CNN Time magazine investigation, Impact's Art Harris begins with the latest we know.
Exclusive suburbs of Rancho Santa Fe, a haven for the rich outside San Diego, and a stairway to heaven for the cult next door.
Death by overdose and suffocation, self-inflicted, 39 suicides.
When they landed in Rancho Santa Fe last year looking for a dream home, they found a very private mansion outside town.
They were specifically looking for a large property. We're talking $1 million type property. One day I saw them walking across the street and I thought, those people are different. But everybody's different.
Like any newcomers, they hit town and tried to do some business. At Gigabyte's Cafe, they drank cappuccinos and pitched their product.
It was pretty much just a networking trip, just how getting their word out, that they're making websites and that they want people to view them.
Making websites in their latest hometown. And at a nearby car wash, making new friends.
They were probably the sweetest, warmest guys that you could befriend. I mean, they were really sweet. They always had a smile, and we bonded really tight with them. These are folks that I wish I saw more of.
They tried to fit in, but people here in Rancho Santa Fe did notice that, like some of us, well, they did look a little different. Odd. They were odd. They were the cult next door. Spiritual nomads light years beyond their early roots in mainstream religion, who are nearing the end of a long and twisted odyssey. An odyssey that began in the summer of '72 in Texas, when a Houston music teacher, the son of a minister, hooked up with a nurse who was into astrology. She offered to do his chart. They declared a spiritual bond, left their families behind, and hit the road on a platonic journey.
She just said that they felt like they had a mission and that God was leading them somewhere.
When Terry Nettles next saw her mother, Bonnie, and Marshall Applewhite, they seemed, well, electric.
I felt like I was in the presence of something huge, something bigger than words could ever express.
They'd become New Age evangelists, preaching Jesus and UFOs. One of many cults inspired by the coming of Comet Kohoutek in 1975, all vying to be the first to be beamed up.
We were intrigued by them because they were so mobile. In fact, they've always not wanted to attach a label to themselves, and so we just kind of gave them a label ourselves and called them the Vagabond UFO cult, because they were traveling around to different cities around the country, especially the Northwest and the Southwest.
They called themselves Bo and Pete, spiritual shepherds offering their sheep a one-way ticket to the stars. In the mid-'70s, cult investigator Gretchen Passantino actually heard them preach, a bizarre theology of UFO resurrection that drew on the book of Revelation.
Bo and Pete, who believed that they were the two witnesses of Revelation chapter 11, would be killed. Their bodies would lie in the street for 3 days, and then they would be raised into a spacecraft to prove that they had the true UFO gospel.
Now, it can come from me.
Their gospel demanded devotees give up all earthly possessions, family, money, sex, and prepare to evolve to a higher level. Only the UFO never landed, and Applewhite landed in jail for credit card fraud. Soon, Applewhite and Nettles changed their names again to T and Doe.
T and Doe never were out to con anybody. If they conned anybody, they conned themselves first by believing what they did, and then the rest of us entered into it.
Dick Jocelyn joined the cult in 1975. It offered a place to belong for 15 years, but it was a rigid life of rules and isolation.
It was like the military. There were all these little assignments and routines, and every time somebody would mess something up, then we had to develop a procedure to prevent that from happening again. So we had books of procedures.
I can give you the good news of the...
And we saw ourselves as being prepared for membership in this level that we were the guardians of the earth.
The cult leaders had flexible beliefs.
they didn't have any problem with updating or altering what they taught, or aspects of what they taught. But the basic message was the same, that this is a garden. It's time for us to be harvested in a rapture type of experience.
New Mexico, the last stop before California. Here, they awaited the rapture behind a walled fortress. They'd wandered for years like nomads, working for a few weeks, then moving on, living for months at a time in tents or campers.
And so there was like something like 8 or 10 of us living in these trailers. And in order to do that, some of us had to be sleeping while others were up and awake.
Always waiting for a sign, like an angry volcano.
When Mount St. Helens blew, when the different earthquakes occurred, we were always wondering, okay, is this it? Is this a signal? Are they going to come for us now? Because are things going to hit the fan so bad that they'll come and take us away? We were really anticipating that.
At least once, they even picked up a signal from Hollywood. It was the movie Cocoon, about a bunch of old guys in search of a cosmic fountain of youth.
So T&O thought, well, maybe we're being sort of given a signal that that's how we're going to be picked up. So we went down, we moved to Galveston, got a big houseboat, worked on it, got it all ready to go out and take like a little cruise and maybe be picked up. But before we ever got it completed, they decided that no, this isn't what we're supposed to be doing, so we packed everything up and headed off to Texas or somewhere.
All this time in all those places, Applewhite insisted the cult abstain from sex. Years earlier, he'd been disgraced by discovery of his own homosexuality.
I was celibate, totally celibate. No masturbation, no nothing, for 15 years. Now, the body does some very interesting things when you do that. There are other ways you can channel that energy, and it can make you very creative. You don't necessarily go nuts.
At one point, Applewhite and others took celibacy a giant step further. They got castrated.
And these people had certainly shown that they were true and devoted and in control of their body by not letting it do all the things the sexually active body wants to do. Then why not remove the battle? Because the glands are still giving you a battle of sorts.
I get off track all the time.
In the end, Applewhite appears to have convinced his followers he was terminally ill, even though there's no evidence from the San Diego County Medical Examiner to support that.
Okay, if he's now sick, and he thinks he's going to have to go the way T did, in other words, die, then I can see him presenting this to the class, and I'm sure that it may have even come from some members of the class to say, well, I would just as soon leave my body too.
In fact, according to the suicide notes sent on a disc to a former cult member, they didn't want to live any longer. Time's Kathy Booth got the first look at them.
When we finally decoded the disc, we found there was a series of suicide notes meant for the internet. And one of the women who wrote one of the notes made it clear that they knew that their leader, Doe, was dying.
What did she say?
Well, in the letter, she says, once he is gone, there is nothing left here on the face of the earth for me. No reason to stay a moment longer.
Something big was about to happen. Only no one took their signals seriously, at least on the internet, where the cult was claiming this time a UFO tailing the Hale-Bopp comet was their taxi to resurrection. After all, Easter was coming. Around town, the cult next door was paying its bills in advance, picking up the mail, eating a sort of Last Supper of turkey pot pie, and bidding a cryptic farewell to friends at the car wash.
And he said, hey, Alex, we just stopped by to say goodbye. And he took off his pendant and handed it to me.
It came from a UFO convention, a souvenir Fleet once admired.
And he said that they were leaving, and I said, well, let me write down a phone number so that I can get a hold of you, because you guys are saying something's going to happen March 25th. And he said, well, where we're going, there's no phones.
They packed their bags, downed their potions, and laid back for the ride. Their neighbors had no idea what had happened until the former cult member who got the disc went inside the house as instructed. These pictures, seen on television for the first time here on Impact, show the dead leader they call Doe, and just who he promised his followers they would meet on their final journey.
When we come back, Stephen Frazier looks at what draws people to cults and how they can be induced to sacrifice their own lives.
The view from inside a cult.
She was the only one that woke up, and that's why she said, "I'm the onlyest one alive."
The appeal of the cult's leader. The power of his control.
And Jim got every bit of that money.
One woman's account of 20 years with a cult that ended in the largest mass suicide ever discovered, and how she survived. If you want to know more about this story, read Time magazine this week.
Got a pretty decent-sized chunk of land to mow? Say, Montana.
How to get 38 people or 900 people to kill themselves. In this next story, one woman answers. A woman who followed Jim Jones for 20 years, giving him her faith, her money, and her sense of self, but hiding when he asked for her life. She was the only person found alive in Jonestown.
I want to really... University of Oregon with our study of the long-term effects on the cult members. And we were out in Oregon and we heard about this cult that was a flying saucer cult in 1972 out there. And we met quite a few people who actually had been caught up into it. And their stories were really quite fascinating. And I think that this group now is a future spin-off from the group out on the Oregon coast in the early 70s.
These are smart people. What was the mechanism?
A typical victim. I would say that American society, the kinds of changes we are going through, the kinds of stresses people are under, I think that everybody in their own way can become vulnerable now to the number and kinds of manipulative messages, deceitful messages, self-aggrandizing messages for power and money. And I think that that's where we are all vulnerable today.
Needed to be disciplined when they countered what Jim said or when they disobeyed him.
I think he got money struck and passed struck. I really believe, sometimes he really believed that he was...
To commit crimes, it's a lot harder to do things like this. But we give ourselves so much freedom. We give ourselves not only the freedom to do good, but the freedom to do evil. And unfortunately, that's a byproduct of living in a free society.
But I don't think we just have to accept that and say that, therefore, we're not going to try to understand these groups.
Brought along with all kinds of crazy ideas from some charismatic leader from Nazi Germany on back. I mean, this is a continuing cycle with human beings.
I think this is true.
Well, I've got to take a break. Let me do that right now. And I want to remind Vince, he may not know this, but his former defendant of Charles Manson has his own web...
Under the bed. Next thing I knew, it was Sunday morning, November 19, 1978. When I got outside, it was like a ghost town.
Well, then I knew they all was dead, and I called for all of the names. And nobody said a word, nobody moved.
I started screaming. I thought maybe I was dead too.
It looked like a battlefield. I had to pinch myself to see that I was alive, and I was the only one alive.
I think the most important lesson that we can learn from Hyacinth is that any intelligent, sensitive person can very easily be caught up in a group that turns out to be cultic.
Oh, that man was something else. He'd done a lot of things I never thought he'd ever done.
When Marion Town first began helping Hyacinth Thrash tell her story, she just wanted to document an historic life. But now she hopes the story sounds an alarm about false messiahs. An alarm that rings true because it is sounded not by an expert, but by a survivor.
The story continues online. Join our discussion after the program in the Impact Forum at cnn.com/impact.
Some of their customers, and we've seen some of those sample sites, and they did a pretty good job. They were professional, colorful, great photographs, etc. They also have another website called Heaven's Gate, where they have published hundreds of pages of documents about their philosophy and their religion. Mostly those look like excerpts from other books that they've published and videotapes that they've made. Clearly this group was very media savvy. In addition to all kinds of computers in their house, they had, you know, huge television sets, and they really knew how to use the media. They also were using the internet to recruit new members, and in fact they went out onto these use groups and put out sort of form letters soliciting people to come join them. We've even spoken to some people who say that they were solicited directly over email with offers to come work and live with them.
Does that, do you think, set the stage for more web bashing, just as the pornography issue caused a lot of criticism of the internet, the fact that this information is being disseminated over the internet?
I think the internet's a reflection of society, and you see the whole gamut out there. And of course, some people are concerned that this will tarnish the image further.
Yeah, it sure will. Okay, I'm going to take a break. We're going to talk more about Manson then with our experts. That's cool.
Applewhite may have manipulated his followers to commit suicide. Applewhite convinced cult members he was dying of cancer. But now a coroner's report shows Applewhite had no signs of cancer. That coincides with a former cult member who says followers may not have had a choice whether or not to kill themselves.
They were sitting around each other and therefore experiencing peer pressure in terms of making that kind of public commitment. And I think that when you get people to make a public commitment like that in front of each other, it's going to be very difficult then to back down from what you said you were going to do. But they didn't look completely convinced to me, and they looked like they were experiencing a great deal of anxiety and stress.
Strangely enough, all 39 cult members had insurance policies covering them against alien abduction. Their bodies will be released to their families beginning tomorrow.
A British newspaper is reporting that the Irish Republican Army supplied the detonator for the fertilizer bomb used in Oklahoma City. The Sunday Telegraph is reporting that...
In the letter, she says, once he is gone, there is nothing left here on the face of the earth for me. No reason to stay a moment longer.
But Applewhite's autopsy showed the group had apparently been fooled.
Saying the autopsy had demonstrated no visual sign of cancer in Marshall Applewhite's liver or other organs.
The medical examiner says all the autopsies have now been completed, with the exception of detailed toxicological tests. All the information still points to 39 suicides by drug overdose and/or suffocation. In church services here in Rancho Santa Fe, California, where the suicides occurred, and in Easter services across the nation, the tragic suicides were remembered.
The Jim Jones, the David Koreshes, and the Marshall Applewhite Messiahs always take others with them to the grave. Jesus Christ went alone and came back victorious over it.
Authorities believe the 39 suicide victims were the only members of the cult, and the case is now apparently closing on the group called Heaven's Gate. Jim Hill, CNN, San Diego, California.
Oklahoma City bombing suspect.
Call infrequently. It may be something to be concerned about.
Do you blame the leader of the cult here, Mr. Applewhite, or do you think that your brother went along willingly?
Well, I'm really not sure at this point. I'm waiting for more information to come out. It seems at this point that the leader was basically responsible.
James Sando, we thank you very much for joining us this morning. His brother Michael Bar Sando was among those who died in the mass suicide in California last week. Thank you, sir.
Stewart. And then again.
Before you choose a vacation, ask yourself some questions. For your free vacation kit, call 1-800-SHAMROCK. Ireland, awaken to a different world.
The issues that define our times, the people who touch our lives, the questions that go unanswered, the problems that won't go away.
If you think nothing can be changed, see for yourself what can be done.
Investigating, exposing, revealing stories that must be told. From CNN and Time comes the evolution of the television news magazine, Impact. Sunday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
No matter how much we learn about the mass suicide in Southern California, many of us still ask why. The deaths are on the front cover of Newsweek, and the story has been examined extensively by veteran reporter Gregory Beals. Beals has covered many stories of world interest from Haiti to Hale-Bopp, and he joins us live from our CNN bureau in New York. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
The appeal of Applewhite. Now we hear that he had convinced his followers he had cancer, and then that was not true according to autopsies. What was this appeal?
You know, it's really hard to fathom. I think it was pretty much a conglomeration of New Ageism, science fiction, all of the elements of mass culture that some of us like a part of, but they seem to have been a little bit overboard with it.
One of the things that struck me is that this group was not cut off as many cults are. They were reading the papers. They were allowed to watch television. They were allowed to watch news reports. They were on the internet. They were not cut off from reality, and yet this had such a strong appeal to them, this mystique. What have you learned?
Well, you know, that's right. And moreover, I mean, many of the people who were part of this cult had been part of this cult for decades. I mean, many of them were there for at least 2 decades. So I think that speaks a lot to Applewhite's kind of personal appeal. And the other thing that I think is kind of interesting here is you have folks like John Craig, for example, who is a rancher out of Colorado. He's having what most people would think is a wonderful life, and all of a sudden, one day he goes and sees Applewhite and he's gone. I think that speaks to Applewhite's personal kind of appeal for these people.
Right. Another thing that's interesting is that they were, many of them, not down and out. They were not destitute. In fact, some trust funds were supporting the group. How did you discover all of this?
Well, I mean, in terms of the investigation itself, it was just a matter of kind of tracking down all of the victims and their families. You found that, I mean, one of the things that struck me again was all of the victims' parents or relatives described them as normal people. They described them not as folks who were crazy in any sense, not as people who were just kind of gone off the deep end. I mean, these were people who were normal. In many ways, the victims the victims' families see them as kind of just honoring a promise that they made to their leader.
They were looking for signs constantly, yet so many of us do look for signs. We check our horoscope, we crack open the fortune cookie with interest. Were you ever struck by how much these characteristics are part of everyday life, but just taken to extreme?
Well, yes. I mean, in Applewhite's case, one of the things that we found were letters that his wife, Bonnie Lou Truesdale, who went by the name of T, she sent letters where she thought the world was going to come to an end because the car had broken down. Applewhite himself was arrested in southern Texas for driving a stolen automobile, and after he was taken to the jail, the first thing he did was call a press conference to talk about how UFOs were going to come and that he was going to be killed.
The lifestyle of this group was a little extreme. They were somewhat sleep deprived in that they got up at very early hours to look for signs in the sky. Their food was monitored. These are classic cult techniques, aren't they?
Well, yes, and I think that getting up very early in the sky, especially during the last weeks before their suicide, had a lot to do with the Hale-Bopp comet. I think that the comet appeared at about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. My guess is that those people came out to look at the comet and to see where their future would be.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your insights and your investigation, Gregory Beals.
Thank you.
Some stormy weather yesterday.
Or other organs.
Autopsies have been finished on all 39 cult members. Earlier on Good Morning America, a relative of one victim and a former member of the cult talked about the mass suicide.
Wasn't our girl.
Yeah.
At the end, that was that cult leader's girl. Wasn't our girl. He got inside of her head somehow.
I was extremely committed to the group, and yet I did have hesitation in my body, you know, when I felt that, and that might have had something to do with me leaving, too.
The FBI is now working with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department to look through the group's computers. They're looking for more information about Heaven's Gate and the possibility that other cult members may exist. Elizabeth?
All right, Jane, thank you for that report. In other news, thousands are without electricity in the Seattle area this morning after a storm packing winds up to 70 miles an hour knocked down power lines.
23 years of hard work, and if anything, I might be sad that I couldn't make the grade and have been with him.
You also mentioned, Sawyer, that suicide is not the right word for this. What are the right words?
Well, I don't think I've come up with one to replace that word, but it's a transition that they made, and they were so prepared for it. It wasn't like an escape, okay? That suicide kind of was trying to get away from the world because I'm having a miserable time. They didn't find any reason to be here any longer because they felt like they learned enough of their lessons, and it didn't offer them anything to stay, and they wanted to move on to the next kingdom that they believed so strongly in.
You both spent a good portion of time with Heaven's Gate. You spent 19 years. I'm going to ask you both this question, but Sawyer, let's start with you first. Why did you leave?
It was a combination of things. I just felt like I wasn't learning as much as I felt like I needed to, and also I wanted to experience something new, and I was having a sense of maybe some family ideas, feelings inside my body. I was over 40, and, you know. When you felt the family ideas, did you verbalize those with Marshall Applewhite? Well, eventually I did. It took a long time for me to recognize that this is what was going on, and because I was very committed for at least 17 years, very strongly. What happened when you verbalized those thoughts? We talked, we worked, we talked about it, and but see, it wasn't, I didn't talk about, well, I need to leave until almost a year and a half later. And when I finally did talk to him about saying that I needed to leave, he said, okay, I understand, you've thought it out, you want to be more objective, and so you want to leave and see how it feels. I said, that's right. And he asked me where I wanted to go, and he gave me some money. And
Wayne, you were in, you were out, you were in, you were out.
Right.
Why?
Something I've agonized over for a number of years, of course. I think if there was one word, it would be selfishness on my part, or an inability to get a handle on my self-reliance, my independent kind of nature.
What's wrong with independence, though?
It's great in the human world. It's great.
Why is it
get you through a lot of things
in the Heaven's Gate world?
In the Heaven's Gate, in the next level, the kingdom of heaven, you have crew-mindedness. You're working with a partner. If there's disagreement on something with your partner, you're looking to your older member, or a member in that level that has more experience, that has been there to help you or supervise you. You look to that person. And then you go back with your partner and you proceed. And things work in this fashion. It's crew-mindedness. It's not, oh, I'm going to do things my own way.
Was Heaven's Gate, was the thinking built on love and trust?
Well, yes.
Loving your fellow crew members, trusting your fellow crew members?
There was that.
Because the reason why
I think the most love or caring would always be directed to your older member, because this is really where you're getting your nourishment, your duties that come down to you, where you can grow by following.
Well, the reason why I ask, because when you joined, you and your wife left behind a little daughter.
Yes.
How could you leave behind, in a world that you believe to be a corrupted world, a world that was going to be spaded over, you leave behind your flesh and blood to wander this, what you deem to be a cold world, alone and defenseless?
Well, it was very difficult. The only thing that made it possible is that we left to join a classroom that was created by two members that came from the heavens. If God wanted me, to put it simply, if God wanted me, chose me through no merit of my own. But if he chose me, and I recognize this, I'm sure he'll take care of my offspring. I have that faith that she will have every assistance, maybe invisible, that the Creator, through the chain of minds, through the Creator's helpers, angels, whatever, that is necessary.
Lee, how did you find Marshall Applewhite, or did he find you?
Marshall found me. Our first initial contact was a telephone call in December.
And what did he like about Voice in the Mirror, the book that you wrote?
Marshall felt that Voice in the Mirror contained the prophecy that confirmed the belief that he was giving to his classmates or the other members of his group.
What is this, I don't know if it's rumor or theory, that he is to return within a week's time?
Last night at 12 o'clock, through 3 other intermediaries, I received a message from that group. The message was the all clear signal has come through and we are gathering now. It's a simple message that came across the fax machine.
Do you believe you will see your former leader again? Is he coming back?
It's possible. I don't...
Do you believe it?
Do I believe it?
Yes.
No. I don't believe it right now, but that doesn't mean I cannot change.
All right. You were going to say something there?
They seem to believe that they're going to return on a light ship to gather the second group, and I don't know, I wasn't made aware if there were other groups, but there probably are other people there that are sympathetic to this. And I know this is a tragedy, but I feel that that was not the message that Marshall or Brother Doe, as we came to know each other, that the others were interpreting it this way. I think that they fully intended to walk onto a spaceship physically, not leave their containers behind, as is what happened. I believe Marshall wanted me to believe that he was dying of cancer.
Tell me about that, because the autopsies say that there were no signs of that.
When I met Marshall 2 weeks ago, he told me that he was dying of liver cancer. He was supported by another gentleman, and he looked very sick. He was a frail old man. He was very kind, very nice to me. So were the other members of the group. I just felt that these nice people were deluded into believing something that was terribly, terribly wrong.
Do you feel you were deluded into believing something that was terribly wrong?
No.
Do you?
No. There would be no need for deception. If it came down that this is the way that the class was to exit, I would have no problems with that.
Is Heaven's Gate done? Is it over?
No.
Why do you say no?
The evidence is here right now. We're continuing it right now by our discussion, because there's going to be people that are going to be interested in what really happened. We can shed a little light on that. We're not going to shed all the light on it.
Would you're about to become a father. We didn't have a chance to get into the whole celibacy issue and all of that. Do you feel comfortable enough about this world that Brother Doe said was going to be spaded under, that you bring a fresh new flower into this world?
Well, I have a positive outlook on life. I don't feel like people that are looking for the positives in things are going to experience negatives. Doesn't mean there won't be challenges, even if the world is spaded under. But what am I going to do to change that? Okay, so I have to go about my life directing it as I feel in my heart. Okay, and right now I feel to proceed. Well, of course, I have no choice in the matter now. You know, I don't choose to have any choice because I'm very happy about this. And if I have to deal with calamities and things like that, well, I'll swallow and work on it, you know. But I'm not going to fear it. That's the one thing I can't be behind, having a fear type of thinking of the end of the world is coming and we all got to fearfully join some group. Okay, now, I don't know why Doe feels led to say that. Okay, I was a part of that, doing that same thing, but now I don't feel that way.
Gentlemen, we could take hours to discuss all of this.
Yeah.
I have to leave it here. Sawyer, Wayne Cook, also Lee, thank you all three for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
16 past the hour. Next, families and victims remember a day of terror in Oklahoma City. And look ahead to the trial of the man.
I don't want you to think that we are doubting your integrity.
As she reads in this March 1973 letter, Rita desperately pleads with deadbeat Herb to repay the $3,000 bank loan.
We know that you cannot handle even the interest on the note that was due the 21st. I truly wish I didn't have to even mention this particular thing in this letter, but we have to know how to proceed.
3 months later, referring to Tom McNair's outrage at the overdue loan, Herf responds to Rita's letter, writing, "I'm sorry for Tom's anger. He will one day be repaid many-fold." Then came this final letter from Herf Applewhite in August 1973.
In one way, I'm sorry I caused you suffering. In another way, I know it was an opportunity for your spiritual growth, and though needless to say, it was not done with that in mind. Now that we are in the full-time employ of the chief, our father, all that we receive is for his work only, and our personal lives have been dissolved. My love is with you both, that you might find fulfillment. May God's grace and peace fill your hearts. Sincerely, Herf and Donnie.
And with that, Rita concluded Herf had left them holding the bag, alienating himself from friends and family. She searches for answers.
I think when his father died, that had a tragic effect on him. And I think when he left the University of St. Thomas and was disappointed in not being able to work with Leonard Bernstein as he had supposed.
Rita and Tom were forced to sell a prize filly to cover Herf's debt. They spent the next 10 years breeding and showing prize horses. But all along, Rita kept tabs on Herf, reading about his crusade in this Houston Post article. She sent it to Applewhite's mother, Louise, with a note saying, "I am so sorry Herf has abandoned you."
His family was devastated. They didn't know how to cope with it.
Then, out of the blue, Rita received a surprise in her mailbox.
In 1984, which is many years after we lost touch with him, because I had not seen him since 72 or 73, had not had a phone call or anything. Here came this letter from someone. It's not the same handwriting, with a cashier's check for $3,000.
Someone, presumably from Heaven's Gate, paid off Herf's debt.
Because it was in someone else's handwriting, I assumed that he had died, perhaps.
She was wrong, but tragically she would see the end of her friend's life on national television 10 days ago as Applewhite and his 38 followers committed suicide.
The sad thing about it is all the good that the man did is nullified by the end. And that's why I wanted to speak out, because I think the world needs to know.
How ironic. After 10 years, a check arrives. It's believed Applewhite received his money from 2 cult members who turned over their inheritances. And Extra has discovered another letter to show you just how distant Applewhite had grown from his own family. It's from Applewhite's sister, Louise Winant, written December 3rd, 1984. Now, in the letter, she writes, "Your children are fine, and you now have 4 grandchildren." Applewhite did not even know he had grandchildren. He had not been in contact with his family for about 10 years.
Well, Brad, we've learned a lot about Heaven's Gate in the last week, but now you're about to see a far more dangerous group that could add an explosive element to the cult madness. It looks like a typical church in a tiny rural town, but it's run by a man whose message is pure hate.
There's only one group of people that can be supremacists. That's white people.
I think people should be afraid, because his message instills hate into people who are already hating. It instills violence into people who want to be violent.
Richard Avenez is an author and journalist who investigates cults and militias. He says the Church of Christ in LaPorte, Colorado is a cult of about 100 people, led by the Reverend Pete Peters, whose influence reaches across the country.
He is a spiritual leader of many of the individuals who are involved in the racist white supremacist movement. He offers them sort of a theological base for their prejudice, for their hate, for their desire to relegate people who are not white to a secondary position.
This week's Newsweek magazine points to the LaPorte Church as one of the sects with potential to explode. Trouble's been brewing since 1977, when Peters began preaching a belief system called Christian identity. In his pamphlets and audio-taped sermons, Peters calls for the reign of Aryan whites, death to homosexuals, and he claims Jews are responsible for all evils in the world, including the Oklahoma City bombing.
Don't you deny it. I know you people. I haven't been preaching as long as I have been preaching not to know the sins of you people.
According to Peters' Scriptures for America, which can also be found on the internet, an apocalyptic race war is approaching, and whites must be prepared.
The Antichrist is going to rise, and force all people to take the mark of the beast. In order to avoid this, they store up food, weapons, clothing, and they want to move off into an isolated region to avoid this Antichrist.
Peter's separatist message is closely linked to militias like the Freemen in Montana and hate groups like the Aryan Nation and the Ku Klux Klan. In fact, the Reverend is seen in this video introducing Louis Beam, a former Grand Dragon of the KKK, at a supremacist meeting in Colorado in 1992.
Father, you know how badly we need wisdom in this time. For the remainder of this meeting, let it flow from your throne.
Although their messages are very different, Ovinus sees similarities between Pete Peters and Marshall Applewhite, who led the Heaven's Gate cult into mass suicide last week.
Peters, Applewhite, Koresh, all of these individuals had a lot of charisma. They could speak to their congregations. They knew how to identify with their congregations, and it made their followers feel very much a part of something great.
In public, Peters never directly calls for acts of violence, but Ovinus says if confronted, the pastor and his congregation could become dangerous.
If Pete Peters was attacked, or if he felt he was being attacked, he'd fight back in a second. No problem. He would take up arms and use them according to his God-given right.
Amen.
Well, experts who track these groups say they are seeing increasing interaction between militia groups and UFO believers. They often share information on bomb shelters and weapons.
Libby, Princess Diana can't be feeling too safe these days. A recent clash with a photographer and a prowler in the palace have raised some questions about Di's security. It's time to get plugged in.
Was basically, for much of his life, a closet homosexual.
From the undocumented early years to a final visit by members, Extra has new details on the cult madness. He's brought new excitement and huge crowd, but not everyone thinks Tiger Woods is good for golf.
He uncovered a whirl of paranoia and sexual confusion that still managed to draw people into cult madness.
I joined with T&O in September 1st, 1975.
Since March of 76.
Since Valentine's Day, 21 years ago.
Many of the dead had been believers since the beginning.
I haven't really processed the whole thing myself because I know some of those people that committed suicide.
Sociology professor Robert Balch knew them back then. As a graduate student, he and a fellow student were intrigued by a UFO flyer. They went to a meeting and decided to study the group from the inside.
And so we ended up posing as members for a couple of months.
Life in that group, as it was known in 1975, was a far cry from how it all ended. There were no posh mansions or New Age uniforms. Balch describes many of the recruits as heavy drug users, simply dropping out from society.
Single, unattached, very mobile, few material possessions, sort of people who were made up a kind of floating clientele for a lot of religious cults in those days.
Balch remembers the group as being highly unorganized, split into factions that traveled the countryside. Its leaders, Marshall Herff Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles, were in hiding, fearing assassination. After 2 uneventful months, Balch and his friend returned to the real world.
At the time, when all you're doing is just traveling and you're not talking and you're reading the Bible, it gets boring, and people got bored.
Though many of the dead are original members, Balch estimates the group had a 50 to 80% dropout level in 75. That all changed 1 year later when T&O reorganized their group in the mountains of Wyoming. Members' lives were mapped out to the minute.
You can't be thinking about the past. You can't be dwelling on your doubts. You can't be focused on the future. You got to be totally focused right there on the present.
Suddenly, members stopped dropping out. Balch, now at the University of Montana, wrote and co-wrote a series of sociological articles on his experiences. He learned about the man called Doe from interviews with some ex-members.
Herff Applewhite, who later became Bo or Doe, was basically, for much of his life, a closet homosexual, and he felt incredibly guilty about that.
This could explain why 8 of the dead, including Applewhite, were found to be castrated.
If, in fact, he was having difficulty overcoming his sexuality, then the castration seems to be a totally logical sort of thing in the context of their belief system.
Self-castration is one very effective way, both of showing commitment, and if you've got continual sexual identity problems, it solves those problems in a fairly convincing manner.
Dr. J. Gordon Melton has followed Professor Balch's work on the UFO cult. As a research specialist in religion, now with the University of California, Santa Barbara, he too attended a lecture given by T. and Doe.
My father and I left 2,000 years ago.
Melton was sent this videotape of Applewhite out of the blue in 1994.
When you put all of his words together, he's talking about the end of society as we know it.
Balch received more than just a videotape. 2 group members paid him a visit in 1994, 12 years after he lost touch with the cult.
They were pleasant, they were smart, easy to talk to, they had a good sense of humor.
He even got a note written on behalf of Doe, thanking him for being impartial to the group in his articles. The next he heard of the UFO cult was a news broadcast from Rancho Santa Fe. And while both Balch and Melton are fairly certain they've seen the last of Heaven's Gate, they're not so sure this story won't be told again.
There's hundreds of so-called religious cults out there. Most of them are fairly small. A lot of them are probably extremely secretive, like this group. Obviously,
a lot of the little digital clocks we've got, if it's...
I have no doubt that there's other groups that are very similar to that.
Strange how you hear what went on inside that cult. Well, some of the 39 suicide victims have now been buried. As for Applewhite, his sister says she plans to bury the cult leader in San Antonio, Texas.
On its use. The drug is not only used to party, it's also used to rape. What's more, it can kill unsuspecting young victims. Impact correspondent David Lewis looks at the growing popularity of this potentially deadly drug.
There's a new drug that the trendy are trying.